Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook. I became a hero because I couldn't quit watching anime crossovers. Chapter 51 to 100, Club Activities at the Seaside. Looking at those terms that resembled a deed of sale, Miko Yatsuya didn't hesitate for a second. She picked up the pen and, without even scrutinizing the specific exploitative clauses, quickly signed her name in the signature box. As long as I'm not haunted by those things anymore, as long as I can get a peaceful night's sleep. Even if it means selling my soul to teacher, I'm willing. A resolute light flickered in the young girl's eyes. Looking at such a cooperative student, Loie nodded with satisfaction and tucked away the contract. Very good, you have great resolve. Then, welcome to Faction Loie, Miss Miko Yatsuya. Loie patted her shoulder, silently adding in his heart. Congratulations, you've successfully taken over the title of Idiot Goddess. I hope your IQ can hold up. Having resolved Miko Yatsuya's problem, Loie was in a great mood. He had disposed of the hot potato that was the Aqua Spirit origin and gained a powerful undead-type fighter. He could even have her perform flower, bird, wind, moon to liven up future gatherings. This tentpole was a massive profit with no losses. After returning to the activity room, Miko Yatsuya seemed like a completely different person. Before, she was always shrinking back, her eyes darting around nervously. Now, while still somewhat introverted, her back was straight and her eyes were bright. Even when she saw that slug-like ghost behind Yukino Shida, her subconscious urge to dodge and avoid looking at the evil spirit was gone. Instead, as if encountering its natural enemy, the ghost instantly vanished with a wretched scream. Yukino looked back with some confusion. What's wrong? I felt like it suddenly got a bit cooler just now. It's nothing, probably just my imagination, Miko Yatsuya replied with a relaxed smile she had never shown before. Alright, that's it for today's club activities. Loie glanced at the time and announced their dismissal. Everyone go home and prepare your swimsuits and sunscreen. We meet at the school gates Saturday morning. The group dispersed. Loie walked out of the school gate alone, watching the sunset on the horizon. On the player panel, the quest about bringing the students back was still hanging there. The current progress was still at 0. But Loie wasn't in a hurry. Let everyone relax first and have a blast at the beach. Once the swimsuit episode is over, it'll be time to get down to business. His gaze shifted toward the distant west, as if piercing through the clouds to see that golden desert and the century-old vampire waiting to be terminated in Egypt. Next target location: Egypt. To bring back that delinquent Jotaro, it looks like a confrontation with Lord Dio is unavoidable. The corners of Loie's mouth curled up slightly as his fingers in his pocket gently rubbed the deed of sale he had just signed. But before that, I'm looking forward to Artoria and Yukino Shida's swimsuits. Saturday, sunny. The sunlight was so bright it was almost blinding. The azure sky and the sea merged into a single line in the distance, with the cries of seagulls occasionally breaking the rhythm of the waves hitting the shore. This wasn't one of those public beaches packed like a pot of dumplings, it was a private beach somewhere in Chiba Prefecture that wasn't open to the public. As for how he got it, Loie glanced at the text message from the contact labeled "Strongest Blindfolded Guy" that said "Use it as you like, just remember to bring me some sweets as a souvenir," and tucked his phone away with a clear conscience. In this crossover world, sometimes connections really are more useful than cheats, especially when you know a wealthy jujitsu sorcerer named Satoru Gojo. Phew, so this is the scent of the ocean. Loie wore only a pair of board shorts, revealing an upper body with smooth lines and well-defined muscles after several enhancements. He stood under a parasol, holding a glass of iced lemonade, his gaze sweeping over the beautiful scenery before him. It had to be said, the swimsuit episode truly is a sacred and indispensable part of anime. The fried noodles over here looked delicious. The first to enter his field of vision was Ana Yanami, wearing a blue and white striped one-piece swimsuit. Although the swimsuit style was relatively conservative, it still couldn't hide her cute, slightly fleshy figure resulting from her gluttony. At this moment, this loser heroine was holding grilled squid in her left hand and fried noodles in her right, looking more like she was here for a competitive eating contest than for a swim. Beside her was Miko Yatsuya. The girl who had just obtained the Aqua Spirit origin was wearing a pale yellow floral bikini, and her figure was surprisingly well endowed. Perhaps because she now had some confidence, she was no longer as timid as before. Instead, she stood by the water with a folding fan in her hand, purifying the seawater. Flower, bird, wind, moon. With Miko's soft cry, she waved the fan, and a beautiful stream of water arched through the air like a rainbow. Although this move had zero offensive power besides looking good, it was top tier for creating a party atmosphere. And shifting the gaze a bit further to the side, Yukinoshita Yukino was sitting quietly on a beach chair, holding a book. She wore a minimalist black bikini, her skin so fair it seemed to glow. Loi's gaze lingered on her chest, which was as flat as a middle schooler's, for 0.1 seconds, and he silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of Yukinoshita, this kind of aerodynamic, streamlined figure makes one feel every time this is the true essence of being flat-chested. It's a rare resource. Master. Just then, a cool voice interrupted Loi's appreciation. Artoria walked over. She wore a pure white competitive swimsuit, simple and efficient, yet it perfectly outlined her tight physique from years of training. Her golden hair was tied into a high ponytail, making her look full of heroic spirit. She held a volleyball in her arms, and the fire of competitiveness burned in her eyes. Although there are no enemies here, since we've come to the seaside, appropriate exercise is necessary. Artoria said seriously, Teacher Loi, please be sure to spar with me. Loi set down his lemonade, a smile playing on his lips. Just as well, I need to digest a bit after breakfast. Let's do it, Leah. The two walked to the beach volleyball court. There was no team play, because the others didn't dare to join in. This was a 1v1 serious match. I'm going to serve, Master. Please be careful. Artoria stood at the baseline and tossed the volleyball high into the air. The next second, accompanied by a roar like a jet fighter taking off, a shockwave of air exploded on the sand. Artoria's figure stretched in the air like a taut bow, her right arm swinging down to slam heavily into the volleyball. That poor volleyball instantly deformed, turning into a white flash of light that was hard for the naked eye to track, heading straight for Loi with a piercing sonic boom. Bring it on! Loi didn't retreat but advanced, his own power erupting completely in that moment. He pushed off hard with his feet, and the sand instantly caved in into a large pit. Facing that volleyball, which was powerful enough to pierce steel plating, Loi brought his arms together, assuming a standard bumping posture. P.S. Miko Yatsuya, ever since I got this power, I haven't seen an evil spirit once. Evil spirits, holy crap, it's that woman again, run. Chapter 52, The Moment Charm Shines. Thump! The dull sound of impact made Yuneami Anna's hand shake as she ate fried noodles in the distance, almost dropping them on the ground. Air currents surged, and the sand beneath Loi's feet rippled outward like waves. But he caught it. Go back! Loi gave a low shout, exerting power from his core to bump the ball high up, then leapt into the air like a giant bird spreading its wings. In that instant, the sunlight seemed to converge at his fingertips. No fancy tricks, just the violent aesthetics of pure power and speed. The volleyball smashed toward Artoria's half of the court at a speed even faster than it had come, carrying an aura of destruction. Bring it on! The King of Night's eyes shone brilliantly, far from showing any fear. She revealed an excited smile instead. The originally peaceful and serene private beach instantly turned into a Syrian battlefield. Every time a ball landed, it would blast a crater several meters in diameter into the sand. Dust filled the air like a sandstorm, blotting out the sun. Hiding under a parasol, Yuneami Anna trembled, the squid in her mouth no longer tasting good. That classmate Yukinoshita, is this the legendary beach volleyball? Why do I feel like if I accidentally get hit once, I can just go straight to another world for reincarnation? Yukinoshita Yukino calmly turned a page of her book, but if one looked closely, they would see her fingers gripping the page turning slightly white from the force. Classmate Yuneami, you'll get used to it. Yukinoshita adjusted her sunglasses and said in a calm tone, you have to understand, in this club, common sense is the first thing to be discarded. If you just think of this as two aliens fighting, doesn't it become much more reasonable? It actually does feel much more reasonable. Despite the complaints, looking at those two figures moving at high speeds through the dust, With every collision triggering a sonic boom, everyone's eyes still revealed deep shock. Is this the world of the strong? Lowy didn't care about others' opinions. He enjoyed the pleasure of his entire body's muscles screaming. This is youth. This is the seaside. Lowy laughed loudly, slamming the volleyball into the sand with another heavy spike. This time, the ball buried itself deep in the sand and failed to bounce back up. Looks like the ball gave out first. Lowy landed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at Artoria across from him, who was also panting slightly with flushed cheeks. A draw? Artoria nodded with a smile, a draw. Lowy walked over and handed her a bottle of water. All right, exercise is over. Next is time to enjoy the sun and food. Good times are always brief. After experiencing a series of interludes like nuclear explosion volleyball, Yatsuya Miko being used as a mobile fountain, Yanaomi Anna eating 2 barbecue stalls clean, and Yukino Shida Yukino almost being discouraged by a lifeguard as a minor, this day's training camp activities came to a close in the afterglow of the setting sun. Late at night, Lowy returned home and washed off the smell of sea salt. Although his body was somewhat tired, his spirit was more excited than ever before. Relaxing during the day was for the sprint at night. Swimsuits at the beach are nice, but getting stronger is what really matters. Lowy sat by the bed and opened the player panel. In the previously empty inventory, a long sword emitting a faint blue light now lay. Item: Hero's Holy Sword, fake. Description: although it is a mass-produced hero's sword, it cuts through iron like butter, carries a weak holy attribute, and has a special attack effect against dark creatures. With this sword, plus my current attributes. Lowy took a deep breath, his gaze becoming sharp. Hawkeye my hawk, I'm back. Enter Training Dungeon, Baboon Island. Current remaining attempts, 3/3. Light and shadow shifted. When he opened his eyes again, Lowy was already standing at the entrance of that familiar, gloomy forest. This time, he didn't hesitate for a moment. The hero's holy sword was unsheathed, its blade drawing a blue arc through the mist. Those who block my path, die. This time, Lowy was no longer the passive party being beaten. His strength of 107 points combined with the sharpness of the hero's holy sword turned him into a ruthless meat grinder. Those ordinary swordsman baboons that once gave him a hard fight could no longer last a single exchange before him. He struck as he moved, entering as if into an uninhabited territory. Lowy was like a whirlwind, forcibly slaughtering his way in from the outskirts, carving through the entire forest until he reached the center of the island. There stood an ancient and gloomy Gothic castle. The castle gates were wide open, as if waiting for a guest's arrival. Lowy sheathed his sword, straightened his slightly messy collar, and stepped inside. Inside the hall, candle flames flickered. At the end of a massive long table sat a man. A black trench coat, a black top hat adorned with white fluff, and on his back was that iconic black blade, Yoru. Even just sitting there quietly drinking red wine, that sharp aura, piercing like a blade, made it impossible to look at him directly. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Hawkeye put down his wineglass, his sharp golden eyes, like those of an eagle, scanning Lowy indifferently. Being able to make it here shows you have some skill. Hawkeye's voice was deep and magnetic. Young man, your purpose? Facing this powerhouse standing at the peak, Lowy showed no stage fright at all. He stepped forward, placed one hand over his chest in a slight bow, then looked directly into Hawkeye's eyes and said loudly, "My name is Lowy, a swordsman who will use any means necessary to become stronger. I have come here to ask you to take me as your disciple and teach me swordsmanship." The air seemed to freeze. Hawkeye looked at Lowy and remained silent for a moment. By normal logic, a person with such an eccentric and solitary personality would never easily take a disciple. Even Zoro had to kneel and plead back then to get the chance. Just as Hawkeye was about to open his mouth to refuse. On Lowy's panel, that attribute that had always lacked a presence, charm, 10, max, suddenly flickered strangely. If an ordinary person looked at Lowy, they would at most think he was very handsome. But in the eyes of a powerhouse like Hawkeye, the current Lowy seemed to undergo a marvelous filter change. What Hawkeye saw was no longer a reckless young man. but an unpolished piece of jade emitting a peerless light. That upright posture, that was a natural sword bone. That determined gaze, that was the ultimate pursuit of the way of the sword. Even the bloody scent on Loey from killing the baboons was, in Hawkeye's eyes, proof that this boy is decisive in slaughter and bound for greatness. In Hawkeye's eyes, which were usually as still as an ancient well, a rare flash of appreciation, even fanaticism, appeared. Good, very good. Hawkeye suddenly stood up, a smile belonging to the strong curling at the corner of his mouth. It has been a long time since I have seen a young man with such talent as yours. Your eyes tell me that your ambition is great. In that case, I will grant your wish. Hawkeye walked up to Loey, looking down at him. From today on, I will teach you how to swing a sword. But before that, don't die. Chapter 53, Training briefly ends, setting off for Cairo. Loey was ecstatic in his heart, but he maintained his composure on the surface. Yes. Master. He hadn't expected that the charisma attribute, which was said to be the hardest to handle, would actually play such a bug-level role at this time. The time that followed was hell. Hawkeye's teaching method was very simple: actual combat. He would casually pick up a tree branch, a table knife, or even use his fingers to launch an all-out assault on Loey. Too slow. What is your sword hesitating for? That's not how you use strength. It should be like flowing water. Feel the breath of the sword. Hawkeye's strikes were ruthless, often causing Loey agonizing pain with a single blow. But Loey possessed the super learning ability of a player. As long as a move was demonstrated by Hawkeye, even with just a glance, the system would automatically record, analyze, and then convert it into proficiency. The more Hawkeye taught, the more alarmed he became. This kid's talent is simply monstrous. He had originally thought Loey would need at least a month to master the basics, yet Loey had mastered them thoroughly in just 2 short hours. This made Hawkeye's desire to teach soar to unprecedented heights. Not enough. Still not enough. Hawkeye threw away the branch in his hand and pointed to a forbidden area behind the castle. Since you've mastered the basics, go into actual combat. There are many baboons on the island. Go kill them, or be killed by them. Loey didn't waste any words, charging forward while gripping the hero's holy sword. It was a giant baboon standing 3 meters tall, holding a massive imitation black blade in its hand. Roar! The battle erupted. This baboon's strength was more than 1 level higher than the previous small fry. The first battle. Loey lasted for 3 minutes before being split in half by a single blade strike. You have died. Returning to the respawn point, Loey wasn't discouraged in the slightest. Instead, he excitedly summarized his mistakes from just now and charged back in again. The second battle. Loey lasted for 10 minutes, leaving a deep, bone-exposing wound on the baboon before being decapitated by the sword chi from the baboon's deathbed counterattack. You have died. One last time. Loey stood in the castle hall and took a deep breath. After the baptism of 2 deaths, his stats had surged again, especially his agility and neural reaction speed, which had reached a new level. This time, I will definitely slay you. Loey charged into the forbidden area for the 3rd time. This time, there was no fear in his eyes, only a killing intent that was calm to the extreme. Hawkeye stood on a high balcony, watching the figure dancing under the moonlight below, gently swirling the red wine in his glass. A brilliant sword light pierced through the night sky. The strongest baboon king's massive blade shattered, and its enormous body collapsed with a crash. Standing atop its corpse, Loey held his sword. Though covered in wounds, that soaring sword intent had already begun to take shape. Hawkeye took a sip of red wine, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His growth rate is even faster than I imagined. Loey is truly a delightful disciple. You have exited the dungeon. As the familiar feeling of dizziness faded, Loey returned once more to his bedroom in the real world. The night outside was still deep, but the world in Loey's eyes seemed to have become much clearer. The tiny dust particles in the air, the vibration of car engines on the distant street, even the slight snoring of the next-door neighbor, everything was within his grasp. This was a qualitative change. Loey took a deep breath. Instead of rushing to rest, he immediately opened his attribute panel. After the hellish special training under Hawkeye and the experience of grinding levels by being killed by the Baboon King and resurrecting countless times, his current panel could no longer be described as luxurious, it was simply monstrous. Player, Loey. Race, human. Age, 18 years old. Stamina, 210. Strength, 278. Speed, 198. Energy, 132. Mana, 7820. Skills, skill, touch of absorption, armament hockey, basic, observation hockey, basic, conqueror's hockey, basic. Passive skill, super luck. Strength 278. Loey looked at this number and couldn't help but laugh out loud, which sounded exceptionally eerie in this ordinary late night. One must know that the average value for an ordinary adult male is only about 10. Now, in terms of physical strength alone, he was nearly 30 times that of a normal person. If he didn't restrain his strength, he might crush his toothbrush into powder while brushing in the morning, or pull the door handle off when opening a door. Now, I should be qualified to go to that stage called Egypt and arm wrestle with that vampire who has lived for 100 years, right? Loey clenched his fist, feeling the power surging like a tsunami within his body. That emperor who had been hiding in the darkness for the sake of so-called peace of mind, Dio. And those delinquent youths who had embarked on an expedition to save their mother and fulfill their destiny. The mission objective is to bring the students back to class. Loey closed the panel and fell onto the bed, a playful arc hooking the corner of his mouth. Since I'm a psychology teacher, I have to completely eradicate their heart disease. And the best way to eradicate heart disease was to physically perform a supersalvation on the source of that heart disease, Dio. The next day, Sunday. Narita International Airport. In the bustling crowd, this strange trio attracted quite a few side glances. Walking in the very center was a young man wearing a casual windbreaker and sunglasses, with an outstanding temperament and a brisk pace. To his left followed a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl in blue casual clothes. Though she was petite, her serious expression and posture, as if ready to draw a sword at any moment, made people hesitate to approach. And to his right was a long black-haired girl who looked like she was about to cry, dragging two huge suitcases and shivering as she looked at the air around her. Teacher. Yatsuya Miko gripped the handle of her suitcase tightly, her voice trembling. Where are we going? Didn't you say we were just going to that place a little further away to handle a supernatural incident? Just last night, she had suddenly received a call from Loey, telling her to bring her passport and luggage, saying there was an emergency errand that needed her, his special assistant, to step up. Although she was 10,000 times unwilling in her heart, at the thought of that signed indenture contract and Loey's reassuring, though sometimes black-hearted, smile, Miko still obediently came. A little further away? Loey stopped, pushed up his sunglasses, and gave a bright smile. It's not that far. It's just that a few disobedient students took a long leave to go traveling. As a responsible teacher, I just have to go and bring them back. Bring back students? Yatsuya Miko was stunned for a moment. She had originally thought it was going to some abandoned hospital or haunted tunnel again. She hadn't expected it to be this kind of normal-sounding teaching work. If it's to bring back students, then it should be very safe, right? Miko silently breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Chapter 54, Saving Kakyoin. It's very safe. Loey nodded solemnly at Miko's remark. Aside from potentially encountering a vampire who can stop time, several stand users with superpowers, and various assassinations along the way, it is indeed quite safe. Of course, Loey said this last part in his mind. Alright, let's board. Loey gave a large wave of his hand and took the boarding pass from Miko's hand. Our destination is Cairo, Egypt. Target, Beat Dio Group, let's go. The Beat Dio Group? Yatsuya Miko looked bewildered. Is that some kind of weird club name? Yes. Master. Although Artoria on the side didn't quite understand, she would never back down as long as there was a battle. Her Ahog stood up excitedly. No matter who the enemy is, my sword will clear all obstacles for you. Looking at these two problem children, one big and one small, Yotsuya Miko could only sigh helplessly and follow them while dragging her suitcase. We're really just here to lead students. Cairo, Egypt. This is an ancient city on the banks of the Nile River, filled with exotic flair and sultry air. But tonight's Cairo was shrouded in a suffocating sense of oppression. Night fell low, and the crescent moon hung like a hook. A black-stretch Lincoln limousine was crashing through the narrow streets of Cairo like an out-of-control beast. Get out of the way. Everyone get out of my way. In the driver's seat, Senator Wilson Phillips was covered in cold sweat, his eyes rolled back as if controlled by some invisible force, frantically stepping on the accelerator. He didn't care at all whether there were sidewalks or vendors ahead. Because behind him, in the pitch-black shadows of the back seat, sat a monster that made his very soul tremble. Even though the sidewalk is very spacious, this driving style is far too unrefined. On the rooftop of a tall building, Loie faced the hot night wind and looked down at the car below that was causing chaos and bloodshed. The three of them had just arrived in Cairo. Relying on Loie's 278 points of strength and astonishing speed, leaping through the city's buildings with two girls was actually faster than taking a car. Such a heavy smell of blood, and a nauseating aura of evil. Artoria frowned, her hand already resting on her non-existent sword hilt at her waist. Master, is that the enemy? Yeah, that's right. Loie's gaze locked onto that car. That's the bad student leader we're looking for. Behind him, Yotsuya Miko was crouching on the ground, desperately covering her eyes and muttering, I can't see, I can't see, I can't see. Why do the ghosts here look like mummies? Why? Loie had no time to comfort Miko because the plot below had already reached a critical moment. The black car suddenly braked hard and stopped in the middle of the road. In front of the car, a youth in a green uniform with long red hair stood quietly. Kakyoin Noriaki. In order to uncover the secret of Dio's stand, this youth of only 17 years chose to face that man known as the savior of evil alone. He's out. Loie narrowed his eyes. The back door of the car slowly opened, and a blond man in a yellow combat suit, exuding a strange charm, stepped out. Even from this distance, that domineering aura as if he ruled the world still made it difficult to breathe. 20-meter radius. Emerald splash. On the street below, Kakyoin Noriaki let out a heart-wrenching roar. Countless green tentacles instantly spread out, completely sealing the space around Dio like an inescapable net. This was Kakyoin's final emerald splash, and also the lethal trap he had set. Take this. Dio. However, facing this almost unsolvable surrounding net, a look of utter contempt appeared on Dio's face as he gave a cold sneer. The world. Buzz. An indescribable, eerie ripple instantly spread out. The colors of the world inverted at this moment. The once noisy street fell instantly silent. The splashing water hung in mid-air, the corners of clothes blown by the wind froze in place, and even the emeralds launched by Kakyoin were stationary in the air, like a videotape that had been paused. Time had stopped. This was supposed to be an absolute domain belonging only to Dio. In this frozen world, only he could move freely. Is this your scheme? Kakyoin. Dio walked slowly through the frozen emerald splash as if he were strolling in his own backyard. He walked up to Kakyoin and looked at the youth who remained in a roaring posture but was motionless. How truly regrettable. Although your spirit is commendable, in the face of the world, all efforts are futile. Dio raised his fist, and the stand named the world emerged, its golden fist aimed at Kakyoin's abdomen. With this one punch, Kakyoin would become the famous Kakyoin Donut, then crash into the water tower, using his final moments of life to leave behind that secret message about the clock. This was fate. Just as Loie stood on the rooftop watching all this frozen below, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. Strange, why can I still move? He reached out his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. He wasn't frozen. Although everything around him had turned gray and white, and although the air had become incredibly viscous, he could indeed still think and move. I don't know why I can move, but there's no need to think, skill. Loie's gaze locked onto Kakyoin below. Ability, skill. Description: a rogue skill that originally could only steal personal belongings, but with the support of an extremely ridiculous luck value, it can now freely determine the target of the theft. For example, a person. Get over here. Lowy reached out his right hand toward Kakyoin from a distance and suddenly gripped his fingers. At the same time, his super luck passive, which was as high as max, shone to its limit in an instant. Below, Dio was preparing to enjoy the pleasure of the kill. Kakyoin. The world's heavy punch boomed out. This punch was so powerful it was enough to pierce through rock. At the very moment the fist was about to touch Kakyoin's uniform, the youth in green who was supposed to be standing there vanished abruptly. That's right, he vanished into thin air. There was no warning, and no trajectory of movement. It was as if someone had used an eraser to wipe him directly off the frame. Dio's fist struck empty air with immense force, the resulting wind even blasting a large hole in the wall behind. Nani? Dio's face, which had always remained calm and composed, showed an expression of shock for the first time. Begins to flow. V-room. Color returned. Kakyoin, who should have been sent flying with blood spraying everywhere, did not appear. In his place was a deathly silence. Only the sound of the bricks from the wall Dio smashed hitting the ground. Chapter 55, Yatsuya Miko solo kills Dio. What's going on? Dio spun around abruptly, his crimson eyes scanning the surroundings warily. What just happened? Where did Kakyoin go? He disappeared within my time? At this moment, an emotion called fear quietly sprouted in the heart of this vampire who had lived for 100 years. He was cautious, even cowardly. Anything that exceeded his control would make him feel uneasy. Hey, you blonde old man over there. Just as Dio was becoming suspicious, a young and playful voice came from above. Dio looked up sharply. Standing atop that tall water tower were three people. The black-haired youth in the lead was holding the back collar of Kakyoin Noriaki, who looked completely bewildered and had no idea what had happened, as if he were carrying a little chick. Kakyoin? Dio's pupils constricted violently. How was this possible? He was clearly right in front of him a second ago. Why was he on a water tower dozens of meters high the next? Could he also possess the ability to stop time? And was he even stronger than himself? First time meeting you, let me introduce myself. Lowy held Kakyoin, looking down from above at the wary Dio on the ground, revealing that signature bright smile. I am the newly appointed psychology teacher of Shuchian Academy, Lowy. I heard that several of my students are unwilling to return to school because they're obsessed with playing JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with a centenarian like you. So, I've specifically come to take them home. After saying that, Lowy casually tossed the still-dazed Kakyoin to Artoria behind him. Look after the injured. Then, his gaze turned to Yatsuya Miko beside him, who was still covering her eyes and trembling. As for you. Lowy grabbed Yatsuya Miko's back collar. Teacher, what are you doing? Yatsuya Miko waved her limbs in terror, an ominous premonition instantly enveloping her entire body. You've been using Aqua's Aqua Spirit Origin for so long, it's about time you paid some tuition. Lowy looked at Dio below, like a Pokemon trainer about to throw a Master Ball. I choose you. Yatsuya Miko. Go down there and use sacred purification on that blonde vampire. Off you go. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Aya Iowa. Dressed in casual clothes, Yatsuya Miko drew a graceful parabola in the air, carrying an aura of certain death as she smashed straight down toward Dio. During her fall, due to extreme fear and an instinctive will to survive, the Aqua Spirit Origin inside her was completely activated. A dazzling water blue light instantly illuminated the night sky of Cairo. That was the sacred radiance belonging to a goddess, which dealt a devastating blow to the undead. On the ground, Dio watched the humanoid luminous body falling from the sky, feeling the terrifying sacred aura that made his skin burn, his whole being went numb. Why? Where the hell did this stand user come from? No. Yatsuya Miko kept her eyes tightly shut, her whole body like an out-of-control missile as she was heartlessly smashed toward the blonde man on the ground by Lowy. At this moment, the aqua spirit origin inside her seemed to sense the host's extreme fear and the existence below that was almost composed of filth itself, thus, it erupted. It wasn't any complex magic circle, nor was it any chanted incantation. It was simply pure, high-concentration purification light, enough to blind anyone's eyes. Just as a strong base meets a strong acid, or like boiling oil meeting ice and snow. On the ground, Dio, the vampire who had slumbered in darkness for 100 years, didn't even have time to shout his classic WRYYYYY at this moment. In his crimson eyes, terror of the unknown had just surfaced before being swallowed by the piercing blue-white glow in the next second. Impossible. Dio's proud immortal body, in the face of that goddess-level purification authority, was like snow under a blazing sun, unable to offer even a shred of resistance. There was no explosion, no shockwave. Only the hissing sound of melting. When the light dissipated, that overbearing vampire, along with his flashy yellow combat suit, had completely turned to ash, scattering with the hot evening breeze by the banks of the Nile. Only the bewildered Yatsuya Miko was left, lying on the ground unharmed. The final boss, who had been the enemy of the Joestar family for 3 generations and possessed the ability to stop time, was just magically exorcised by a humanoid weapon thrown while crying? The air fell into a deathly silence. High up on the water tower, the culprit, Loie, remained calm. It seems the effect was super effective. Loie pushed up his non-prescription sunglasses and aimed his right hand once more at the dazed girl below. Skill. That extremely ridiculous skill judgment took effect once again. Yatsuya Miko, who had just been lying on the ground, felt her body lighten, and the scenery before her eyes instantly changed. The next second, like a kitten caught by its owner, she was once again being held by the collar by Loie. Whoa. Teacher. Yatsuya Miko's feet touched the ground, her legs so weak she couldn't stand, and tears wouldn't stop falling. It was too scary. That blonde person suddenly started burning like that. And I was thrown down. Whoa. She was really on the verge of a breakdown. What kind of teacher is this? What kind of teacher throws a student like a grenade to blow up a vampire? Ha, aren't you fine now? Loie patted Miko's head without any sense of guilt. The feel was as good as ever. Look, not only are you unharmed, but you also saved the world. This is a great achievement that can be written into your resume. I don't want that kind of resume. Yatsuya Miko protested while crying, please absolutely do not throw me out next time. That feeling of weightlessness is really terrifying. Next time for sure. Loie waved his hand dismissively and then turned his gaze toward Kakyoin Noriaki, who was still questioning his life. At this moment, Kakyoin was staring blankly at the place where Dio had disappeared, then looked at Loie, his brain clearly in a state of shutdown. He had prepared himself for death and set up the 20-meter radius emerald splash, only to be carried away like a chick by this psychology teacher who fell from the sky? And then Dio was insta-killed by that crying girl? This was just too unreasonable. Teacher Loie? Kakyoin spoke tentatively, his voice still a bit dry. What is it, Kakyoin-kun? Loie turned around, his face instantly switching back to that of a strict teacher. He patted Kakyoin's shoulder earnestly, his tone sorrowful. Kakyoin, although I know you have some special family circumstances and wanted to travel to Egypt. But do you know you've skipped class for almost 50 days? P.S. Let's talk about the transmigration method. Someone asked about it earlier. The protagonist isn't a rebirth, a soul possession, or a reincarnation. Instead, it's a manual body reconstruction performed by a certain impertinent girl, shaped according to the protagonist's soul. It was the author's fault for not explaining clearly before. Of course, a certain impertinent girl would make some fine adjustments according to her own aesthetic. Chapter 56, Homework Strikes, Returning to Japan. 50 days? Kakyoin was stunned. That's right. Loie nodded, pulling out a non-existent lesson plan from his pocket and flipping through it with a serious expression. According to Shuchian Academy regulations, if you skip classes for so long, your final credits might not be enough. Moreover, you've missed so many lessons. Even if you're an honor student, catching up will be very difficult, won't it? Loie revealed a smile that would strike fear into the hearts of all students. During the days you were absent, the test papers, exercise books, and reading notes assigned by various teachers. I imagine you haven't started on any of them yet, have you? At this moment, Kakyo and Noriaki felt a chill more terrifying than facing Dio shoot straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It was the ultimate fear known as catching up on homework. He had been so busy fighting stand users all the way through Egypt, who the hell would remember to do homework? Ha ha! A drop of cold sweat ran down Kakyoin's forehead, and he forced an awkward but polite smile. Teacher, considering I was fighting evil enemies, could I apply for a homework exemption? No. Loie shook his head mercilessly, refusing him flatly. Saving the world is a hero's job, doing homework is a student's job. You are both a hero and a student. You must grasp both, and both must be firm. Kakyoin despaired. He suddenly thought that perhaps being punched through the stomach by Dio earlier would have been a better option, at least he wouldn't have to go back and finish that mountain of homework. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps and car engine sounds broke the teacher-student conversation here. Kakyoin! An old but vigorous voice called out. A battered jeep screeched to a halt by the roadside, the door opened, and a tall, robust old man, though with a head full of white hair, rushed out. Joseph Joestar. The second Joestar, now 69 years old, although his vehicle killer attribute was maxed out, was still very reliable at critical moments. Oh my god! What happened here just now? What was that light? Where's Dio? Joseph looked at the mess on the ground and the vanished Dio, completely bewildered. He had rushed here to provide support, but it seemed the battle was already over? Joestar. Kakyoin sought his companion as if he had seen his savior, and quickly went to meet him. Has been eliminated. What? Joseph's eyes widened, clutching his head. Eliminated? Has Jotaro mastered some divine skill? No. It was by this teacher Loie's, female student. Kakyoin pointed to Yatsuya Miko, who was being comforted by Artoria nearby. Joseph followed his finger and only saw an ordinary, still sobbing girl who looked harmless. You mean, that little girl who looks like she'd cry if a stray dog barked at her, defeated Dio? Joseph felt his senile dementia might be acting up early. Loie walked over at this point, extended his hand to Joseph, and said with a smile. Nice to meet you, mister. I'm here to take my students back to class. By the way, since you're here, then. Loie looked around. Where is Kujo Jotaro? That delinquent who led the truancy, I need to have a good talk with him. Joseph shook his head blankly, I'm looking for him too. We split up to deal with Dio. Just as the group was talking. In the shadows of the distant street, two tall figures slowly emerged. One was a silver-haired Frenchman, Jean-Pierre Polnareff, who, despite his injuries, maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. The other was a high school student in a long black trench coat, wearing a hat that seemed to be part of his hair, with an invincible expression, Kojo Jotaro. Old man, Kakyoin. Jotaro had his hands in his pockets. Although his rugged face didn't show much emotion, the concern in his eyes was genuine. It seems you guys are done too. That light just now was really dazzling. Jotaro. The group reunited, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Kakyoin stepped forward, still worried about his homework, but dutifully introduced. Jotaro, this is Teacher Loie. He specifically came to take us back to Japan for school. Jotaro pulled down the brim of his hat, his gaze sharply fixed on Loie. As the man with the strongest stand, Star Platinum, he could instinctively feel the terrifying power contained within this smiling man. It was a feeling more unfathomable than Dio. Came specifically to pick us up? Jotaro was silent for a moment, then finally sighed helplessly and uttered his catchphrase. Yara yara days, good grief. Even a monster-level teacher like this has chased us all the way to Egypt. It seems skipping class is impossible now. Now that Dio was dead, Ms. Holly's illness would naturally be cured. This long and arduous expedition to Egypt finally came to a successful conclusion. Inside the airport terminal. Well then, I'm returning to France. Polnareff, with his backpack, had slightly reddened eyes. Although our time together was short, this was truly an unforgettable journey. Farewell, everyone. Take care, Polpo. With waves of farewell from the crowd, Polnareff departed stylishly. After seeing Polpo off, the remaining few Loie, Artoria, Yatsuya Miko, Jotaro, Kakyoin, and Joseph boarded the flight to Tokyo, Japan. The plane took off. Loie sat in the spacious first-class seat, holding a glass of champagne, looking at the clouds outside the window. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. The mission was completed, Dio was dealt with, and he even managed to win over the hearts of several powerful students. After the plane had been flying steadily for half an hour, Loie suddenly realized a very, very serious problem. He slowly turned his head and looked at Joseph Joestar, who was chatting and laughing with the flight attendant in the seat in front. The vehicle killer, who had crashed countless times in his life, whether it was a plane, a volcanic ejection, or a submarine, any mode of transport he took generally did not end well. Then, Loie stiffly turned his head again and glanced at Yatsuya Miko, who was carefully eating her in-flight meal next to him. More precisely, Yatsuya Miko, who now possessed that aqua spirit origin. That legendary goddess of misfortune with a rank luck, a bringer of bad luck, and a synonym for debt. Wait. The champagne glass in Loie's hand trembled slightly. One was a passive constitution that caused vehicles to crash wherever he went. The other was an extremely unlucky constitution that could turn good luck into misfortune. When these two causality-level debuffs gathered on one plane, and it was also tens of thousands of meters in the air. Isn't this just stacking buffs? Loie's cold sweat instantly broke out. He was about to unbuckle his seatbelt and stand up to take some remedial measures. Rumble. P.S. Abdul and Iggy are temporarily dead, but they will both be revived later during the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Eyes of Heaven Arc Chapter 57, Plane Crash, The Mysterious Island. A loud bang came from the plane's right wing. The entire plane shook violently, and the champagne on the table splashed directly onto Loie's face. The captain's panicked voice came over the intercom, "Mayday!" The right engine exploded for no reason. The hydraulic system has failed. The plane is losing control. All passengers, please. Oh no! From the front row came Joseph's familiar, collapsing scream as he clutched his head. The plane is going down. Yatsuya Miko screamed, her meal tray flying into the air. Jotaro pressed down on his hat, a dark look on his face. Good grief. Old man, I knew I shouldn't have let you pick the airline. Loie wiped the champagne off his face, staring at the ceiling with dead fish eyes. As expected. In the world of mixed anime, there are some settings that simply cannot be challenged. For example, never, ever get on the same plane as Joseph Joestar. Artoria. Loie sighed. Although helpless, he could only accept reality. Master. Saber immediately entered a combat stance. Prepare to bail, no, prepare for a crash landing. Loie watched the ocean surface rapidly approaching outside the window, silently lighting a candle for this airline in his heart. This wasn't an accident at all, this was the inevitability of fate. Side note, actually, a certain someone super luck is the real cause of the air disaster. This is just how opportunities come knocking. The salty sea breeze, carrying the characteristic stickiness of the tropics, slapped against everyone's faces. Wave after wave washed over the golden beach, as well as the unlucky few who had just survived a battle royale. Cough. Cough cough. Joseph Joestar spat out a mouthful of seawater, sprawled out in a starfish shape on the sand. His white hair, once meticulously groomed, now looked like a tangled mess of wet seaweed. My God. Second Joestar let out a wail from the depths of his soul, a sound so miserable it was as if he had just been beaten by 100 stand users. In my entire life, this is the first time I've seen an engine disintegrate mid-air. Are you sure this isn't a terrorist attack? Yara yara days. Beside him, Kojo Jotaro adjusted the hat that hadn't fallen off even during the crash. Though his tone remained tough, his signature long trench coat was dripping water, making him look a bit disheveled. "Old man, I told you, you'd better stay away from any form of transportation from now on." Fortunately, despite the extreme danger, everyone miraculously survived thanks to Star Platinum's precision, Saber's Wind King barrier protection, and Loe's 200+ point constitution. Aside from the plane turning into wreckage scattered across the coastline, no one had even a scratch. Loe stood on the beach, shook his wet hair, and looked around. Before his eyes was an excessively dense primeval jungle. Giant ferns looked like opened umbrellas, and the low growls of unknown beasts could be heard faintly in the distance. "It seems we've ended up in quite a place." Loe narrowed his eyes, then clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. "All right, everyone. Although the crash was unfortunate, as long as we're alive, it's a victory." Loe displayed his decisiveness as the leader. "Our top priority now is to maintain body temperature and stamina. Even though it's the tropics, wearing wet clothes will quickly sap your body heat once the sun goes down, leading to hypothermia." Saying this, Loe pointed to a large area of reefs not far away. "Since no one brought a change of clothes, we'll have to make do here. Boys over here, girls behind those rocks. Let's dry the clothes first." The men present naturally had no objections to this suggestion. Polnareff had already returned to France. The remaining male group, Joseph, Jotaro, Kakyoin, and Loe, were all straightforward people. Except for Loe, the other three quickly took off their soaked coats and shirts. Looking at the three muscular men before him, Loe didn't have the slightest bit of appreciation. Instead, his lip twitched. "Magic power, converge." Loe extended his right hand, and from his palm, a warm and dry pulse of magic power instantly spread out. This wasn't some profound attack magic, just a fine manipulation of magic power. Whoosh! A heat wave like a fan heater swept through. In just a few seconds, the clothes in the three men's hands, which had been soaking wet, had their moisture evaporated, becoming fluffy and warm. "What kind of trick is this?" Joseph held his suddenly warm clothes, his eyes nearly popping out in surprise. "Is this a stand ability too? That's so convenient. It's practically a travel essential." "Just a small trick." Loe gave a casual brush off. After helping the boys, he turned and walked toward the nearby reef area. There, the progress of the female group was clearly much slower. Yotsuya Miko was hugging her arms, shivering behind a rock. Her school uniform, soaked through with seawater, clung tightly to her body, outlining her youthful yet beautiful curves. Though she was shy, her pale complexion showed she was indeed freezing. Artoria, on the other hand, was much more composed. The King of Knights stood by the rock. Though she was soaked to the bone and her blue casual clothes clung to her, she still maintained her dignified and inviolable aura. Seeing Loe approach, Yotsuya Miko shrunk back like a startled rabbit, waving her hands with a flushed face. That. Teacher Loe. The clothes, we'll find a way to dry the clothes ourselves. Please don't come over. You've got to be kidding." Even knowing it was for survival, taking off clothes in front of the opposite sex was simply off the charts in terms of embarrassment for an ordinary high school girl. Loe stopped, his gaze falling on the two of them. "Miko, while I appreciate your sense of modesty, catching a cold would be very troublesome." Loe's tone was calm, looking every bit the teacher. As for Artoria, his gaze turned to the blonde knight. "Leah, as a heroic spirit, you should be able to evaporate the moisture from your clothes directly with magic power, right? You could even change outfits through spiritization without any trouble." Artoria nodded, her emerald eyes looking seriously at Loe. "Yes, master. This level of dampness has no effect on me. That's why I'm planning to stand guard here, to prevent any enemies from—" "No, Leah, you're wrong." Loe suddenly interrupted her, his expression becoming incredibly serious, as if discussing some matter of world peace. "Since this is desert island survival, there must be a sense of ritual for desert island survival. And—" Loe's tone shifted as he lowered his voice. "Actually, I mainly want to see what color underwear our majestic King of Knights is wearing today under that solemn armor and casual clothes. Is it pure white? Mature black? Or perhaps something more daring?" P.S. Requesting book reviews and 5-star ratings. Once the rating is out, I will add extra chapters for 3 days, with no fewer than 5 chapters per update. Please, my dear readers. Chapter 58, The Sealed Battle Nizer. The air froze for 3 seconds. Yotsuya Miko's eyes widened, as if she were seeing this teacher of hers for the first time. As for Artoria, her originally serious and earnest face flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye, even that firm ahoga atop her head trembled slightly out of shame. "You stupid master." Artoria couldn't help but let out a soft huff. Although she was scolding him, there was no real anger in her eyes. Instead, there was an added touch of a young girl's bashfulness. "Since master requests it, is that an order?" "Of course, it's a necessary order for physical and mental health," Loie said, talking nonsense with a straight face. "I understand." Artoria bit her lip, turned around, and grabbed the still-dazed Yotsuya Miko, pulling her directly behind a massive rock. "Miko, we're taking them off." "Eh? Are we really taking them off? The teacher is still outside." "It's fine. Although Master is a smooth-talking idiot, he's not the kind of scoundrel who would peek, probably." From behind the rock came the rustling sound of clothes rubbing together. A moment later, 2 bundles of soaking wet clothes were tossed from behind the rock, landing accurately in Loie's hands. It was Miko's school skirt and blouse, along with Artoria's blue casual wear and skirt armor. Loie caught the clothes, and feeling the residual body heat and the scent of seawater on them, he couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, I'm a man of integrity." Despite his teasing words, Loie indeed had no intention of circling around to peek. After all, some things are most beautiful when they are only partially glimpsed. Dry. As mana flowed, the clothes in his hands instantly became dry and comfortable. A few minutes later, when the 2 girls walked out from behind the rock fully dressed, although their faces still carried a lingering blush, the discomfort of the damp cold had completely vanished. "All right, everyone's ready." Loie clapped his hands, signaling everyone to gather. By now, the sun had begun to sink in the west, casting long shadows of the group. Joseph Joestar held a world map he had pulled from who knows where, his brow furrowed, looking even worse than he did during the plane crash. "This isn't right." Second Joestar pointed to a blank area on the map and said in a heavy tone, "I just observed the sun's angle and the surrounding ocean currents. Based on our flight path, we should be somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. But I've looked all over the maps of this area, and there's absolutely no record of this island. Even if it's an uninhabited island, it should be marked on modern satellite maps. Which means..." Joseph looked up at everyone, "We are currently on a lost island. A lost island?" Kakyoin adjusted his sunglasses. "Sounds like the opening of a horror movie. Or it could be the start of a grand adventure." Loie shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. Just then, a crisp notification sound rang out in Loie's mind. A blue light screen that only he could see popped open, with several lines of golden text dancing on his retina. Hidden area quest triggered. Quest name, The Mysterious Giant Island. Quest description, this is an island forgotten by the world, where life grows according to ancient rules. It is a paradise for giant beasts and a trial ground for the strong. Quest objective, become the strongest Pokemon trainer, strike through. Explore the island and find the sealed power. Quest hint, follow the guide and find your capture tool. Young man, go create a miracle. Looking at this quest description full of things to complain about, Loie almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. What the hell is a Pokemon trainer? He was a protagonist in a crossover-style novel who had just finished a hardcore, hot-blooded arc like JoJo. Before the art style could even transition, he was suddenly being thrust into a Pokemon or Ultraman set? The next moment, a golden band of light that only Loie could see extended from beneath his feet like a winding snake, pointing straight into the depths of the jungle. That was the quest guide. Since it's not marked on the map, we'll have to rely on intuition. Loie turned around and pointed in the direction the light band extended, saying with certainty, "My intuition tells me that if we go that way, we'll find something good." Intuition? Jotaro raised an eyebrow. Is your intuition reliable? Don't worry, my luck stat is max. Lois smiled confidently and took the first step. Follow me. If you get lost and get snatched by monkeys to be a bandit queen, I'm not responsible for the rescue. The group looked at each other. In this unfamiliar environment, Lois, with his immense strength and mysterious nature, was undoubtedly the most trustworthy leader. Even Joseph, a seasoned adventurer, didn't argue. He put away the map and followed. The group entered the jungle. The deeper they went, the stronger the sense of incongruity became. The plants here were simply too large. Wild grass by the roadside was half a person tall, and the trees towered into the clouds, blotting out the sun. The occasional dragonflies that flew by had wingspans over a meter wide, making a buzzing sound like a small drone. What kind of bug is that? It's so big. Yatsuya Miko was so scared by a palm-sized beetle that she almost jumped onto Artoria, clutching Saber's ham with teary eyes. Is this place really still on Earth? Stay quiet, Miko. Artoria's hand remained on the invisible sword of promised victory, her gaze alert. The mana density here is very high. Higher than the forests of Britain. They walked for about half an hour. Under Loi's lead, the group pushed through a patch of thorny shrubs. The view ahead suddenly opened up. It was a massive natural stone cave located within the mountainside. The interior of the cave was extremely spacious, with some kind of glowing or embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the entire cavern like daylight. And in the very center of the cave, two ancient and weathered platforms stood tall. They were clearly artificial structures, bearing the marks of ages. That's... Kakyoin looked at the platforms in surprise. Ruins? Lois didn't speak but walked straight toward the two platforms. The platform on the left was empty, leaving only a rectangular indentation, as if whatever had been placed there had already been taken by someone. But on the platform on the right, a massive, translucent amber-like stone floated quietly there. And within that stone, a strange device was sealed. It was an object resembling a rectangular handle, dark gold in color, with three slot-like compartments on it, emitting a heart-palpitating primordial aura. The moment he saw that object, Loi's pupils constricted slightly. Even though the art style was a bit off, he recognized the origin of this thing at a glance. This wasn't just a common capture tool. This was the ultimate artifact capable of controlling monsters, the sealed Battlenizer. It really feels like this is going to turn into a monster battle royale. P.S. It's true that the old man's ripple could dry clothes. I forgot about that. But the author himself eventually forgot about the ripple's functions later on too, as the stand settings were just too brilliant. Chapter 59, Battle Instrument Modded Version. Lois climbed the weathered stone platform all by himself. The closer he got, the clearer the heavy sense of antiquity emanating from the past became. The device sealed within the transparent amber-like crystal was covered in dust, yet it still couldn't hide its ferocious and domineering design. It had a rectangular main body, dark gold patterns, and those iconic 3 battle instrument slots. As a veteran tokusatsu fan, Lois was simply too familiar with this thing. The proof of Orionyx, the scepter of a monster controller. I didn't expect to actually find this thing on this island. Lois took a deep breath, extended his right hand, and slowly pressed it against the sealing crystal. Now, let's see what you're made of. Crack! The moment his fingertips touched it, it was like a signal that a contract had been fulfilled. The incredibly hard amber crystal surface was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Then, with a crisp shattering sound, the crystal exploded into countless golden specks of light. Freed from its shackles, the dark gold rectangular device seemed to possess a life of its own, emitting a low hum. It then levitated on its own and slowly drifted down into Lois's hand. It felt cold and heavy in his hand, carrying a surging sense of power that made his heart race. At the same time, azure data streams that only players could see began frantically scrolling across Lois's retina. Congratulations to the player for obtaining an exclusive item. Item name, Monster Battle Instrument, Orionyx Special Modded Version. Special trait, Growth Type. Function 1, Monster Subjugation. can forcibly subjugate giant creatures that are unconscious, weakened, or willing. Current subjugation limit 3 unlocks as level increases. Function 2 Monster Girl Patch. Any monster captured by this battle instrument can freely choose between giant beast form or monster girl form when summoned. Note: who could refuse a monster girl who calls you master? Evolution path, currently in initial form. Through battle and devouring, it can evolve up to the Giga Battle Nizer. Perhaps you'll see a certain broken soul when it reaches the end of its evolution. Holy crap! Looking at the lines of ridiculous descriptions in front of him, especially that function 2, Loey couldn't help but swear under his breath. He originally thought this was just a normal Pokemon, no, a monster training game. And then you tell me this is the Ultra Monster Anthropomorphic Project? Loey gripped the heavy battle instrument in his hand, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually becoming somewhat wild. Could anyone actually hold back a laugh at this? Anyway, Loey couldn't. Phew. Calming his excited heart, Loey turned around and looked at the crowd below the platform who were watching him with nervous expressions. He raised the battle instrument in his hand, like King Arthur who had just pulled the sword in the stone, and said in a serious tone, "Everyone, based on the information remaining in this ancient relic, I can now probably confirm what's going on with this island." "What's the situation?" Joseph Joestar swallowed hard and asked subconsciously. Loey looked down from his high vantage point, his voice echoing in the cave. "This place is the Monster Island. In this primitive jungle, there dwell countless giant monsters that should have been extinct on this planet or have never been recorded." The air instantly froze. 3 seconds later. Oh my god! Joseph Joestar held his head in his hands, his old face instantly contorting into the world-famous painting The Scream, letting out a shriek loud enough to shatter glass. Monsters? You mean those kinds that are dozens of meters tall, can stomp an elephant to death with 1 foot, and breathe fire? In my life, I've fought vampires, I've fought Pillar Men, I've fought stand users, and now I have to fight Godzilla? This plane crash was so not worth it. We're doomed. Watching the second Joestar repeatedly jumping on the edge of a breakdown, Kojo Jotaro pulled down the brim of his hat. Although his expression remained cold, a hint of solemnity appeared in his eyes. Yar, if they really are creatures of that size, it would probably be difficult to inflict a fatal wound even with Star Platinum's range and power. After all, stand users were still human. Facing giant beasts dozens of meters tall, human physiological limits were simply too insignificant. Don't be so pessimistic. Loey jumped down from the platform, gave the battle instrument a beautiful flourish in the air, and then tucked it firmly into his waist. Even though this is a paradise for monsters, we aren't without a chance at victory. He patted the battle instrument at his waist and gave a confident smile. At least now, I have this. As long as it's handled properly, monsters can also become our allies. Although the others didn't quite understand what use that thing, which looked like a remote control, actually had, seeing Loey's confident appearance, the panic in their hearts settled slightly. Leaving the dark stone cave, the group stepped back into the peril-filled primitive jungle. This time, everyone's vigilance had clearly increased by a level. Even Yatsuya Miko, who had been crying, tightly grabbed the corner of Artoria's clothes. Her eyes, which possessed the yin-yang vision, stared fixedly at the surroundings, fearing that something unspeakable would crawl out from the bushes. As for Loey, who was walking at the front of the group, his mind was no longer on the journey. His gaze wandered into the depths of the surrounding jungle, and in his mind, he was conducting an intense concubine selection. No, it was tactical planning. The first monster, who should I choose? Since there's a monster girl function, both looks and strength must be prioritized. The first choice is definitely the cosmic dinosaur Zeton. The classic image of that black, white, and yellow color scheme with a glowing face surfaced in Loey's mind. Although it was a final boss full of overwhelming pressure in the Tokusatsu series, teaching people lessons with its 1 trillion degree fireballs, in the 2D Monster Girl versions, Zeton Muzum was definitely a super popular character. The figure-hugging clothes, the absolute territory, plus that taciturn, emotionless Kaderi attribute. Just thinking about it makes it hard to control oneself. Moreover, Zeton can teleport and has shields, its actual combat ability is also at the ceiling level. It would be great if I could encounter a Zetan, but the probability of a boss-level monster like that appearing in the starting village shouldn't be high, right? Loey thought regretfully as he walked. Just as he was still fantasizing about the future. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly came from the ground beneath his feet. It wasn't the sound of a branch snapping, but the sound of some rock layer fracturing. Loey didn't even have time to issue a warning. The piece of land beneath their feet, which looked solid, actually collapsed in a large area instantly. Wah-wah! Accompanied by Yatsuya Miko's scream and Joseph's holy shit, the group fell like dumplings directly into this underground cavity hidden by vines and fallen leaves. Fortunately, everyone was a person of exceptional skill except for Miko, who was held by Artoria. Although they fell over a dozen meters, they all landed steadily. Chapter 60, Capturing Gamora Girl. Cough, cough. Where is this now? With Polnareff gone, Joseph took on all the dust-eating duties. He crawled up, face covered in grime, and was just about to complain. Shoo! Loey suddenly made a silencing gesture, his expression becoming exceptionally vivid. He pointed to a massive silhouette in the shadows ahead. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. In that vast underground space, a colossal creature lay prone. It had dark red, rough skin, massive crescent-shaped horns, a powerful tail, and a heavy back that rose and fell with its breathing. It was sleeping. Coarse breaths even snorted from its nostrils. Every breath brought a gust of fishy wind that made their clothes flutter. Ancient monster, Gamora. This was His Highness the Monster. Although not a high-tier boss like Zetan, it was an extremely popular king of melee in the monster community. Especially that super oscillatory wave that once took down Ultra 7, its track record was indeed solid. Gulp! Kakyoin swallowed hard, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. He whispered, Is this the monster teacher Loey mentioned? With that size, if it just rolls over, we'll be turned into meat paste, right? Be quiet. In Loey's eyes, however, flashed the excited light of a hunter seeing top-tier prey. This was a first blood delivered right to his doorstep. And it was a sleeping, defenseless wild Gamora at that. Stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. Leaving those words behind, Loey ignored their terrified looks. Hunching over like a badger about to steal melons, he crept silently toward the sleeping behemoth. 1 step, 2 steps. The distance grew shorter and shorter. By the time Loey stood beside Gamora's massive head, the dim-witted monster was still sleeping like a log, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Hey, big guy, let me borrow your body for a bit. Loey raised the battle Nizer in his hand and aimed it at Gamora. Capture. VRRR. The slot at the top of the battle Nizer instantly lit up with a dazzling glow. A visible beam of data stream shot out instantly, sinking into Gamora's body. There was no fierce resistance. Perhaps because it was dreaming, or perhaps because of Loey's abnormal stat suppression, the Gamora only let out a couple of unconscious grunts before its massive body transformed into countless light particles. Shoo! The sky full of light particles was like 100 rivers returning to the sea, all sucked into the battle Nizer in Loey's hand. Capture successful. Obtained monster, ancient monster Gamora. Unlocked form, Gamora Girl. Looking at the Gamora icon lit up in the first slot of the battle Nizer, Loey nodded with satisfaction. All done, mission accomplished. He turned around, looking at his teammates who were already dumbfounded, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Since I've captured it, let's have it come out and make an appearance. Let everyone see your new look. Loey pressed a button on the battle Nizer and shouted. Come forth. Gamora. The light flashed once more. Except this time, what appeared was no longer the terrifying behemoth dozens of meters tall. After the light dissipated, a petite figure appeared in its place. She was wearing a Sakumazu that looked like something a student would wear, with 3 iconic horns on her head. Her claws and legs looked like she was wearing a mascot costume, making her very cute. Dragging behind her was a tail that was a bit too thick relative to her size and looked quite fleshy. This was the image of Gamora Girl. At this moment, the newly debuted Gamora girl was maintaining her previous sleeping posture, curled up on the ground hugging her tail, with a small puddle of crystal-clear drool leaking from her mouth, sleeping soundly. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Joseph's eyes widened, his reading glasses nearly falling off. "This is that big monster from just now?" Kakyoin rubbed his eyes, feeling his worldview being challenged. Although the aura feels very similar, this is completely a cute girl, isn't it? Even Jotaro pulled down his hat to hide the shock in his eyes. This isn't scientific. Artoria and Yotsuya Miko looked at each other in bewilderment. What was this? That ferocious prehistoric behemoth was sucked into that strange remote control and spat back out, only to become a mo thing that made people want to take it home? Was Teacher Loi's tool actually decent? It seemed she felt the overly intense gazes around her. Or perhaps the chill from the ground made her uncomfortable. The Gamora girl on the ground frowned, her small hands rubbing her bleary eyes, and the two large horns on her head wobbled cutely. Under everyone's bated breath and focused gaze, she slowly and dazedly opened her eyes. In the underground cavity, the air was filled with the earthy smell of ancient dust and rocks. In that instant, it was as if the whole world had gone quiet. Only the monster girl, who had just woken up from her slumber and still had some morning grumpiness, was staring at her own hands with a look of utter confusion. The claws that could once easily tear through steel and crush rock layers had now turned into a pair of mascot-like paws. Although the fingers still retained sharp nails, that sense of destructive power had vanished without a trace. "Ha!" A nasal sound full of confusion rang out. Gamora girl looked down, her gaze passing over her slightly swelling chest to see her outfit that looked like a cosplay costume no matter how she looked at it, and her cute figure that would only be called a loli by human standards. Right, the tail is still here. She subconsciously wagged the thick tail behind her. That familiar sense of weight made her feel a bit more at ease, but it didn't explain the current situation. Wait a minute. Gamora girl jumped up suddenly, the crescent-shaped horns on her head nearly hitting Loi's chin. She rounded her golden slit pupils and pointed at Loi, shouting, "Why have I turned into this? And what was that strange feeling just now? Why do I feel like I'm connected to you?" As an ancient monster, Gamora was dim-witted but not stupid. No, she clearly remembered that she had been sleeping soundly, dreaming of kicking Ultraman away, when suddenly she felt a jolt throughout her body and was forcibly stuffed into a pitch-black little box. When she came out, she had turned into this cute form. This is fraud. This is a sneak attack. Gamora girl's cheeks puffed up with anger like an inflated pufferfish, her small hands waving wildly in the air. Throwing a ball while someone is sleeping, what kind of trainer are you? I won't do it. I absolutely won't. Change me back quickly. I want to go home and go back to sleep. Chapter 61, The First Pokemon Battle. This method of capturing without any martial virtue was simply a disgrace to the monster world, which valued the collision of raw power. Faced with Gamora girl's protest, Loi appeared exceptionally calm. He didn't use the battle instrument's forced command function. Instead, he simply straightened his collar, a perfect arc curling at the corner of his mouth and absolute confidence brought about by the system-determined charm, 10, human limit. He leaned down slightly, reached out, and gently patted Gamora girl's still shaking head, specifically the spot between those two large horns. Calm down, Gamora. Loi's voice was as gentle as jade, carrying a magic that seemed capable of soothing a restless soul. Don't you look beautiful like this? Gamora girl's small, flailing hands instantly froze in midair. She looked up, her gaze crashing directly into Loi's eyes, which were as deep as a starry sky. So handsome. As a monster who had slept underground for tens of thousands of years and usually only saw the skull-faced Red King or the lumpy Telestin, the lethality of Loi's face was practically nuclear grade. That churning morning grumpiness was instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. A never-before-felt sensation called heart-fluttering traveled along the battle instrument's contract connection, striking the depths of her soul. Woo! Gamora girl's cheeks turned red at a visible speed, even emitting steam. She instinctively lowered her head, her voice changing from a roar to a mosquito-like hum. Actually, it's not particularly ugly. Since I've already been captured, then there's no helping it. As long as you're a little nice to me and provide meals. It's not impossible. Watching Gamora Girl transform from a Tyrannosaurus into a docile kitten in an instant, Joseph Joestar stood by dumbfounded, his dentures nearly falling out in shock. Holy shit! Second Joestar covered his face. Is this what they call beauty is justice? Are monsters nowadays really this shallow? Jotaro pressed down on his hat. Though he didn't speak, his eyes betrayed a helpless sense of good grief. Now that the new pet was pacified, the next task was to leave this godforsaken place. All right, Gamora. Loie stood up straight and pointed to the distant hole high above. Take us up. Use your true form. Understood, Master. The completely smitten Gamora Girl immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Though the movement was a bit clumsy, she was full of spirit. The next second. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a blinding light once again illuminated the underground cavern. When the light dissipated, the delicate monster girl had vanished, replaced by a 40-meter-tall colossus. The ancient monster, Gamora, had descended once again. Only this time, it existed as an ally. Loie led the group as they jumped onto Gamora's broad back. The feeling of sitting atop a monster weighing tens of thousands of tons while looking down at the world made everyone hold their breath. Hold on tight. At Loie's command, Gamora's thick legs exerted a sudden, massive force. The earth trembled, and debris flew everywhere. This monster, famous for its strength, didn't choose to climb. Instead, it used the most primitive methods, jumping and digging, to force its way up along the collapsing rock walls. A few minutes later, accompanied by a loud crash, the soil on the surface exploded like a fountain. Carrying everyone, Gamora returned to the sun-drenched primeval jungle. We're finally out. Joseph patted the dirt off his clothes and greedily breathed in the fresh air. The process was a bit thrilling, but this mount is certainly steadier than a jeep. However, before everyone could recover from the joy of surviving the ordeal. Rumble! The ground shook violently again, and this time, the source of the vibration was less than 50 meters from their feet. Another situation? Saber instantly entered a combat stance, her invisible sword already pointed at the source of the tremors. The ground ahead suddenly bulged. Amidst the churning soil, a sharp, drill-like head broke through, followed by a long body covered in layers of armor. The subterranean monster, Telestin. This ferocious monster, which lived underground year-round, had clearly been disturbed by the commotion of Gamora's emergence and thought an intruder had entered its territory. Roar! Telestin opened its maw full of fangs and let out a provocative roar at Gamora. A cruel light flickered in its eyes. It had clearly designated this group of uninvited guests as today's dinner. Running into trouble the moment we step out. Standing atop Gamora's head, Loie looked down at the suicidal Telestin with a flash of disdain in his eyes. In the past, faced with a monster dozens of meters tall, he might have chosen to turn and run. He was a Rheonyx. Gamora. Loie gently tapped the giant beast beneath his feet. Go, give this neighbor a little shock. Roar! Gamora responded, her voice filled with the annoyance of being woken up and the excitement of wanting to show off in front of her master. The battle was triggered at once. Telestin launched the first attack. It opened its mouth, and a stream of crimson high-heat flames erupted, heading straight for Gamora's face. However, faced with an attack of this level, Gamora didn't even bother to dodge. She merely tilted her head slightly and tanked the hit with her thick shoulder. The flames exploded against her hard skin, leaving nothing but a slight scorch mark. It didn't even break her defense. The next second, Gamora moved. As still as a mountain, as swift as thunder. Her massive frame exploded with startling speed, closing the distance to Telestin in a single stride. First punch. Gamora's claws, carrying the weight of 10,000 tons, slammed heavily into Telestin's head. Accompanied by the toothacheing sound of bone cracking, half of Teleston's head was smashed aside, its whale forced back into its throat before it could even escape. Second punch. This blow landed directly on Teleston's chest. The immense impact instantly pierced through its body. Teleston's proud physique shattered like paper, and its entire body was lifted off the ground by the force of the punch. Third punch. This was the finishing blow. Gamora didn't use her claws. Instead, she spun around and swept her ultra-powerful tail out with a whistling wind. Teleston's body was struck mid-air by the tail, and terrifying energy instantly exploded within it. There was no suspense. The poor subterranean monster was like a balloon filled with water, exploding directly into a brilliant firework in mid-air. An instant kill. A complete and utter instant kill. Done. Loie snapped his fingers. The battle ended so quickly that Yotsuya Miko, who was standing nearby, hadn't even managed to scream before the terrifying monster turned into ash. Light flashed. The gigantic Gamora transformed back into the petite Gamora girl. She trotted back to Loie's side, lifting her small face as if seeking praise, her tail wagging like a propeller behind her. "Master. Wasn't I amazing? That guy was too weak, he couldn't even withstand 3 of my moves." "Nicely done." Loie smiled and patted her head. This time, Gamora girl didn't dodge, instead, she comfortably narrowed her eyes. The group paused for a short rest in a clearing in the jungle. Although the immediate threat was resolved, the core problem remained: how to leave this island full of monsters? This place was clearly not reachable by ordinary shipping routes, and since it was called the Monster Island, there surely weren't just 1 or 2 monsters here. Just as everyone sat in a circle discussing countermeasures, a sudden change occurred. This time, it wasn't an earthquake. It was an incomparably heavy sound of footsteps, as if a giant was striking the earth, coming from the other end of the jungle. Every time a foot landed, the surrounding trees trembled. Then, a huge head shaped like an ear of corn broke through the towering treetops and appeared in everyone's view. The skeleton monster, Red King. Also known as the notoriously irritable veteran of the monster world, the representative of the power-type fighters. Another one? Second Joestar was on the verge of collapse. Are the monsters on this island lining up to collect their lunchboxes? But the next moment, Loie's pupils suddenly constricted. Because he saw a figure sitting on the shoulder of that ferocious Red King. It was a young woman with short, grayish-brown hair. She was wearing a dark dress that was somewhat worn but still recognizable in style, barefoot, with vacant and bewildered eyes, as if she had been wandering in this deserted place for a long time. When the Red King walked up to the group and stopped, the young woman gracefully slid down to the ground along the Red King's arm. Looking at that familiar yet distinctly mature face, Loie felt his scalp tingle. This face, he knew it too well. Wasn't this the heavy girl who claimed she wanted to be in a band for her entire life? But how was this possible? According to the timeline, she should still be a student suffering from self-isolation after her band, Kesaku Band, broke up. Yet, the young woman before him, whether in height, physique, or the temperament seasoned by years, was clearly an adult woman in her 20s. The originally somewhat naive Takamatsu Akari now looked more like someone who had graduated from college or even worked for a few years. Loie took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and deliberately stepped forward, tentatively asking, "Are you Takamatsu Akari?" The moment she heard that name, the young woman, whose eyes had been vacant, suddenly trembled. She slowly raised her head, and the light returned to her eyes, which had been out of focus for a long time. She froze. Staring intently at Loie, her lips trembled, seemingly unable to believe her ears. On this island with only monsters and no humans, only endless solitude, someone actually called out her name? Know me? Takamatsu Akari's voice was hoarse and dry, proof that she hadn't spoken for a long time. How could? She grabbed the hem of her skirt incoherently, her eyes instantly reddening. I've already lived here for 6 years, how could anyone still remember me? 6 years? At this moment, all the clues connected in Loie's mind. The giant island, the prehistoric ecosystem, the sense of chaos. He looked at Takamatsu Akari, whose face was full of disbelief, as if her worldview was collapsing, and said with a grave tone, "I probably have a guess. Miss Takamatsu. It seems the flow of time on this island is completely different from the outside world." Loie pointed to the sky, then pointed to the ground. "Here, you have spent a long and lonely 6 years. But in the outside world." Loie paused and stated cruelly but truthfully, "From the day you disappeared, perhaps less than 7 days have passed." Boom! These words were like a thunderbolt striking Takamatsu Akari directly on the head. She stared blankly at Loie, her brain completely crashing in an instant. Her already shaky sanity snapped completely. 6 years, 7 days. What kind of hellish joke was this? At this moment, the air seemed to become incredibly viscous, heavy to the point of being suffocating. For Takamatsu Akari, the truth Loie spoke was more deafening than any monster's roar. The light that had briefly shone in her eyes due to the reunion faded once more, and like a broken doll, she stared blankly at the moss growing on the ground beneath her feet for who knows how many years on this island. 6 years, versus 7 days. This cruel temporal displacement was enough to destroy the sanity of any normal person. I clearly spent so many nights and days here. Takamatsu Akari hugged her knees, her body trembling slightly, her voice fragmented like fallen leaves in the wind. I thought everyone was looking for me, or had forgotten me. It turns out, only a few days have passed outside? A huge sense of absurdity enveloped her. Her 6 years of loneliness, struggle, and survival on the brink of death seemed to have become a one-woman show she alone performed. Loie didn't speak, he just quietly walked forward, not uttering any useless platitudes like "be strong." He reached out and gently placed his hand on the young woman's grayish-brown hair, which looked somewhat withered from lack of care due to the long period. The warmth of his palm transmitted through her hair. "Precisely because it's only been 7 days, everyone hasn't given up looking for you." Loie's voice was steady and powerful, like a divine pillar stabilizing Takamatsu Akari's crumbling spiritual world. "Your friends, your family, they are still waiting for you in the same place. To them, you've just been slightly lost for a little while." "Slightly lost for a little while?" Takamatsu Akari murmured, and a sliver of light finally reappeared in her vacant eyes. She raised her head, looked at Loie's face, which hadn't changed with the years, took a deep breath, as if trying to push back the loneliness of 6 years. "Thank you, Loie." The young woman stood up and dusted off her skirt. Although her eyes were still slightly red, the resilient temperament belonging to an adult made her look much more dazzling than the little girl who always kept her head down 6 years ago. P.S. Math problem, calculate Takamatsu Akari's current level of suppression. She was lonely for 6 years, spent 6 years with monsters, and now has a peer, referring to the protagonist. The protagonist's charm value is maxed out. What will Akira do to the protagonist? Chapter 63, Communication with Takamatsu Akari. After her emotions stabilized slightly, Takamatsu Akari led everyone to her stronghold deep in the jungle. It was a treehouse camp built around a giant ancient tree, surrounded by various defensive traps made from monster skeletons and vines. It was hard to imagine how the girl who once needed music to convey her actual voice managed to establish such a sanctuary on this hellish island. Regarding the method of leaving. Sitting by the campfire at the camp, Takamatsu Akari calmly said while adding dry firewood to the blaze, "Over the past 6 years, I have had Lele, that is, Red King, take me to explore most areas of the island. This island is alive." Takamatsu Akari pointed to the ground beneath her feet. It has a core, located right in the very center of the island. There is a towering altar there, and an extremely powerful guardian resides upon it. Only by defeating it, or gaining its recognition, will the spatial storms surrounding the island subside, and only then can we leave. Other than that, whether flying up or diving into the sea, we will be blocked back by that invisible barrier. After hearing Takamatsu Akari's intelligence, everyone fell into brief contemplation. Beating the boss to clear the dungeon? A very classic RPG setting. Loie stroked his chin, not showing much worry, since the objective is clear, that makes things easier. Glancing at the sky, which had completely darkened, Loie made the final decision. Everyone is tired today, having experienced a plane crash and fought 2 battles. Let's rest for one night first. On this island, maintaining physical strength is more important than anything. The proposal was unanimously passed by everyone. Thus, an unconventional deserted island camping party commenced at Takamatsu Akari's camp. Since it was a party, delicious food was naturally indispensable. And on the island of monsters, the top-tier ingredients often disguised themselves as monsters. Tonight's dinner is charcoal-grilled twin-tail monster. Loie directed Gaomora girl to drag back a monster from the other side of the jungle. It looked like a giant caterpillar but had two whip-like tails. If you ignored its appearance, it was just a monster. But as a veteran otaku deeply familiar with the Ultraman series settings, Loie knew very well this thing was the Michelin 3-star of the monster world. It was rumored to be the favorite snack of a certain monster named Gooden, delicious, with bouncy meat and a texture superior to the finest lobster. Can this thing really be eaten? Yotsuya Miko looked at the still twitching twin tail, her face turning pale green. Trust me, you will open the door to a new world. Loie skillfully prepared the ingredients, magic surging from his fingertips, instantly slicing the twin-tail monster into large steaks suitable for grilling. Half an hour later, the sizzling aroma of roasting meat permeated the entire camp. Delicious. Yotsuya Miko, who had looked disgusted just moments ago, was now holding a piece of roast meat, eating until her mouth was greasy, stars shining in her eyes. What kind of heavenly flavor is this? It's even better than Kobe beef. Meanwhile, Artoria, the strongest glutton king, had already entered a state of selflessness. Another bowl. The plate in front of Saber was already piled into a small mountain. The ahog on her head shook rapidly with every chew, like a precise gourmet radar. Although this monster looks awful, its meat quality is simply the peak of the universe. Especially this texture with a seafood flavor. One more piece. Watching Saber's blissfully bubbling appearance, Loie couldn't help but laugh. Being able to eat is a blessing. After eating and drinking their fill, the night deepened. The clamor of the jungle gradually subsided, replaced by the symphony of unknown insect chirps. Loie wasn't in a hurry to rest. He noticed that Takamatsu Akari was not sleeping in the camp but had climbed alone onto the branches of the giant ancient tree. His figure flashed, and he lightly leaped onto the trunk, arriving beside Takamatsu Akari. The girl was sitting on a thick branch, her legs dangling in the air, gently swaying. Her eyes were staring blankly at the dazzlingly unreal starry sky above. 6 years had polished the girl who once always huddled in a corner into something like a tranquil piece of obsidian. Akira, what are you thinking about? Loie sat down not far from her, his voice very soft, afraid of disturbing the tranquility. Hearing Loie's voice, Takamatsu Akari did not turn back, merely tilting her neck slightly, her gaze still fixed on the twinkling stars. After a long while, she slowly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of long-lost ease. I'm just happy. Happy? Yes. Takamatsu Akari nodded lightly. After all, it's been a full 6 years since I talked to a human like this. For these 6 years, the only ones by my side were Lele and the little penguin. Although they are obedient and protect me, they sometimes cannot understand me. Sometimes I wonder if I've forgotten how to speak. No longer human? Saying this, she turned her head to look at Loie, forcing a smile that wasn't exactly pretty but was extremely real. So, hearing a human voice again, being called by my name again, it's truly wonderful. Looking at the girl before him who had clearly endured unimaginable suffering, yet was still satisfied by such small things, Loie's heart felt as if it had been gently struck by something. He shifted toward Akira, closing the distance between them. Then, Akira. Loie looked into her eyes and asked the most crucial question, since you can return to human society now, do you still want to play in a band? Band? Those two words were like some kind of switch. Takamatsu Akari's calm expression instantly froze. She lowered her head, her fingers tightly gripping the bark beneath her, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. A long silence. In this jungle forgotten by the world, her former dreams seemed so distant and illusory. Akira's voice became shaky, filled with deep unease and self-doubt. Can I still play in a band now? I haven't sung for 6 years. I've also missed my high school and university years. Can someone like me really still stand on a stage? Of course. Loi's answer held no hesitation whatsoever. He looked at Akira, his eyes full of certainty. Time is not an obstacle. Even if 6 years pass, even if 100 years pass, as long as you are still willing to sing, as long as you have a voice in your heart that you want to convey, then you can certainly play in a band. Moreover, you will be more dazzling than before. Because the you now possesses a scream that is heavier than anyone else's. One extra chapter. Chapter 64, The Suppressed Takamatsu Akari. Hearing these words, Takamatsu Akari stared blankly at Loi. After a moment, she took a deep breath, as if she had made a decision, and pulled something out of her small bag. It was a device identical to the one in Loi's hand, a battle Nizer. Except hers looked a bit old, covered in scratches, metals left behind by the passage of time. It's really nice. Takamatsu Akari stroked the battle instrument in her hand, her gaze turning gentle. On my first day on this island, I thought I was going to die. It was Lei, Red King, who saved me, and later I met the injured little penguin, Bemster. For these past 6 years, if I hadn't relied on them, I might have broken down long ago. To think that I can take them back to Tokyo, back to that familiar world. Takamatsu Akari looked up, the gloom in her eyes dissipating bit by bit, replaced by a light called hope. Looking at the Takamatsu Akari before him, whose temperament had become mature and steady, yet whose heart remained as pure as ever, Loi smiled. He reached out, leaning forward slightly, and asked the question that had permeated Takamatsu Akari's entire youth. So, Akira, do you still want to become human? This sentence, which once seemed a bit strange or even Shinibu, now felt so appropriate and resonant on this isolated island filled with non-human monsters. Takamatsu Akari froze for a moment. Seemingly not expecting Loi to ask this, her thoughts instantly returned to that rainy day, that moment when she shouted her heart out even while covered in wounds. At this moment, 6 years of loneliness overlapped with her past obsession. She looked into Loi's sincere eyes, and a brilliant, relieved smile unlike any before blossomed on her face. Of course. She spoke with absolute certainty. Of course. I want to become human. Even if I've spent 6 years living with monsters, even if I've become different from everyone else. I still want to be human, I want to be with everyone. Loi smiled too. It was a warm smile belonging to a companion. He extended his right hand toward Takamatsu Akari, palm up, issuing a silent invitation. Then, let's do it together. Leave this island and return to that noisy world together. Become human together, and then play in a band together for a lifetime. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the space between them. Takamatsu Akari looked at the hand reached out to her. It was salvation, and it was a promise. Without any hesitation, she reached out her slightly rough but powerful hand and firmly grasped Loi's palm. Their two hands clasped in mid-air. The warmth of their palms merged, dispelling the last of the night's chill on this isolated island. MHM. Tonight, the stars shone brilliantly. Under a tree not far away, the ferocious-looking Red King was leaning against the trunk snoring. Beside it, Bemster was observing the surroundings, protecting everyone's safety. Everything was heading in the best possible direction. The night was as dark as ink, dotted with stars. This island of monsters, forgotten by the world, revealed a primitive and quiet beauty after shedding the heat and bustle of the day. The campfire in the camp had burned out, leaving only a few dark red sparks flickering in the ashes. After greeting everyone, Loi crawled into the simple tent made of giant banana leaves and tarps to rest. After all, for Loi, who, despite having superpowers, was still essentially a modern person, everything that happened today, the plane crash, taming Gamora, encountering the time dilation, comforting the heavy girl, had pushed both his physical and mental state to the red line. However, not everyone could fall asleep peacefully. On the branch of that giant ancient tree, Takamatsu Akari remained in her previous position like a silent statue, looking up at the brilliant river of stars overhead. Stars? She murmured softly, her voice barely audible. During these long 6 years, the starry sky was the only thing she could talk to. But tonight, the starry sky seemed different. Because it was no longer cold, it had gained a hint of warmth. Goo! Just then, a slight cry broke the silence. A round, strange creature with a large pentagonal mouth on its stomach clumsily climbed up the tree trunk to Takamatsu Akari's side. The great space monster, Bemster. Also known as Little Penguin in Akira's words. Though it looked cute and clumsy like a mascot, as a ferocious monster capable of devouring space stations, its perception far exceeded that of humans. It felt its master's emotional fluctuations. That suppression, longing, unease, and that spark of fiery emotion that had just ignited but was afraid of being extinguished. Bemster extended its short wings and gently rubbed Takamatsu Akari's arm, its beady eyes flashing with a look that could be described as frustration at her lack of initiative. In a monster's simple worldview, if you like it, you possess it, if you want it, you take it. Since the master had such strong feelings for that male human holding the same battle instrument, why was she still sitting here looking at stars? Just go for it. Isn't that male very strong? He's a perfect match for the master. Little Penguin. Takamatsu Akari sensed her partner's intent, her cheeks flushing slightly as she lowered her head in a panic, her fingers unconsciously stroking the battle instrument. Is this really okay? He and I have only just met. However, Bemster gave her no chance to retreat. It gently nudged Takamatsu Akari's back with the horn on its head, letting out urgent goo-goo sounds. As if saying, stop hesitating. The things in your hands are the same. Your auras are the same. You are the same kind. Same kind. These words were like a key, instantly unlocking the long-sealed door in the depths of Takamatsu Akari's heart. It was true. On this isolated island full of monsters, only Loie and she were the same. They both held battle instruments, could both control monsters, and both carried power that ordinary people couldn't understand. For these 6 years, she had always felt like an outlier, a monster abandoned by the world. But now, another monster had appeared. He understood her, he remembered her, he even reached out to her and said he wanted to play in a band with her for a lifetime. A lifetime. Takamatsu Akari's gaze gradually shifted from confusion to determination, and deep within those originally gray pupils, an obsession known as a heavy girl began to grow wildly. Since they were the same kind, and since they were to be together for a lifetime. Then, what difference did it make whether they confirmed their relationship a bit sooner or a bit later? P.S. Actually, in Jujutsu Kaisen, my favorite is Gojo, though I do think Sukuna is stronger. However, I will make Gojo-sensei stronger, at least enough to let him elbow Sukuna to victory. This time, he really will win. Chapter 65, Becoming a God with Takamatsu Akari. The loneliness suppressed for 6 years turned into a bursting flood at this moment, completely crushing the dam known as reason. Thank you, Little Penguin. Takamatsu Akari took a deep breath and stood up. She patted Bemster's head, then turned around, walking toward the tent in the center of the camp with stiff yet exceptionally firm steps. Every step made her heart beat faster. But she didn't stop. Because she knew if she missed tonight, she might turn back into that coward who only knew how to hide in a corner and cry. Swish! The tent curtain was lifted. Loie, who was dozing, snapped his eyes open. His alertness as a swordsman made him instinctively grasp the battle instrument beside him. But when he saw clearly who it was, his tensed muscles instantly relaxed. By the faint moonlight, he saw Takamatsu Akari standing at the tent entrance. The damselette was still wearing those old, worn gray clothes. Her short gray hair was a bit messy, but her eyes were frighteningly bright, burning with a flame that made Loie feel an inexplicable palpitation. Akari? Loie propped himself up, looking at her with some confusion, his voice raspy from just waking up. What's wrong? Is there a monster attack? Before he could finish, a gust of fragrant wind hit him. Takamatsu Akari didn't give him a chance to finish. Like a small beast pouncing on its prey, she lunged directly into Loie's arms. MPH? Loie felt a weight on his chest, followed by the sensation of two soft, cold, yet trembling lips firmly sealing his own. Brain, instant overload. Loie's eyes widened as he looked at the damselette's face inches away. Takamatsu Akari's eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembling violently. Her hands gripped Loi's shoulders so hard that her nails almost dug into his flesh. The strength was startling, as if Loi would vanish the moment she let go. No technique involved. Only the most primitive, clumsy, yet most burning demand. It was the damselette named Takamatsu Akari, compressing all the grievances, loneliness, and longing of the past 6 years into this single moment of explosion. Akari. Loi tried to say something, wanting to take the initiative or at least figure out the current situation. But Takamatsu Akari didn't give him a chance. She seemed determined to lock their relationship down tonight. Since we're going to be companions for life, since we're going to become human together, then let's merge completely starting from this moment. Under the damselette's reckless offensive, Loi's line of defense called reason didn't hold out for long. After all, he was a normal man. So, on this island night surrounded by monsters, the air inside the tent heated up rapidly. Accompanied by the rustle of fabric, Loi's first blood was forcefully taken on this unexpected night by this seemingly frail but actually fire-like heavy girl. Friendly reminder, although the men and women live separately, a certain someone lives on the girl's side. The next morning, early dawn. When the first ray of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves and dappled the tent, Loi slowly opened his eyes. His body felt a subtle soreness, especially in his waist. He was stunned for a few seconds as his brain began to reboot, and the fragments of last night's wild and enchanting memories flooded into his mind like a tide. Hiss. Loi took a sharp breath and turned his head. What met his eyes was a sleeping face close at hand. Takamatsu Akari was wrapped around him like an octopus, her limbs entangled with his. Her head was buried deep in the crook of his neck, and a satisfied, happy smile hung on the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Loi finally realized one thing. Been reverse pushed? Is this the caliber of a heavy girl? Once they decide on someone, it's till death do us part? Seemingly sensing Loi's movement, Takamatsu Akari's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes, which were always filled with melancholy and confusion, were now as clear as a spring. Seeing Loi watching her, she didn't scream in embarrassment or hide under the covers like a typical anime heroine. On the contrary. She gave a broad, radiant smile, hugged Loi even tighter, rubbed her cheek against his chest, and said in a soft, clinging voice, "Good morning. Wei. It's so good to see you as soon as I wake up. We are of the same kind." Seeing her look as if she had found the entire world, the last bit of hesitation in Loi's heart vanished. He reached out and gently stroked the damselette's smooth short hair, giving a helpless smile. "Yeah, good morning, Akari." Since he'd already been taken, there was no point in being pretentious. 10 odd minutes later. When the neatly dressed Loi and Takamatsu Akari walked out of the tent one after the other, the atmosphere in the camp became a bit subtle. Yatsuya Miko, who was boiling water by the fire, turned beet red the moment she saw them, like a ripe tomato. She hurriedly lowered her head, pretending to focus on the hot water in the pot, but her wandering eyes had already betrayed her. As an adolescent damselette who, although unable to see those things, had normal hearing, the commotion last night. Well, even with the tent in between, even with the forest insects as cover. But some sounds just can't be covered up. Especially that irrepressible, tearful kind of. Stop thinking about it, stop thinking about it. Miko screamed inwardly, feeling like her head was about to smoke. Loi coughed calmly, pretending not to notice Miko's abnormality. While Takamatsu Akari didn't care about others' gazes at all. She was radiating a pink "I'm so happy" aura, following half a step behind Loi. Although no one said it explicitly, they reached a tacit understanding through eye contact. This matter, those who know, there's no need for a public execution. After simple washing and breakfast. Loi clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. Alright, since we've decided to leave this place, we need to be fully prepared. Loi looked at Takamatsu Akari beside him, then at Gamora and Red King standing guard in the distance. Since the boss guarding the center of the island has been able to suppress this place for so many years, its strength is definitely not to be underestimated. We might not be a match for it alone, so we need to cooperate. Akari, summon your monsters, let's try to coordinate. Takamatsu Akari nodded vigorously and took out that old battle instrument. Come out, Lele. Little penguin. With two flashes of light, the skull monster Red King and the space monster Bemster appeared simultaneously. And on Loi's side, he also summoned Gamora. Let's begin, try attacking that boulder over there. Feeling dissatisfied, I'm adding another chapter, and by the way, scolding some people. Chapter 66, The Melancholy of Uneami Anna. The training begins. At first, Loi was worried that the two would need to spend a lot of time building rapport. After all, controlling monsters in battle requires an extremely high level of mental concentration, and a two-person coordination is even more difficult. As it turned out, he had worried too much. The moment the battle started, a strange sensation rose in both their hearts. There was no need for verbal communication, or even eye contact. When Loi thought of a feint, Takamatsu Akari's Bemster already took to the sky to draw fire. When Loi thought of a heavy strike, Takamatsu Akari's Red King coordinated with Gamora to block the target's retreat. Their thoughts seemed connected by some invisible bond. Every command issued flowed as smoothly as water, and the coordination between the monsters was as seamless as if they had practiced it countless times. With a massive explosion, the boulder serving as a target was instantly reduced to dust under the combined attack of the three monsters. Loi looked at the scene before him, glancing at the battle instrument in his hand with some surprise, then at Takamatsu Akari beside him. Is this the so-called effect after mana replenishment? A bond connection? The union of body and soul? That's great. Watching the perfect coordination, Takamatsu Akari laughed happily. She turned her head to look at Loi, the light in her eyes more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Did you feel it? Our voices, they overlapped. At this moment, she was no longer that lonely soul lost in the darkness. She had found her own star, the other half she could resonate with. Looking at her heartfelt smile, a warm current couldn't help but surge in Loi's heart. Yeah, perfect coordination. He put away the battle instrument and looked into the depths of the jungle. Since coordination was no longer an issue, the next step was to improve their raw strength. However, just to be safe, relying solely on our current lineup might not be secure enough. Loi looked at Takamatsu Akari and made a suggestion. Akari, since we can cooperate so perfectly, we should strike while the iron is hot. Let's go capture another powerful monster to increase our margin for error. Without any hesitation, Takamatsu Akari nodded obediently, her gaze toward Loi filled with blind trust. Machem, as long as it's Loi's decision, I'll listen to you. Tokyo, Shuchian Academy. The afternoon sunlight lazily spilled onto the windowsill of the psychological counseling room. In this place that should have belonged to a certain tax thief, there was now an indescribable atmosphere of resentment. The damselette named Uneami Anna was sprawled ungracefully across the desk that belonged to Loi. Her cheek was pressed against the cold desktop, squished slightly out of shape, making her look like an abandoned hamster on the side of the road. Those eyes, which were always searching for food, had unusually lost their focus, staring blankly at a single speck of dust in the air. Ugh! A long sigh, like the mournful cry of a loser, squeezed out from the depths of her throat. That bastard, just when is he coming back? Uneami Anna rolled over and stared at the ceiling, her hand unconsciously twirling the fountain pen Loi usually liked to use. Loi wasn't here. That bad guy who always looked at her with a look of disdain and said, "Did you get fat again?" but would still hand her snacks, wasn't here. Even Artoria, who always fought her for lunch like a bottomless pit, was gone. The office was so quiet it was unsettling. He's clearly just a bastard with a terrible personality. Uneami Anna grumbled, Loi's handsome, habitually nonchalant face involuntarily surfacing in her mind. Aside from being a bit handsome, having superpowers, being somewhat rich, and occasionally being reliable, he has no redeeming qualities at all. Why would I fall for a guy like that? The girl irritably scratched her short blue hair, turning her originally smooth hairstyle into a bird's nest. She had to admit a tragic fact. During the time Loi had been missing, she missed him. And it wasn't the kind of missing between friends. It was the kind where her chest felt tight and even her favorite limited edition ramen tasted bland. Uneami Anna, you're so pathetic." She fiercely despised herself in her heart. As a beautiful girl with a bright future, how could she fall for such an unreliable man? It was like choosing a bowl of instant noodles that smelled good but might be poisonous over a full imperial feast. Memories were the kind of thing that the more you tried to suppress them, the harder they bounced back. The moments when Loie protected her, their daily bickering, and even the feeling of being flustered but not hating it when he teased her, spun through her mind like a revolving lantern. Especially after experiencing the recent childhood friend chasing wife incident. Watching the childhood friend she thought was a sure win fail miserably and become a background character, Yanaomi Anna felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Would this loser attribute follow her forever? Absolutely not. Yanaomi Anna suddenly sat up from her chair, clenched her fists, and her eyes burned with the fire of determination. I won't be a loser. I won't be a side character who can only watch others be happy from the sidelines. Although the opponents were strong. Although Artoria and Loie had a deep bond as servant and master, it wasn't like she had no chance of victory. And then there was Yotsuya Miko, who always looked gloomy but was actually a super heavy girl. The competitors were terrifyingly formidable. But Yanaomi Anna took a deep breath, a sly smile curving her lips. As long as I strike first, the advantage is mine. That's right. No more waiting. The moment Loie returns, the moment he steps into this office. I'm going to confess. I'll use the Yanaomi family's ancestral, non-existent, ultimate technique. Even if I have to pester him relentlessly, I'll make him see me as more than just a troublesome woman. Loie, just you wait. Yanaomi Anna let out a villainous laugh in her heart, as if she could already see herself standing next to Loie in a wedding dress. As for whether she could win, who cares? Even if I'm a loser, I'll be the first one to charge. Meanwhile, on Monster Island. Unaware that he had been designated as a confession target by a certain hamster in Tokyo, Loie was currently facing a more practical problem. And that was expanding the team. P.S. Still 5 chapters today. Adding more to ask for forgiveness for the author's rambling and pettiness. By the way, summarizing what everyone said in the author's note. Chapter 67, Brutton summons Zeton. After experiencing that historical exchange of soul and flesh last night, the relationship between Loie and Takamatsu Akari has been sublimated. If the two were just companions who had recently met before, then now, that thing called chemistry is practically overflowing. Even if Loie just raises his hand, Takamatsu Akari can guess whether he wants to drink water or take the battle instrument. Wei, what kind of monster do you want? Standing on an open wasteland, Takamatsu Akari tilted her head slightly, her eyes watching the man beside her tenderly. Since last night, her form of address for Loie had changed from the distant Mr. Loie to the intimate Wei. For this girl who has completely awakened her heavy girl attributes, as long as it's something Loie wants, even if it were the stars in the sky, she would find a way to bring them down. Hearing this, Loie stopped in his tracks and rubbed his chin. His gaze swept over the surrounding monsters, though fierce, they felt a bit lacking. His favorite monster surfaced in his mind. It was the nightmare in the hearts of all Ultraman fans, and a synonym for the strongest monster. What I want. Loie turned his head, looking at Takamatsu Akari with a serious expression, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. I want the cosmic dinosaur that once defeated Ultraman and is known as the strongest in the universe, Zeton. Zeton. Even in the Ultraman universe teeming with monsters, this name represents power. Teleportation, lightwave barrier, 1 trillion degree fireball, it is the perfect biological weapon. Hearing this name, Takamatsu Akari tilted her head, seemingly searching through her memories of the past 6 years on this island. A moment later, she nodded. There was no look of difficulty on her face, instead, it was a matter-of-course expression that said, since Wei wants it, I'll give it to you. I understand. As she spoke, Takamatsu Akari raised the battle instrument in her hand. Actually, I have one child that I've never dared to release. Because that child's ability is too special, and plus my mind sometimes thinks of strange things. If I let it stay outside, the entire island might become a complete mess. Loie raised an eyebrow. A special monster? The battle instrument in Takamatsu Akari's hand flashed with light. "Come forth, Brutton!" Buzz. Accompanied by a strange sound that made the eardrums sting, an extremely abstract-looking object appeared before everyone. It was a strange sphere composed of red and blue colors, shaped somewhat like a heart, covered in tube-like holes that were constantly writhing and rolling. The four-dimensional monster, Brutton. A terrifying existence with the ability to manipulate dimensions and distort reality. Loie instantly understood why Takamatsu Akari didn't dare to release it. Brutton's ability is to manifest the user's imagination, allowing people to go where they want to go. And Takamatsu Akari, as everyone knows, her brain works differently from normal people. If Takamatsu Akari's brain, full of gravity and strange poetry, were manifested through Brutton, there's no telling what kind of ridiculous world-ending things might appear on this island. "Brutton, please, summon the strongest Zeton." Takamatsu Akari didn't hesitate and directly gave the command. Gurgle gurgle. Strange light rays instantly shot out from the holes on Brutton's body, and the surrounding space began to distort violently. The sky seemed to be torn open. The next second, a pitch-black figure, accompanied by a suffocating sense of pressure, slowly descended from that spatial rift. Black and white carapace, orange glowing organs, and that iconic, electronic-sounding cry. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. The cosmic dinosaur, Zeton, has descended. Come back, Brutton. The moment Zeton landed, Takamatsu Akari was quick with her hands, instantly recalling Brutton into the battle instrument. Her movements were so practiced, clearly knowing the principle that if you're 1 second slow, the world's logic will collapse. Phew, that was close. Takamatsu Akari breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at Loie, her eyes sparkling. "Wei, it's here." Looking at the Zeton before him emitting a terrifying aura, Loie only felt the Ryonic's blood within him boiling. "Good job, Akari." Loie's lips curled up as he raised his battle instrument. "Since the guest is here, let's entertain it properly." Gamora. Red King. Two massive figures appeared on the wasteland simultaneously. The ancient monster Gamora and the skull monster Red King. The two monsters, known for their strength, one on the left and one on the right, let out deafening roars at the Zeton in the center. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. However, Zeton, being known as the Ultraman Killer, was by no means an empty title. Facing the pincer attack of the two monsters, it didn't even move a muscle. Roar! Red King was the first to attack, lifting a giant boulder and hurling it violently, then charging forward like a tank. Do-do-do. Zeton merely emitted that emotionless electronic sound, and its figure vanished instantly. Teleportation. The next moment, it appeared behind Red King. With a single wave of its hand, a seemingly casual strike sent the tens of thousands of tons of Red King flying. Gamora followed closely behind, super oscillatory waves gathering at the tip of its nose, attempting to engage in close-quarters combat. But Zeton's arms spread out, and a transparent light wave barrier instantly expanded. Gamora's sharp claws slammed into the barrier as if hitting an absolutely insurmountable wall of size. Not only did it cause no DMG, but it was also sent stumbling back by the counterforce. This was the gap in power. Even though Gamora and Red King were both powerful monsters, in front of a boss-level unit like Zeton, they still seemed somewhat inadequate. Watching the two monsters struggle, Loie did not panic. He turned to look at Takamatsu Akari beside him. At this moment, Takamatsu Akari was staring intently at the battlefield, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly feeling heartache and frustration for her Lele. "Lele, can't lose." Takamatsu Akari murmured to herself. She didn't want to lose. Especially in front of Loie, in front of the person she liked most. If she couldn't even defeat a wild monster, how could she be worthy of standing by Wei's side? How could she face future challenges together with him? "I want to become stronger." This strong will was instantly transmitted to Red King through the battle instrument in her hand. The battle instrument in Takamatsu Akari's hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light. Her eyes also turned a brilliant golden yellow at this moment, the mark of a Ryonic's awakening. Roar! On the battlefield, Red King let out a pained yet excited roar. Its body began to swell, and its originally grayish-white skin instantly became pitch black and coarse, as if draped in a layer of heavy rock armor. And in the gaps of this armor, scalding lava was flowing, and its giant fists became even more exaggerated. Evolution. EX Red King. PS Alien Bat, where's the strongest host body I chose for Hyper Zeton? Where did it go? Chapter 68, EX Monster, Zeton Muzum. Is this Akari's power? Loey felt the volcanic aura erupting from the girl beside him, as well as the invisible bond between them. The feeling of wanting to become stronger and wanting to protect each other poured into Loey's body through this bond without reservation. In that case, Loey took a deep breath and likewise raised the battle instrument in his hand. I can't fall behind either. Resonating with Takamatsu Akari's evolution, the power within Loey's body was also completely detonated. His eyes similarly bloomed with golden light, and the slots on the battle instrument flashed frantically. Gamora! Roar! Gamora responded to its master's call. Its skin began to harden, and sharp spikes emerged from all over its body, especially its tail and horns, which became even more hideous and terrifying. EX Gamora! The pressure emitted by the two monsters that had completed their ultimate evolution actually managed to suppress Zeton. The situation reversed in an instant. Do. Although it sensed its opponents getting stronger, Zeton, as a weapon, remained calm and collected, devoid of any emotion. But before it could use teleportation again, EX Red King's lava-burning fist had already slammed into its face. This punch, carrying the power to shatter the earth, directly smashed the barrier Zeton was so proud of into pieces. Immediately after, EX Gamora's drill-like long horns stabbed fiercely into Zeton's abdomen, outputting super oscillatory waves at full power. ZZZZT boom. In front of these two monsters that were acting like they had cheats enabled, the once invincible cosmic dinosaur was ravaged like a ragdoll, unable to fight back. Just 1 minute passed. With one final loud bang, Zeton collapsed heavily to the ground, its body twitching occasionally, and the light-emitting organ on its chest dimmed. The winner was decided. Loey looked at the fallen Zeton and, without any hesitation, directly extended the battle instrument in his hand. Shoom! Light flashed. This powerful cosmic dinosaur turned into a stream of light and was sucked into that small slot. In the second slot above, Zeton's pattern lit up. At this moment, Loey felt like he had returned to his childhood. He couldn't help but strike that classic pose, holding the battle instrument high, his face brimming with a bright smile as he shouted loudly. Zeton! I've caught it! Takamatsu Akari, watching Loey look as excited as a child, was stunned for a moment. Then, she also revealed a doting smile. Although she didn't quite understand the meaning of this action, as long as it was something Wei did, it must be the best. So, this day's lead singer also imitated Loey, raising her fair and slender arm high toward the sky and shouting loudly. Caught it! Under the sunlight, the two figures overlapped, looking exceptionally harmonious, and exceptionally Shinibu. Although the battle that was enough to change the ecological environment of Monster Island had ended, everyone's hearts could not calm down for a long time. For no other reason than the G-girl standing next to Loey. Just a few minutes ago, Loey didn't leave the newly captured cosmic dinosaur Zeton to gather dust in that narrow slot. Instead, he released her. As a burst of strange particle light effects dissipated, the original terrifying monster with an overwhelming presence and full-body carapace disappeared. In its place was a cute-looking girl. She had smooth long hair, and the iconic orange-yellow blowing hair accessory in front set off her perfect figure. Those rippleless golden eyes quietly gazed forward, her face devoid of any expression. It was as if the Kuderi attribute was carved into her DNA. Master! Zeton Muzum bowed slightly, her voice cold but unexpectedly pleasant. Please give Zeton your orders. Whether it is destroying a planet or eliminating Ultraman, Zeton can do it. Seeing a mofied monster for the first time, Takamatsu Akari's reaction was much calmer than the others, or rather, her focus was not on science at all. She curiously leaned in close to Zeton Muzum, her gray eyes sparkling with a light called novelty. She reached out a finger and cautiously poked Zetten Nuzum's arm, which looked like carapace material but actually felt soft to the touch. Soft? Takamatsu Akari murmured to herself, then turned to look at Loi, and then at Gamora girl behind her, who had already reverted to her petite girl form. Is amazing. Takamatsu Akari praised sincerely, her tone even carrying a hint of imperceptible envy. Not only can you turn Gamora into a cute girl, but even such a fierce Zetten can. Saying this, she lowered her head and glanced at the battle instrument in her hand, seemingly thinking about what Red King and Little Penguin would look like if they turned into humans. If it were Lei, she would probably be a muscular, airhead big sister? Little Penguin would be a gluttonous loli who can never get full? Thinking of this, Takamatsu Akari suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If everyone's monsters could turn into cute girls, wouldn't her value as the only one of her kind decrease? This kind of strange train of thought was something probably only Takamatsu Akari would have. Seemingly sensing the girl's little thoughts, Loi smiled and reached out, gently rubbing that short gray hair, the movement as practiced as if he had done it thousands of times. Don't worry. Loi's voice was gentle, a hint of playfulness yet incomparable sincerity in his eyes. No matter what the monsters turn into, I like Akari the most. Eh? Takamatsu Akari froze for a moment. Then, a visible redness instantly spread from her neck to the tips of her ears. Her whole body was like a steam engine, with white smoke almost rising from the top of her head. She lowered her head in a panic, clutching the battle instrument tightly with both hands, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Me too. Although her voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz, her tone was as firm as an oath. Cough, cough, cough. Yatsuya Miko nearby coughed violently, clutching her chest with a pained expression. Miko, what's wrong? Did you inhale dust just now? Artoria asked with concern, still holding half a piece of unfinished grilled meat in her hand. It's nothing. Miko waved her hand, looking at the sky with a face full of despair. I just suddenly feel a bit stuffed. Stuffed with dog food. To prepare for the upcoming final battle, everyone rested in place for a day. During this day, Loi was not idle. He took the time to have Zetten Nuzum coordinate with the team. Although Zetten Nuzum had a cold personality and ignored everyone except Loi's orders, she was a solid pillar in terms of combat power. Even in her normal state, she could easily suppress the current Gamora and Red King. Chapter 69, Final Battle, Dark Armor. Early next morning. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the mist that shrouded the island year-round, this strange expedition team finally stood at the very center of the island. This place was a vast expanse of ancient ruins. Among the broken walls and debris, traces of a once glorious civilization were faintly visible. At the end of these ruins, a giant stone gate, a full 100 meters high, stood silently, covered in obscure runes and emitting a suffocating ancient aura. Is this the exit? Jotaro pulled down the brim of his hat, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Star Platinum flickered behind him, clearly already in a combat-ready state. To be precise, it's the only path to the exit. Loi stepped forward and took a deep breath. He looked at Takamatsu Akari beside him. The two exchanged a glance, needing no words. It was the tacit understanding shared between Rionix. Akari. MHM. Both raised their battle instruments simultaneously. Two beams of golden light shot out like lasers, accurately hitting the grooves in the center of the stone gate. Rumble. Accompanied by a deafening roar that shook the earth and mountains, the stone gate, which had been sealed for countless ages, slowly opened to both sides. A cold, decaying dark aura, mixed with terrifying energy, surged out from within the gate like a tide. Such a strong sense of oppression. Kakio and Noriaki's expression changed slightly, and Hierophant Green's tentacles instinctively laid down a barrier around them. Facing the pressure, the group walked into the gate step by step. Inside the gate was a massive altar square. In the very center of the square, there were no living monsters, only a set of pitch-black armor. It was a set of full-body armor that seemed condensed from pure darkness, with a ferocious and overbearing design. Its right hand held a massive dark trident, while its left hand held a cold gleaming dark Rizard longsword. Even just standing there silently, it gave off a sense of dread as if one were facing an abyss. Dark Armor. The legacy of the great Dark Emperor who once ruled the universe, Alien Emperor. He. Have you finally arrived? The chosen Rheonyx. Just then, a sinister laugh echoed through the empty hall. The voice seemed to ring directly in everyone's minds, carrying a sense of lofty arrogance and temptation. Above the dark armor, a cluster of eerie blue ghost fire slowly condensed, transforming into a giant translucent phantom. It was the remnant soul of alien Rayblood. The true mastermind behind this island and the source of all Rheonyx power. That boy, and that girl. Rayblood's remnant soul stared at Loi and Takamatsu Akari, his tone full of greed. Your aptitudes are excellent, especially the boy. Your body contains potential that even surprises me. Come, as long as you accept my power, as long as you become my vessel, you will gain the power to rule the entire universe. Whether it's that Ultraman or this planet, all will tremble beneath your feet. Facing a temptation that would drive an ordinary person mad, Loi only gave a contemptuous smile. If he wanted to rule the universe, would he need an old antique who's nothing but a soul? Sorry, old man. Loi casually picked his ear. I have no interest in ruling the universe. My current goal is just to take my girlfriend and friends home for a good meal. Girlfriend? Hearing this word, Takamatsu Akari's body jerked. Her originally serious expression instantly crumbled, replaced by a silly smile. She instinctively reached out and tightly grasped Loi's hand. Their fingers intertwined. The warmth of his palm felt more real than any power. That's right. Akari looked up, staring directly at the terrifying ghost, her eyes firmer than ever. As long as I'm with Wei, I don't need anything else. Just having each other is enough. This sudden display of affection completely threw alien Rayblood off. He, a grand ultimate lifeform and former overlord of the universe, was actually being shown up by two humans flaunting their love? And he was rejected? Reckless brats. Rayblood was completely enraged. If the soft approach doesn't work, then we'll do it the hard way. Killing you and seizing your bodies will work just the same. With a roar, the cluster of eerie blue soul instantly dove into the dark armor below. The eyes of the previously lifeless armor instantly lit up with a crimson glow. Clack, clack. The dark armor moved its joints, producing a grating sound of metal grinding against metal. Immediately after, a world-destroying dark wave erupted from its center, making the entire hall tremble. Since you want to die, I shall grant your wish. The dark armor swung the dark Rizard in its hand, and a pitch-black sword wave swept forward like a tsunami. Everyone! Prepare for battle! Loi shouted, and the battle instrument in his hand instantly burst with light. Go! Lay! Little penguin! I'm counting on you! Amidst the flashing lights, 4 behemoths appeared on the battlefield simultaneously. Facing a boss of this level, Loi and Akari didn't dare hold anything back. Go straight for the finishing moves. No need for testing. Their hearts and minds were completely in sync at this moment. EX Evolution. Buzz. Both battle instruments simultaneously erupted with dazzling golden light. The 4 monsters that had just appeared didn't even have time to let out a roar before their bodies began to change drastically. Gamora's entire body became covered in thorned armor, evolving into EX Gamora. Red King transformed into a muscular tank of flowing lava, evolving into EX Red King. Zetton's body expanded, and the luminous organs on its chest changed, evolving into EX Zetton. Bemster was also wreathed in violent Rheonyx energy. Although its form didn't completely change, its aura was several times stronger than before. The 4 powerful monsters, like 4 runaway trains, charged toward the dark armor with unstoppable momentum. This was Alien Emperor's armor. Even without its original owner, controlled only by Rayblood's soul, its strength far exceeded the scope of ordinary monsters. EX Red King's heavy punches slammed into the armor, only sending sparks flying without even leaving a dent. EX Gamora's super oscillatory wave blasted the Dark Trident, but was blocked by the opponent with a single hand. Too weak. The dark armor let out a mocking laugh and swung the dark Rizard violently. The terrifying force directly sent all four monsters flying back. That despair-inducing Def and ATK were simply cheating. Is this the final boss? Yotsuya Miko watched this scene, her face pale. But she didn't back down. Even though I'm still weak, don't underestimate humans. Chapter 70, Gigabit Combat Instrument. Miko closed her eyes, feeling the power within her that belonged to her Aqua's spirit origin. Flower, bird, wind, moon. It's great flood. She slammed both hands onto the ground. Splash! A massive torrent appearing out of thin air was like a river bursting its banks, rushing frantically toward the Dark Armor's feet. Although the flood couldn't cause DMG, the massive force of the water's impact caused a slight delay in the armor's movements. Meanwhile, the purification power within the water scorched Ryublood's soul and the Dark Armor's body. Saber! Loey shouted. Understood. Master! Artoria had already released the restraints on the Sword of Promised Victory. Golden holy light lit up the hall, illuminating the darkness. Excalibur! Boom! The torrent of light struck the weapon in the Dark Armor's hand head-on, and the massive impact forced even this overbearing dark giant to take half a step back. We're here too! The Hermit Purple in Joseph Joestar's hand shot out like a spirit snake. Although it couldn't bind the armor, it precisely entangled the surrounding flying debris, weaving a giant net to interfere with its vision. Emerald Splash! Kakyo and Noriaki's Hierophant Green moved at high speed through the air, firing dense emeralds like a machine gun at the armor's joints. Star Platinum! Aura, 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 aura! Kojo Jotaro remained expressionless as Star Platinum's fists turned into afterimages, pulverizing all the giant rocks flying toward everyone from the battle's aftershocks. Even if a stand couldn't directly harm a monster of this level, a stand user never lacks courage and wisdom. Though the group's attacks weren't fatal, they bought the most critical time for Loey and Takamatsu Akari. Looking at the monsters locked in a bitter struggle and his partners giving their all, Loey turned to look at Takamatsu Akari. By now, sweat was beaded on Akari's forehead. Maintaining two monsters was a massive mental burden for her. But her gaze remained clear, still fixed on Loey. Akari, do you believe in me? Yes, I've always believed in you. Loey took a deep breath and held his battle instrument horizontally. Then let's do it. Let's combine our powers into one. Without any hesitation, Takamatsu Akari gently layered her old battle instrument on top of Loey's. The moment the two battle instruments touched, it was as if some ancient mechanism had been triggered. A light more dazzling and sacred than any before erupted from between their palms. That light broke through the hall's dome and shot straight into the clouds. Within this light, the two battle instruments actually began to merge and transform. Metal was restructuring, and energy was sublimating. When the light faded, the two original rods in Loey and Takamatsu Akari's hands had disappeared. In their place was a massive new device emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Its two ends each had grids capable of holding hundreds of monsters. It was a mysterious dark gold overall, and the energy flowing on its surface even created ripples in the surrounding space. That was the strongest artifact of legend, capable of controlling 100 monsters and possessing the power to destroy the universe, the Gigabit Combat Instrument. As that legendary Gigabit Combat Instrument took shape in the hands of Loey and Takamatsu Akari, the space at the center of the entire island seemed to freeze for a moment. It wasn't just an evolution of a weapon, it was proof of their shared hearts. Buzz! The dark gold Gigabit Combat Instrument let out a joyful hum, a roar that craved battle and the venting of power. This power flowed along their tightly held arms and was fed back without reservation to the four monsters on the battlefield. At this moment, the light on the surface of the monsters, who were already in their EX forms, surged once again. EX Gamora's entire armor turned crimson, as if liquid high-energy explosives were flowing through it. EX Red King's lava patterns turned a blinding incandescent white. EX Zetan's figure became illusory and unpredictable, as if it were constantly in a dimensional rift. And the pentagonal maw on Bemster's belly expanded by a full circle, even swallowing all the surrounding light. If they were evenly matched before, now it was a one-sided crushing. Everyone, let's go together. Loi and Takamatsu Akari swung the gigabit combat instruments simultaneously. Super Oscillatory Wave. Lava Purgatory Fist. 1 trillion-degree Ultimate Fireball. Bemster Beam. For terrifying energies capable of destroying the surface converged under the guidance of the gigabit combat instrument into a colored torrent of destruction. There were no fancy tricks, just pure energy stacking. Impossible. What is this power? The dark armor let out a final hiss, and Rhea Blood's remnant soul trembled in fear. Rumble. The stream of light instantly swallowed the dark armor. Even the divine gear left behind by Alien Emperor couldn't last a second against such unreasonable consecutive strikes. With a crisp cracking sound, the indestructible armor disintegrated like sand, turning into countless black dust particles that dissipated into the air. But it wasn't over yet. The moment the armor shattered, a ball of eerie blue ghost fire scrambled out pathetically. It was the unwilling soul of Alien Rayblood. Having lost its host, it couldn't exist in the real world for long, so it made a desperate decision. Since you destroyed my armor, then pay for it with your body. Rayonyx. The ghost fire let out a screech, ignored physical distance, and charged straight for the center of Loi's forehead. It wanted to forcibly possess him. Way! Akari cried out, instinctively wanting to push Loi away, but the soul's speed was simply too fast. In the next second, Loi's eyes became hollow, and his entire body froze in place. Soul space. This was a chaotic gray realm. Rhea Blood's soul manifested here in its original form, a giant alien looking like a demon. Looking at Loi's tiny consciousness before him, Rayblood burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Foolish human. Although your physical body is strong, in the world of the spirit, I am the ultimate lifeform. Hand over your body obediently, and I will use it to rule. I say, old man. Loi interrupted its villainous declaration with a bored expression, hands in his pockets and a look like he was watching an idiot. Isn't your dialogue a bit too cliché? What? Rayblood was furious. Still talking tough when death is at your door. Here, only the purest spiritual power decides the outcome. You are all alone. All alone? Loi raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a playful smirk. Who told you that I'm the only one in my mental world? P.S. Is the power scaling broken? If so, well, in the Ultraman franchise, the bond between humans and Ultras is greater than the heavens. This is the power of bonds. Sentimental.jpg. Chapter 71, Return to Tokyo, The Battle Instruments Mutation. The words had barely left his mouth. 3 lights of different colors suddenly illuminated this gray, chaotic space. The first was a dazzling golden holy light. Artoria Pendragon, wielding the sword of promised victory, slowly stepped out, her emerald eyes filled with a chilling fighting spirit. If you wish to harm my master, you must first answer to the sword in my hand. The second was a soft starlight. Takamatsu Akari held that worn-out notebook. Though she was somewhat timid, her steps as she stood by Loi's side were exceptionally firm. I want to be with Wei. Even in our souls, we won't be apart. The third was an aqua-blue light that carried a divine aura yet was somehow inexplicably silly. Eighth? Yatsuya Miko looked at her surroundings with a look of utter confusion. Where is this? Weren't we just fighting? Why have I appeared inside Teacher Loi's stomach? No, wait, his head. Although Miko had no idea what was going on, the massive spiritual power within her body, originating from the goddess Aqua, formed a powerful suppressive force in this space. Looking at the 3 girls who had suddenly appeared beside Loi, Rayblood was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? How did these 3 women appear in this brat's soul world? And the mental strength of each one is ridiculously high. Especially that woman who looks like an idiot, the divine aura radiating from her is practically my natural enemy. See? Loi spread his hands, sighing with a mix of helplessness and pride. My heart is already full. There's simply no room for an antique like you to move in. And Loi's gaze instantly turned cold, and the aura belonging to the bond between human and Ultra was released without reservation at this moment. You're 2 tens of thousands of years too early to try and touch my people. Go to hell, Rayblood. As Loi's words fell, the mental powers of Artoria, Takamatsu Akari, Yatsuya Miko, and Loi himself transformed into an invisible giant hammer, slamming ruthlessly into Rayblood's soul. No! With a desperate scream, this former overlord who once ruled the universe didn't even have a scrap left, completely dissipating within this soul space. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Loi snapped his eyes open. An unprecedented sense of relief spread through his body. With the dissipation of Rayblood's soul, those laws of monster domination that originally belonged to Rayblood were perfectly inherited by Loi. His Rayonics power had evolved once again. Way! Seeing Loi wake up, Takamatsu Akari immediately threw herself into his arms, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes. You scared me to death. Sorry. I was just taking out the trash. Loi smiled and patted the girl's back, then looked up at everyone, the gigabit combat instrument in his hand glowing faintly. He could feel that the control over the entire monster island was now completely in his and Akari's hands. The barriers here, the monsters, even the spatial coordinates, all were subject to his single thought. All right, everyone. Loi took a deep breath and looked at the devastated ruins, revealing a relaxed smile. We've stayed in this godforsaken place long enough. It's time to go home. Go home? How? Kakyoin Noriaki was still observing the surroundings for any enemies. Loi didn't explain, he simply held the gigabit combat instrument and willed it. Teleport. Buzz. This time, it wasn't a chaotic spatial turbulence, but a precise spatial displacement. Everyone's vision blurred for a moment. When their vision cleared again, the cold and damp ancient ruins were gone, replaced by familiar hardwood floors, cozy furniture, and the sound of heavy city traffic outside the window. In Tokyo, inside the living room of Loi's detached house. Phew! Yatsuya Miko plopped down on the sofa, her whole body slumping as if her bones had been removed. Finally back. She looked at the familiar ceiling, tears nearly flowing. I clearly just went with teacher to find a classmate who skipped class. Why did it turn into going to Monster Island to fight monsters and almost dying there? This kind of shonen manga plot is not suited for me at all. Listening to Miko's mumbling, Joseph, Jotaro, and the others also looked full of emotion. Although such bizarre adventures were already commonplace for the JoJo crew, fighting monsters tens of meters tall was a quite novel experience. Just then, a weak voice sounded. Takamatsu Akari was holding the massive gigabit combat instrument, looking at Loi somewhat helplessly. It seems like this thing won't come apart. At this moment, the gigabit combat instrument seemed to be perfectly fused together, no matter how hard Akari pulled, it wouldn't budge. Loi leaned in, frowning. That shouldn't be right. Is this thing a one-time use? If this thing wouldn't come apart, wouldn't Akari have to carry such a huge club everywhere in the future? The image was too beautiful to imagine. Is there some kind of mechanism? Takamatsu Akari curiously felt around the handle of the combat instrument. There was a click. She seemed to have pressed some strange button. Beep, high-energy Rayonics reaction detected. Meet storage standards. The gigabit combat instrument suddenly emitted a synthesized mechanical voice. Immediately after, a blue scanning beam instantly enveloped Takamatsu Akari. Akari was stunned. Loi was also stunned. Before either could react, Takamatsu Akari's figure turned into a streak of light with a shoe and was sucked directly into the golden slot at the very top of the gigabit combat instrument. Akari? Loi turned pale with shock. However, the gigabit combat instrument's capture didn't seem to stop. Deep soul contractor reaction detected. Meet storage standards. The beam shifted, shining on Artoria, who was currently drinking tea to calm her nerves. Master? Before Artoria could even draw her sword, she too turned into a golden light and was sucked in. Beep high-energy divinity reaction source, Aqua, detected. Meet storage standards. The beam shifted once more, aiming at Yatsuya Miko, who was slumped on the sofa. I'm not a monster. I'm a human. Miko let out a tragic scream, but in the face of this divine artifact's judgment mechanism, her protest was invalid. Shoo! The living room fell silent instantly. Only Loie remained, holding the massive gigabit combat instrument, frozen in a dumbfounded posture, left confused in the breeze. What the hell is going on? P.S. The rating is out, and it's a bit low. As promised, here are the extra chapters. I'll be posting 10 chapters a day for these 3 days. Everyone, please help out and give a 5-star review, and also report those idiots. These things help the author. Thank you all. Chapter 72, The Gender-Bent Belial. Loie looked at the rod in his hand, feeling as if his worldview was about to collapse. Did I just capture my girlfriend, a heroic spirit, and my female student like monsters? Is there some bug with this gigabit combat instrument? Or is it actually a beautiful girl collector? Are you guys okay? Loie shouted anxiously at the battle instrument. Just as he was about to try summoning the 3 of them, 3 flashes of light streaked out again. Takamatsu Akari, Artoria, and Yatsuya Miko appeared back in the living room, completely unscathed. Where was that just now? It was so spacious, Takamatsu Akari blinked, seemingly without having suffered any DMG. It felt like a very comfortable independent space, and the mana recovery speed was very fast. Artoria clenched her fist, looking thoughtful. Scared me to death. I thought I was going to be digested. Miko patted her chest, still shaken. The 3 looked at each other and then all looked toward Loie together. Although they couldn't describe the specific feeling, they could clearly perceive that an invisible, intangible line seemed to have appeared between them and Loie. With just a thought from Loie, they could return to that space to rest at any time, or even share each other's power through this connection. It seems, you've become something like summoned beasts? Loie wiped away cold sweat, feeling slightly relieved. As long as everyone is safe, it's fine. As for this strange setting, anyway, this was originally a game world, even though it's become real now, isn't it normal for things to be a bit ridiculous? Just as Loie thought things were finally over and was about to put away the troublesome gigabit combat instrument, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. The gigabit combat instrument vibrated once more. But this time, instead of sucking people in, it spat something out. A cloud of black and red smoke slowly drifted from the end of the battle instrument, condensing in mid-air into a translucent humanoid soul. It was an older sister type? She had long silver-black hair, 2 curved glowing organs on her head, and eyes that were wickedly beautiful with a hint of demonic red at the corners. She wore a black and red outfit similar to a tight bodysuit. Her figure was so hot it was practically cheating, and her entire being radiated a fallen yet domineering dark charm. Only at this moment, this mature beauty was looking down, staring blankly at her own slender white hands and the heavy weight on her chest that couldn't be ignored even in a soul state. Her eyes, which were originally arrogant and peerless, were now filled with indescribable complexity and a questioning of her own existence. She was Belial. The dark Ultraman who once swept through the land of light and used any means necessary in pursuit of power. The moment this gigabit combat instrument finished its evolution, her remnant soul, which had been dwelling within it, was awakened and reshaped by this massive power. This reshaping was a bit too thorough, wasn't it? The gender-bent Belial looked up, her iconic narrow eyes scanning everyone present before finally fixing on Loie's face. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say some classic villain line, like "I have finally been resurrected" or something similar. But as the words reached her lips, she heard the voice coming from her throat, low, yet distinctly a magnetic, feminine mature voice. She fell silent. The entire living room fell into a dead silence even more eerie than before. Some things, once they happen, can never go back. Like a broken glass, like spilled water, or like the fact that the Galactic Emperor, who once vowed to rule the entire universe with dark terror, had now turned into a beautiful mature woman with a body so good people couldn't look away. In a living room of a detached house in Tokyo, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Are you kidding me? What the hell did you bastard do to this great one? The Belial-chan, who had just drifted out of the gigabit combat instrument, with her long silver black hair and two cute curved horns, was using her trembling hands to feel her current body. The muscles that were once like iron walls had vanished, replaced by an infuriatingly soft touch. The low, terrifying voice that was enough to make small monsters across the universe cry was gone, replaced by this magnetic, sultry mature voice that sounded erotic just by listening to it. What made her even more desperate was that this change didn't just stop at the appearance. As one of the successors of the ultimate lifeform Ray Blood, Belial could clearly perceive that this change originated from the depths of her soul. It was as if the original code had been forcibly rewritten. The Gigabit combat instrument actually has this kind of function? Belial gritted her teeth and glared at the innocent-looking man before her. If looks could kill, Loie would have been minced into meat by now. No, I don't think this is an original function of the battle instrument. Loie rubbed his chin, thoughtfully sizing up this former emperor. Although he was laughing hysterically inside, he maintained a serious expression on the surface. It's probably because the Gigabit combat instrument evolved by fusing my power with Akari's and my XP system. Ahem, my subconscious might have slightly influenced the reshaping process. Slightly? You call turning me into this state slightly? Belial was so angry her chest armor was heaving violently, and her narrow red eyes were practically spitting fire. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. This queen will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Boom! A burst of dark red energy erupted from her body, and a massive phantom of a sharp claw condensed on her hand, clawing toward Loie's head. Just a second before the claw was about to touch the tip of Loie's nose. Buzz! The Gigabit combat instrument in Loie's hand merely vibrated slightly. The originally aggressive Belial became like a robot whose power had been pulled, her body instantly stiffened, and that terrifying attack dissipated into nothingness in an instant. This was absolute dominance. The current Belial, although she retained her self-awareness, was now a monster belonging to the Gigabit combat instrument. In terms of status, she was Loie's property. Unless Loie allowed it, she couldn't even move a finger. Damn it! I can't move. My body won't listen to me at all. Belial bit her lip in humiliation. This feeling of being controlled by someone else was 10,000 times more painful than being locked in the cosmic prison back then. Give it a rest, Auntie Belial. Loie sighed, as if seeing through her thoughts. Right now you're just a soul body. Although you look fierce, you're actually fragile. Be a good girl and stay inside to recover, there will be plenty of fights for you later. Who are you calling Auntie? This great one is... Back you go. Loie didn't bother listening to her nonsense and shifted his thoughts. Whoosh! Before Belial could finish her last curse, she was like a Pokemon being pulled back into a Pokeball, turning into a streak of red light and being sucked back into the Gigabit combat instrument with a look of extreme frustration. Chapter 73, Going Home, Akari's Nervousness. With the slot representing Belial dimming, the living room finally returned to peace. This is what you call a tsundere, right? Although it's currently 99% sun and only 1% deer, and even that's forced, Loie believed that time would change everything. After all, in this game world, there was no boss that couldn't be conquered. After dealing with this irritable new pet, Loie turned around and looked at the damselette standing quietly beside him. Takamatsu Akari was hanging her head, her hands wringing together, appearing somewhat restless. Although she had returned to the familiar human society, and although the farce just now was quite amusing, for her, the real battlefield she needed to face had only just begun. Akari. Loie's voice softened. He stepped forward and gently took the damselette's cold little hand. Next, I'll accompany you home. Takamatsu Akari's body trembled slightly. She looked up, her gray eyes shimmering with a mixture of anticipation and fear. For ordinary people, these two words represented a warm harbor, but for her, who had been missing 7 days in this world yet had spent 6 whole years alone on that isolated island, it was a word full of unknowns and pressure. Okay. After a long while, she nodded vigorously, as if she had made a firm decision. A weak voice came from the side. Yatsuya Miko raised her hand, a look of am I being redundant embarrassment on her face. Teacher Loie, since everything's settled, can I also? Ah, right, Miko. Loey turned his head, a kindly smile that made Miko's heart jump in fear appearing on his face. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. After I send Akari home, I'll go to your house to find you. Eh? Find me for what? Miko subconsciously took half a step back, hugging her shoulders. Are you going to order me around like a monster? If that's the case, please be sure to prepare cat food for me. What are you thinking? Loey gave her an annoyed look. Even though you look normal now, you've been marked by the Gigabit combat instrument after all. And if that power of Aqua inside you isn't guided, it'll easily attract unclean things. So I need to meet your mother to properly explain the issues with you, and by the way, give you a comprehensive checkup. Hearing that it was about her yin-yang eyes and her mother, the refusal Miko was about to voice died in her throat. Although this teacher, Loey, seemed very unreliable and sometimes even like a villain, he did possess power beyond the reach of ordinary people. Miko looked down at the faint mark on the back of her hand. Since I've already been tamed, it seems I can't refuse anymore. She sighed and nodded as if accepting her fate. I understand, then, I'll wait for you at home. Good girl. Loey nodded with satisfaction, then raised the Gigabit combat instrument again. Well then, for the sake of traveling convenience, I'll have to trouble you all for a bit. A flash of light. Yotsuya Miko and Artoria, who had just finished her third piece of cake and was wiping her mouth, once again turned into streaks of light and were pulled into that spacious and comfortable pocket dimension. Only Loey and Takamatsu Akari were left in the living room. Let's go. Loey held Akari's hand and pushed open the door leading to the real world. The streets of Tokyo were as bustling as ever. It was evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the bustling crowds, draping the steel forest in a warm golden veil. The laughter of students, the cries of shopkeepers, the roar of trams, these once incredibly familiar sounds now reached Takamatsu Akari's ears, sounding both intimate and foreign. She gripped Loey's hand tightly, like a startled little rabbit, following closely behind him. Although on Monster Island she was the queen who could command Red King to beat up monsters, back here, the sense of estrangement called time made her feel an unprecedented cowardice. Way. Takamatsu Akari looked at her reflection in the roadside window. Compared to the underdeveloped little girl in her memory, she was now taller, her hair was longer, and her eyes had become deeper. Even her chest had surpassed Nagasaki Soyo's. Will Dad and Mom still recognize me? She whispered, her greatest fear hidden deep in her heart. 7 days had passed in the real world. For her parents, she was just a daughter who had been missing for 7 days. But the one returning was a stranger of a damselette who had grown up by 6 years. Could such a thing really be accepted? Loey stopped, turned around, and looked at the damselette's face, which was filled with worry about gain and loss. He didn't say any grand truths, he just reached out, tucked a stray gray hair behind her ear, and gently rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb. The warmth from his palm traveled through her skin, warming her heart. Silly girl. Loey said with a smile, his tone incredibly certain. Whether you've grown taller or shorter, whether you're 6 or 60. To your parents, you will always be that irreplaceable Akari. And he squeezed her hand, passing his strength to her. If it really can't be explained, then leave it to me. With me here, there won't be any accidents. Seeing Loey's confident smile, Takamatsu Akari felt the large stone in her heart seem to lighten. Wei is here. As long as Wei is here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Akari nodded vigorously, a faint smile finally appearing at the corners of her mouth. The Takamatsu residence wasn't too far from Loey's home. About 20 minutes later, the two stood in front of a detached house that looked like it had some years on it. The plants in the yard hadn't been tended to for a while, looking a bit messy, and several uncollected flyers were stuffed in the mailbox at the door. That aura of anxiety and sadness could be felt even through the door. Takamatsu Akari stood before the door and took a deep breath. Her hands were trembling. She was afraid to push this door open, afraid to see her parents' expressions of disappointment or horror. But in the next second, the warm sensation on the back of her hand gave her strength. Loey stood half a step behind her, supporting her in a protective stance. Phew! Takamatsu Akari closed her eyes and silently recited the incantation that had given her countless bouts of courage. I want to become human. Then, she raised her hand. Knock, knock, knock. 3 crisp knocks sounded particularly clear on the quiet street. Every second of waiting felt as long as a century. After about half a minute, hurried footsteps came from behind the door, the sound of slippers running frantically across the floor. Click. The lock turned, and the door was slowly pushed open. P.S. Takamatsu Akari, I will strike in my big light form. Chapter 74, Meeting Akari's Parents. Appearing behind the door was a middle-aged woman who looked extremely haggard. Her eyes were sunken with obvious dark circles, her hair was tied up haphazardly, and she wore a somewhat wrinkled set of loungewear. Clearly, in the 7 days since her daughter's disappearance, this mother likely hadn't had a single good night's sleep. News from the police officer? Mother Deng's voice was hoarse and trembling, carrying a sliver of hope she hardly dared to touch. However, when she looked up, she didn't see a uniformed officer, but 2 young people, a man and a woman. Her gaze bypassed Loie entirely and fixed dead on the short-haired gray-haired damselette being led by Loie. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Mother Deng froze. Even though the girl before her was much taller than in her memory, even though her temperament had matured, and even though she was no longer wearing that school uniform, that feeling of a blood connection, that intuition belonging only to a mother, could absolutely not be wrong. Those were her eyes, those were her eyebrows, that was the child she had called out to countless times in her dreams. Akari. Mother Deng's voice was so light it was as if she feared shattering a bubble. She reached out a trembling hand, wanting to touch, yet not daring to. Looking at her mother's haggard face, looking at those eyes that instantly filled with tears. The defensive line in Takamatsu Akari's heart completely collapsed. The 6-year gap, the changes in appearance, none of it mattered anymore at this moment. Mama! Akari's voice choked up, and tears rolled down like pearls from a broken string. I'm back. Hearing that familiar call, Mother Deng could no longer control herself. My Akari! She let out a heart-wrenching yet joy-filled cry, rushing out recklessly and pulling Takamatsu Akari into a tight embrace. She held her so tight, as if she wanted to rub her into her own body and never let her leave again. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Mama thought she'd never see you again. I'm sorry. Mama, I'm sorry. Akari also hugged her mother back, weeping loudly in this long-lost warm embrace. All her strength, all her pretenses, turned into tears of grievance before her mother. What's wrong? Is Akari back? Just then, another urgent male voice came from inside the house. Immediately after, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking refined but with a scruffy beard, rushed out. When he saw the mother and daughter weeping in each other's arms, this man who had been holding it together felt his legs go weak, nearly kneeling on the ground. But he quickly stabilized himself and stumbled over, opening his arms to embrace both his wife and daughter. It's good you're back, it's good you're back. The man's tears flowed silently, wetting his glasses. Loie stood quietly to the side, watching this deeply moving family reunion with a gentle smile on his lips, not making a sound to disturb them. He knew that this was the spoils of war Akari needed most. More precious than any powerful monster. After a good while, the trio's emotions finally calmed down a bit. Father Deng was the first to react, wiping his tears somewhat awkwardly and looking at Loie standing nearby. Although seeing this young man holding his daughter's hand made his feelings complicated, considering how much his daughter relied on him and the fact that he was the one who brought her back, this is? Papa, Mama. Takamatsu Akari poked her head out from her parents' embrace, though tear tracks still hung from the corners of her eyes, the expression on her face was more vivid than ever before. She took Loie's hand and introduced him seriously, as if showing off a treasure. This is Wei. He's the one who saved me, and also, the most important person to me. Hearing the words most important person, Father Deng's brow twitched slightly, but he still politely stepped aside to clear the way. Since you are Akari's benefactor, please, come in quickly, don't just stand at the door. The Takamatsu family's living room wasn't large, but it was decorated very warmly. As they sat around the coffee table, Mother Deng brought over steaming tea and snacks, her gaze constantly glued to her daughter, unwilling to look away for even a second. The current Akari had changed too much. It wasn't just the increase in height, but a transformation in temperament. The old Akari always kept her head down, immersed in her own world like a child who wouldn't grow up. While she was still a bit introverted now, there was an added sense of resilience and maturity in her eyes. Akari. Mother Deng hesitated for a moment before asking the biggest question in her heart. These past few days, the police said you were missing. Where exactly did you go? Why do you seem to have grown up so much? It wasn't just grown up, it was as if several years had passed. Hearing this question, Takamatsu Akari subconsciously looked at Loie beside her. Loie nodded gently, giving her an encouraging look. So, Takamatsu Akari took a deep breath, her hand tightening slightly around her teacup, and began to tell a story that sounded like a fairy tale. Actually, I wasn't just missing for a few days. Akari's voice was soft, but it sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet living room. I went to an island surrounded by mist. There were no other people there, only all kinds of monsters. I lived there for 6 years. 6 years? Father Deng and Mother Deng cried out in surprise simultaneously, exchanging a glance and seeing the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. For them it was only a short week, but for their daughter it was a long 6 years? This was practically like the legend of Urashima Taro. Yes, 6 years. Akari nodded, a trace of reminiscence flashing in her eyes. At first I was very scared and didn't know what to do. Later I met Lei Lei, my monster friend. And then Wei came. She turned to look at Loie, the love in her eyes almost overflowing. It was Wei who found me, led me to defeat the bad people on the island, and then brought me home. After listening to their daughter recount that 6-year-long desert island survival story and seeing her now mature face, the Takamatsu couple's hearts could not settle for a long time. Although logic told them that only a week had passed in the real world and their daughter was still an underage high school student. The Akari before them, whether in gaze or temperament, was indeed an adult woman. Especially when they saw their daughter unhesitatingly and tightly take the hand of the man beside her. I like Wei. Takamatsu Akari's voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear. She tilted her head, those gray eyes that used to always look timidly at the ground now filled with a light called love, staring straight at Loie. That kind of look wasn't a child's reliance on an older brother, but a woman's total trust and admiration for her partner. Chapter 75, The Entrustment of Akari's Parents. Because Wei gave me the courage to be human and a reason to live. As Akari spoke, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile of happiness so dazzling it even startled her parents. Cough, cough. As the father, the man choked on this sudden display of affection, nearly failing to keep the teacup in his hand steady. He looked at his daughter, who once didn't even dare to speak loudly, and then at the young man beside her, who, despite his gentle expression, possessed an unmistakably extraordinary aura. His own expression was as complex as someone trying to solve an unsolvable advanced calculus problem. If this were the past, and some brat dared to spirit away his underage daughter like this, he would have picked up a broom and chased them out long ago. His daughter had been missing for 6 years. It was this kid who found his daughter. The bond forged by this life-saving debt combined with being there from the very start was something that couldn't be summarized by a simple word like romance. Furthermore, in terms of both her physiological and psychological age, the current Akari had indeed reached the age where she could consider marriage, or even have a drink. Sigh. 1,000 words ultimately condensed into a long sigh from the old father. Father Deng pushed up his glasses, glanced at his wife, whose eyes were also red but had clearly already given her silent consent, and shook his head helplessly. Since it's Akari's choice, and you saved her life, as parents, we have no reason to stand in your way. Hearing her father's words, Takamatsu Akari's eyes lit up. Like a child who had just been given candy, she let out a cheer, turned around, and right in front of her parents, threw her arms around Loie's waist. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. With the soft and fragrant girl in his arms, Loie smiled and patted her head, his eyes filled with indulgence. This girl had grown wild on Monster Island. Even after returning to civilized society, she was still so straightforward. However, Father Deng cleared his throat. Although he had agreed to them dating, his sense of responsibility as a father forced him to ask that cliché yet practical question. Loe Kuan, right? Though it might be a bit forward of me to ask, I must confirm this for the sake of Akari's future. He sat up straight, his gaze becoming serious. May I ask what your profession is? What is your current income status? Our family isn't wealthy, but Akari hasn't suffered much since she was a child. If your current financial situation isn't ideal. I mean, if, as her father, I am willing to provide some support within my means. These words were spoken very sincerely, even with a hint of humility. After all, his daughter had returned after being missing for so long. His only wish was for her to be happy. Even if he had to pay out of his own pocket to support his son-in-law, as long as his daughter was happy, he would accept it. Looking at this father who was worried sick for his daughter, Loe set aside his casualness as a powerhouse and sat up straight, showing the proper respect. Regarding that, please rest assured, uncle. Loe smiled, his tone steady and confident. I am currently a teacher at a private high school, with a stable position and salary. A teacher? Father Deng was stunned, clearly not expecting this somewhat unruly-looking young man to be in the education sector. That is indeed a respected profession. Not only that. Loe added, in addition to my main job, I occasionally take on some special commissions. The extra income from that is quite substantial. At the very least, it's absolutely no problem to support Akari and let her live a carefree life. The so-called extra income naturally referred to exorcising cursed spirits. Not to mention anything else, just a small portion of the rare ores and materials he picked up on Monster Island would be enough to buy several buildings in this land-scarce Tokyo. That's good then, that's good. Hearing Loe say this, the weight on Father Deng's heart finally lifted. As long as he wasn't unemployed and could provide his daughter with a stable life, he was satisfied. After chatting about some more trivial matters, the sky outside gradually darkened. Loe glanced at the clock on the wall and stood up. Well then, I won't disturb you any further today. He looked at Akari, who was leaning against him, and said softly, You've just returned. I'm sure your parents have a lot they want to say to you. Spend the next few days properly accompanying them at home. Eh? Takamatsu Akari was startled. She subconsciously gripped the corner of Loe's shirt, a hint of panic appearing in her eyes. Is Wei leaving? I also. Be good. Loe gently pinched her cheek. It's not like I'm not coming back. You just need time to readjust to life here, and your parents need time to confirm that you've really returned. Besides, I have some personal matters to attend to. Hearing Loe say this, although she was incredibly reluctant, the sensible Takamatsu Akari still nodded obediently. Wei must remember to come and get me. I will. After saying goodbye to the reluctant family of three at the entrance, Loe walked out of the Takamatsu residence alone. It wasn't until the door behind him closed that Loe breathed a long sigh of relief. That kind of family drama atmosphere was more exhausting for him than fighting an EX Red King. Alright, next. Loe walked to a deserted street corner, and the gigabit combat instrument in his hand flashed slightly. Come out and get some fresh air, Miko. A flash of light passed, and Yatsuya Miko appeared under the streetlight in her school uniform, looking exhausted. As soon as she came out, she leaned against the wall and gagged twice. That feeling was terrible. Miko patted her chest and looked at Loe with a resentful expression. Even though there wasn't any discomfort in that space and it even restored my stamina, that experience of being stuffed into a pokeball is really hard to accept physiologically, teacher. You'll get used to it. Loe shrugged. Look at Artoria, isn't she adapting quite well? She was just asking me in there if I could send in some black tea. She's a heroic spirit. I'm a human. Miko couldn't help but retort, but soon she realized that the surrounding scenery looked familiar. The dilapidated apartment building, the dim yellow streetlights, and that familiar evening breeze carrying a hint of moisture. This is. Miko was stunned. This was downstairs from her home. Since I've sent Akari back, I naturally can't favor one over the other. Loie put his hands in his pockets and looked at the aging apartment building. Let's go. Go see your mother, and while we're at it, resolve that knot in your heart. Hearing those words, Miko's body trembled violently. She knew what Loie was referring to. Without saying much, Miko silently lowered her head and led Loie up the stairs. The Yatsuya family was not wealthy. Ever since her father passed away, the pillar of the family had collapsed. Her mother raised her and her younger brother alone, and they lived a tight-budget life. Pushing open the front door, the house felt somewhat lonely. "I'm home," Miko said softly. There was no response from inside. Her mother was likely still out working, and her brother Kyusuk was probably at a cram school. However, the house was not empty. Loie's gaze passed the entrance and looked toward the slightly worn dining table in the living room. There sat a translucent middle-aged man. He was wearing the loungewear he often wore when he was alive, looking at Miko at the door with a kind expression. That was Miko's father. P.S. The author has temporarily banned Ikari. Who will be the one to catch up next? Artoria must support my king, too. Yaneami Anna, about to confess, so it's definitely me, right? I can't possibly be rejected. 3. Yatsuya Miko, kids, count me in. 4. Shinomiya Kagaya, wait, how am I involved? Chapter 76, Miko's conversation with her father. Since awakening her yin-yang eyes, Miko has seen this scene every day upon returning home. Her father's soul had not attained Buddhahood. Instead, due to his lingering attachment to his family, he had been wandering in this house. But Miko never dared to speak to him, nor did she even dare to show that she could see him. Because she knew that once those evil spirits discovered she possessed the ability to ghost-seeing, not only she, but even her father, as a soul, would be in danger. Therefore, no matter how much she missed him in her heart, no matter how many times she wanted to throw herself into her father's arms and have a good cry, she could only pretend to be blind to him, acting as if nothing were wrong as she walked right through her father's soul. For a damselette who had lost her father, how cruel this was. But today, it was different. Dad! Miko stood at the entrance, tears instantly blurring her vision. Her father's ghost, who was still muttering away as if nothing mattered, froze. He looked up in surprise, seemingly thinking he had misheard. Miko? Her father's voice was somewhat ethereal, carrying a hint of disbelief. Can you see Dad? Miko could no longer hold back. She rushed into the living room, wanting to embrace her father, but she passed right through that cold soul body. But this didn't stop her from kneeling on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry. Dad, I'm sorry. I've always been able to see you, I've always been able to see you. But I didn't dare say anything. I was afraid those monsters would hurt you. Whoa. Looking at his weeping daughter, Yatsuya Mamoru's soul also showed a sad yet gratified smile. He reached out his hand, stroking the top of his daughter's head through the akasha. Silly child. How could Dad blame you? Dad has always known that Miko was a strong child. It's just... Dad was very worried about you, and I also really wanted to taste that pudding. I'm sorry, Dad shouldn't have eaten your pudding. Loie leaned quietly against the doorframe, watching this conversation that transcended life and death. He didn't interrupt, merely silently releasing a sliver of gentle spiritual power to isolate any potential dangers nearby, creating an absolutely safe space for the father and daughter. After a long time, Miko's emotions finally calmed down a bit. Wiping away her tears, she took Loie's hand and, as if introducing a friend when she was a child, said to her father, Dad, this is Teacher Loie. He helped me, and it was he who gave me the power to protect everyone. Miko's father looked at Loie. The middle-aged man's soul stood up and gave Loie a deep bow. Thank you. Loie. Even though I am already a dead man, I can feel that you possess unimaginably powerful strength. Miko. I'll leave her in your care. Loie nodded and solemnly promised, Don't worry, she is my student. As long as I am alive, no one will be able to touch her. The knot in her heart was untied, and the obsession dissipated. Miko's father's body began to emit a faint golden light. The reason he lingered in the human world was simply because he couldn't stop worrying about his daughter and wife. Now, seeing that his daughter possessed great power and had a teacher she could rely on, his heavy fatherly love finally transformed into a boat leading to the other shore. It seems, the time has come. Looking at his gradually transparent hands, he smiled at Miko. Eat well, sleep well, and listen to your mother. Miko, Dad loves you. I love you too. Dad. Amidst Miko's cries, Miko's father turned into countless golden points of light, disappearing into the air and heading toward the other shore of reincarnation. Looking at the empty seat, although Miko was still crying, the long-standing suppression and gloom in her eyes had completely vanished. All right. Loie stepped forward and handed her a tissue. We should be going too. Even though this is your home, tonight, you probably need a quiet place to get a good night's sleep. After taking the slightly calmed Miko and the ever-ready Artoria back into the Gigabit combat instrument, Loie did not choose to return to that detached house, but instead took Miko to his school. Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College. Looking at the familiar torii gate and barrier, Loie stretched. I've only been gone for less than 2 weeks, but it feels like several years have passed. Walking along the silent campus approach, Loie's footsteps rang clearly on the stone pavement. Although it was already late at night, for a place like Jujutsu High, the night was when it was most lively. Yo, boy. While Loie was still lamenting how things had changed, a frivolous voice rang in his ear without warning. A second later, a slender hand rested naturally on his shoulder. Loie didn't even turn his head to know who it was. So you finally decided to come back? Satoru Gojo put his arm around Loie's shoulder, leaning on him as if he had no bones, with that signature punchable smile on his face. I thought you were blinded by the dazzling world outside and didn't want to come back to this crappy school. Loie disdainfully slapped his hand away and rolled his eyes. Is there a problem? I just went out for a vacation and found a part-time job along the way. How is there no problem? Gojo pointed at Loie exaggeratedly, his tone full of the urge to complain. You're my student, aren't you? Even though you're the only transfer student in the first year, your records are still at Jujutsu High. A student of Jujutsu High, running off to be a teacher at an ordinary noble high school, and even managing to kidnap. Ahem, bring back a few incredible fellows. Gojo's 6 eyes shifted slightly, though they were covered by a blindfold. Loie could feel his gaze linger on the location of the Gigabit combat instrument for a moment. Clearly, the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer had already sensed that Loie's aura had become more complex and terrifying. I say, this isn't a part-time job anymore, you've practically turned your side hustle into your main career, haven't you? Facing the strongest teacher's complaints, Loie calmly straightened his collar. I don't see any problem with it. He turned his head, looked at Gojo, and gave a self-assured smile. After all, that's just an ordinary school, and I'm just an ordinary teacher. As a Jujutsu sorcerer, isn't it normal to have a small hobby of one's own, like teaching and educating people, in between the tedious work of exorcising curses? Gojo was stunned for a moment. Then, he burst into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Well said. Exactly right. Having your own hobby is indeed good. After all, being a Jujutsu sorcerer is just shit. Gojo patted Loie on the back as if he had found a kindred spirit. Since you're back, get ready. In a few days, it's that Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event. If you hadn't come back, I'd be having a headache over who to send to make up the numbers. Loie raised an eyebrow. The Goodwill event? All right. My hands happen to be a bit itchy lately. Some newly acquired power, it's time to find an unlucky fellow to test it out on. Chapter 77, Grade 4 Jujutsu Sorcerer Yotsuya Miko. I say, is this little sister also one of your collectibles? Gojo Satoru's handsome face, mostly covered by a blindfold, suddenly leaned in close to Yotsuya Miko. Despite the layer of black cloth, Miko could still sense the danger. Miko instinctively shrank back and hid behind Loie. Miko's first impression of this tall man, dressed all in black, hair sticking up like a broom, and speaking as flippantly as a comedian, was not good. Or rather, in this world full of monsters, the more frivolous a guy appeared, the more dangerous he usually was. Don't scare my student. Loi reached out and pushed Gojo Satoru's large face away, saying grumpily, her name is Yatsuya Miko. She's my student at a regular school and a very talented primo gem. A primo gem, huh? Gojo Satoru rubbed his chin, a playful arc curling at the corner of his mouth. She's wrapped in a very pure divine aura, but deep in her soul, she seems connected to something even deeper. This power seems a bit like that stick of yours? As expected of Gojo, he saw through the mixed aura on Miko's body, which originated from Aqua's divine power and the contract with the Gigabit combat instrument, in a single glance. So? Gojo Satoru suddenly lowered his voice and asked with a mischievous grin that only men understand, is she your girlfriend? Girlfriend? Hearing those words, Miko, who was hiding behind Loi, suddenly looked up. Her entire face instantly turned beet red, even her ears felt like they were on fire. I'm just the teacher's student. Although she denied it vehemently, scenes from that night on Monster Island involuntarily surfaced in Miko's mind. Every night, those heart-pounding gasps, suppressed moans, and the sounds made by that usually cold and aloof Takamatsu-san. Kaya. Recalling those NSFW sounds, Yatsuya Miko felt like steam was about to erupt from her head. She was so ashamed she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Loi looked at Miko's ever-changing, vivid expressions and probably guessed what the girl was imagining. He didn't explain, just waved his hand calmly and said to Gojo Satoru. Not at the moment. At the moment? Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow, catching the keyword. But soon. Loi said matter-of-factly, his tone as flat as if he were saying we're having ramen for dinner tonight. After all, once they enter my fish pond, no fish has ever escaped. Quite the scumbag statement there, Teacher Loi. Gojo Satoru gave a thumbs up and let out a hearty laugh. But since she's someone you've set your sights on, I'm relieved. I'll come find you to hang out in a few days. Don't forget about that exchange event. With that, the strongest jujitsu sorcerer teleported away, leaving only a lingering hint of sweet kikufuku scent in the air. After the interlude with Gojo Satoru, Loi led Miko, who was still in the steam engine mode, toward the administration building of Jujutsu High. Business first. In this crossover anime-fused world, although monsters, evil spirits, and ghouls ran rampant, the official system remained an important gear in maintaining the functioning of society. Listen up, Miko. Walking along the pebble-paved path, Loi browsed through data on his phone while explaining to Miko. Even though you have the ability to see spirits and now even possess the power of purification, on a legal level, you're still an ordinary person. If you don't register, and you happen to exorcise an evil spirit on the street, you might be arrested as a suspicious person or even targeted by certain underground organizations. So, you need an identity. Loi led her into an office with a sign that read Assistant Supervisor's Room. Using Gojo Satoru's reputation, the man who was perfect in every way except for his personality, getting a jujitsu sorcerer license for Miko was incredibly easy. In less than half an hour, a brand new ID card was handed to Miko. Name, Yatsuya Miko. Grade 4 Jujitsu Sorcerer, Provisional. Affiliation, Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College, non-staff personnel. This is. Miko stared at the small card in her hand, somewhat dazed. With this, you essentially have an officially endorsed license. Loi pointed to the terms on the back of the ID and said with a smile. Most importantly, as a registered jujitsu sorcerer, even at the lowest grade 4, you can receive a significant special allowance every month. Furthermore, if you take on missions to exorcise cursed spirits in the future, there are extra bonuses. As for the specific amount, exorcising an evil spirit of the level you just saw on the roadside would earn you about half a year's worth of part-time wages. How much? Miko's eyes instantly turned into money signs. Since her father passed away, the family's financial situation had been tight. Her mother worked from dawn till dusk to support the family, and her younger brother hesitated for a long time even about attending the cram school he wanted to go to. In short, a lot. Loi patted her head. At least, it will ensure that you and your mother won't have to worry about money anymore. You could even move into a large house protected by barriers, so you won't have to worry about those filthy things entering your home. Hearing this, Miko tightly gripped the ID in her hand. This small card now felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies in her hand. This was the key that held the hope of changing her fate. Thank you, Loie. Miko bowed deeply, tears of gratitude in the corners of her eyes. Seeing the girl full of motivation, Loie nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The first step of the plan to cultivate a tool, a future capable assistant, is a success. Walking out of the office building, Loie looked at Jujutsu High surrounded by mountains in the distance, his gaze gradually becoming profound. Actually, getting the license for Miko was just something he did in passing. What he was truly thinking about was the future of this decadent jujutsu world. Just now in the office, the member of Window responsible for registration had a respectful attitude toward him, but a hint of surveillance and vigilance was hidden in their eyes. Clearly, that was an instruction from the higher UPS. The so-called higher UPS of the jujutsu world were just a group of old fogies hiding behind screens, doing nothing but bossing people around and sacrificing young people to protect their own interests. The Zenin family, the Kumo family, and those long-decayed conservative elders. In the original work, these people were disgusting to the extreme. Since I've come here and possess the power to flip the table. Loie narrowed his eyes, a cold killing intent flashing in the depths of his pupils. Should he still play political games and pursue reforms with these old fogies like in the original story? Should he wait for Sukuna to be resurrected before killing him? Too troublesome. Also too slow. For him, who held the gigabit combat instrument and commanded EX monsters, the so-called rules and traditions were nothing more than fig leaves used by the weak to comfort themselves. Chapter 78, Cursed Spirits, Ghouls, and Devils. As expected, physical exorcism is more my style. Loie made a silent decision in his heart. When the Goodwill event was over, or perhaps on a day when he was in a good mood, he would simply kill off all those eyesore old fogies. He would show Gojo Satoru, that guy who shouted about killing all the higher UPS all day but never acted, what true efficiency looked like. Without those rotten oranges, the air in the jujutsu world would surely be much fresher, wouldn't it? What are you smiling about? It feels really scary. Miko's trembling voice interrupted Loie's thoughts. Ah, it's nothing. Loie instantly restrained the overflowing murderous intent and replaced it with a smile as warm as a spring breeze. I was just thinking about what to eat for dinner. Let's go. Since you've got your license, I'll take you for an internship while we're at it. Since he was training Miko, theory alone wouldn't cut it, she needed actual combat experience. Loie took Miko, along with Artoria who remained in her spirit form, and left Jujutsu High for an abandoned villa district on the outskirts of Tokyo. This was a curse hotspot that Window had just detected. The client said strange noises often come from this villa. The streamers who came to explore before all ran out screaming and went mad. Loie stood before the rusted iron gates and pointed at the eerie courtyard inside. The reward for this mission is 5 million yen. For the current you, it's a good target to practice on. 5 million? Hearing that number, Miko, who had been shivering at the sight of the gloomy villa, suddenly had a look of determination in her eyes. As long as she finished this job, her mother wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. What should I do? Miko asked nervously. It's simple. Loie pointed at the mass of black energy visible to the naked eye inside the villa. Your body now contains the divinity of the goddess Aqua and my power. To a low-level curse like this, you're a walking high-power UV lamp. You just need to walk in, release your aura, and tell them to get out. It's that simple? Miko was skeptical. But for the sake of that 5 million, she summoned her courage and pushed open the creaking gate. 1 step, 2 steps. As Miko walked into the courtyard, she instinctively channeled the power within her. A sacred and pure water blue halo swirled out from her body. The black energy that had been coiled over the villa, the moment it touched this halo, was like snow meeting boiling water. It let out a sizzling scream and fled frantically in all directions. In just a few seconds, the originally eerie and terrifying villa instantly became bright and sunny, and even the air felt much fresher. It really disappeared? Miko looked at her hands in surprise, unable to believe she was actually this strong. Good job. Loie smiled and clapped. It seems you have quite the talent for controlling power. However, just when everyone thought the mission was easily completed and were preparing to pack up and take the money, a sudden change occurred. Roar! Blood, such a fragrant smell of flesh. Two eerie auras that did not belong to curses suddenly burst out from the direction of the villa's basement. The ground exploded, and dust filled the air. Two hideous monsters appeared before everyone. One was a humanoid monster, but the clothes on its back had burst open, sprouting a blood-red, twisted centipede-like tail Kagun. Its eyes were terrifying black with red pupils. It was a ghoul. And judging by the shape of the Kagun, its rank wasn't low. The other was even more bizarre. It looked like a giant red fruit covered in eyes and mouths, emitting a nauseating sour smell. It kept muttering, "Goji berries. I want to eat goji berries. No, I want to drink blood." That was the goji berry demon? These two monsters were clearly attracted by the pure spiritual power emanating from Miko. In this crossover anime world, curses, ghouls, and devils often appeared in the same place due to mutual attraction. What are these things? The next second, Miko let out a classic wail. Wah! She squatted on the ground with extreme proficiency, holding her head in her hands and curling into a ball, shivering uncontrollably. Can't see me, you must not see me. The standard head-clutching squat defense position. The movement was so smooth and the posture so standard that one couldn't help but wonder if she had practiced it. Yatsuya Miko, it's been a few days since I've seen these ugly things. Being confronted face-to-face so suddenly is still terrifying. Looking at this embarrassing display from his student, Loie helplessly rubbed his forehead. Hadn't she faced the dark armor before? Why was she still this scared now? Seeing that the prey emitting an enticing fragrance had given up resistance, the two monsters excitedly pounced. Die! The ghoul's Kagun and the goji berry demon's tentacles fell simultaneously, seemingly about to tear Miko apart. Oh ah! Loie spoke calmly. Yes, master. A cold female voice rang out in the air. A flash of golden light passed by. It was the wind pressure generated by the swing of the sword of promised victory. Though it remained invisible, that sharp sword chi was enough to cut through everything. Poochie. There was no suspense. The ferocious-looking ghoul didn't even have time to scream before it was sliced in half at the waist. As for that bizarre goji berry demon, it was directly vaporized by the golden sword chi, leaving not even a trace behind. Instant kill. For an Artoria with a full mana bar, small fry of this level didn't even require a second strike. Is it over? Hearing the commotion die down, Miko cautiously took her hands off her head and opened one eye to peek. She saw that the two monsters who had been so fierce just moments ago had now turned to ash on the ground. And the blonde girl in the long blue dress was elegantly sheathing her sword, as if she had merely brushed away a speck of dust. So amazing. Miko was dumbfounded. Alright, stop crouching. Loie walked over and picked Miko up like a little chick. Work's done. 5 million secured. The group didn't linger at the scene and soon left the villa. About 10 minutes after Loie and the others left, a black sedan stopped at the villa entrance. The car door opened, and a man in a black suit with a topknot and a long sword on his back stepped out. Hayakawa Aki. A devil hunter belonging to Public Safety Special Division 4. He had a freshly lit cigarette in his mouth, and he frowned as he looked at the traces left inside the villa. A devil reaction was detected here. And there's the scent of ghouls. Hayakawa Aki walked into the courtyard, looking at the two piles of ash on the ground and the deep, bottomless sword mark on the surrounding walls. What incredibly sharp swordsmanship! A one-hit kill? Hayakawa Aki squatted down, picking up a bit of ash with his fingers. There's a very powerful sacred aura remaining. Not a devil hunter, and doesn't seem like an ordinary jujitsu sorcerer. Chapter 79, Talk no Jutsu Belial, Personality Correction Rights. Fox, do you know who did it? he asked in his heart. The fox devil residing within him was silent for a moment before giving a vague answer. It's a terrifying fellow. That woman with the sword has the scent of an ancient hero on her. And there's a man. I can't see through him. Hayakawa Aki narrowed his eyes. In Tokyo, such an unknown force had suddenly appeared, possessing the power to instantly kill devils and ghouls. For public safety, this was an unstable factor that must be monitored. He stood up and looked up at a surveillance camera by the roadside. Although the angle was a bit off, it should have captured the people entering and leaving just now. Looks like I'll have to go back and check the surveillance footage. Hayakawa Aki stubbed out his cigarette and dialed a number on his phone. Hello, Himino-senpai? Yeah, the mission target has been eliminated. Someone unknown beat us to it. Right, I'm heading back to check the footage now. Under the sunset, Hayakawa Aki's silhouette appeared exceptionally tall and cold. At this moment, Loie, who was taking Miko and Artoria out for a big meal to celebrate their first victory, had no idea that he had already been targeted by this serious devil hunter. The night deepened. After celebrating Yatsuya Miko's commemorative first battle, Loie returned to the single-family house he called home with the happily fed Artoria. After a simple wash, Artoria contentedly hugged her spare quilt and let out even breaths in the room next door. For the King of Knights, as long as her stomach was full, she could enjoy a peaceful sleep anywhere. Loie lay in bed, listening to the occasional chirping of insects outside the window, as his consciousness gradually sank. But this was no dreamless slumber. As the darkness before his eyes grew deeper, Loie felt that he hadn't fallen asleep, but had instead come to a much broader yet more oppressive space. This was the internal space of the Gigabit Combat Instrument, the mental realm of the battle instrument. A dark red sky, a desolate land, and the air was filled with restless Rhyonics energy. In the very center of that wasteland, atop a throne condensed from dark energy, sat a woman with a graceful figure. Or rather, the current Queen Belial. Seeing Loie's conscious body appear, Belial, sitting on the throne, crossed her legs. Her narrow dark red eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile full of evil intent. Yo, isn't this great one's master? She intentionally emphasized the word master, with a hint of mockery, a hint of resentment, and a deeply hidden trace of seduction. Although her body had become like this and her soul had been branded, this galactic emperor who once almost ruled the universe clearly hadn't completely given up. Belial slowly stood up, walking toward Loie with elegant yet dangerous steps. As she approached, the surrounding dark energy surged like a boiling tide. That pressure originating from the depths of the soul would have likely made an ordinary person kneel and tremble long ago. She extended a finger, gently tilting Loie's chin, her breath as sweet as orchids. Hey, Loie. Although I don't know what means you used to turn this great one into this ghostly state, since you possess the Rhyonics bloodline, you should understand the true essence of power. Belial's voice was full of seduction, like the serpent in the Garden of Eden. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, only power is eternity. You also long to dominate everything, don't you? You also want to make those high and mighty fellows kneel at your feet, right? Come, accept my proposal. As long as you are willing to undo this damn restraint, I can lend you all of my power. We will become the new overlords of the universe, we will. Snap. A crisp snap of fingers interrupted Belial's grand blueprint. Loie looked at her with an expression as if looking at a fool, even unable to help but yawn. Are you finished? Ha! Belial was stunned. This wasn't the right script. Shouldn't an ordinary human be shaking with excitement upon hearing the promise of a galactic emperor? Auntie Belial, this set of rhetoric of yours is already outdated. Loie brushed her hand away and said with a look of disgust. The last guy who tried to seduce me was called Alien Rayblood. The things he promised me were far more than yours, rule over the entire universe, ultimate biological evolution. And the result? Loie pointed to his head and showed a kind smile. His remnant soul has already been chewed up and swallowed by me, becoming nourishment for my power. Do you think that, as a loser who was possessed by Rayblood and eventually deserted by everyone, you have any right to try and seduce me? These words were like a heavy hammer, smashing hard against Belial's chest. You. Belial's face instantly turned ugly. The anger of being poked in a sore spot caused the energy around her to start going wild. You dare look down on this great one? I'm not looking down on you. Lowy withdrew his smile, his eyes becoming unusually calm, even revealing a kind of pity that made Belial feel flustered. He took a step forward, instead closing in on Belial. I just find it pathetic. Belial, have you forgotten? Forgotten what? Belial subconsciously took a step back. For some reason, facing this human youth's gaze, she actually felt an urge to run away. Forgotten who you are. Lowy's voice wasn't loud, but it stirred up layers of echoes in this mental space. Look at yourself now. Besides power and hatred, what do you have left? You were once the pride of the Land of Light, a hero who fought side by side with the father of Ultra. You are an Ultraman. Where is your Ultra Heart? Ultra Heart. These two words were like some kind of forbidden incantation, making Belial's body stiffen suddenly. A trace of confusion flashed in those red eyes, followed immediately by being covered by even more frantic violence. Shut up! Belial let out a hysterical scream, clutching her head as if it were suffering from intense pain. That kind of thing, that kind of weak and useless thing, this great one threw it away 20,000 years ago. It's a shackle. Only by abandoning the heart can one obtain ultimate power. She suddenly raised her head, a twisted wild laugh on her face. How great I am now! I am the Emperor of Darkness. I am the strongest Rheonyx. I don't need that trash called a heart. Looking at the former hero before him who had fallen into madness, Lowy sighed. After all, relying solely on Takno Jutsu is useless. For this kind of tsundere and awkward elder, one must use some physical means. Since you think it's trash, then I'll help you find it back. Lowy's eyes narrowed. In the next second, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. In this mental space, he was the absolute ruler. Before Belial could react, Lowy had already appeared in front of her. No fancy techniques, no world-destroying energy. Lowy just tightly clenched his right fist, gathering all his will and his understanding of the word hero. Look at me. Belial. This punch is for the stray warrior who once wanted to touch the plasma spark tower. This punch is for the soul that wandered alone in a different dimension for 20,000 years. This punch is called Personality Correction Punch. Chapter 80, The Lazy Impertinent Girl God. Bang! A simple, unadorned punch smashed heavily into Belial's stunningly beautiful face. This strike didn't cause any physical DMG, but it blasted directly into the depths of her soul. The massive impact sent Belial flying. She traced a parabola through the air, crashing miserably onto the dark red wasteland and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Ugh! Clutching her face, Belial looked at Lowy in disbelief. You actually dared to hit this great one's face. I'm hitting exactly that. Lowy shook his slightly numb wrist and looked down at her from above. Are you awake now? Talking about throwing away your Ultra Heart, talking about only wanting to become the Emperor of the universe. No, those aren't thoughts an Ultra Warrior should have, nor are they your heart's true desires. Lowy walked up to her step by step, knelt down, and looked directly into those trembling eyes. You're just running away. Because of the pain of exile, because you were possessed by Ray blood and plunged into darkness, you chose to give up on yourself and become a complete villain. But in truth, you crave recognition more than anyone. You crave returning to that place of radiant light more than anyone, right? As Lowy spoke, the violence in Belial's eyes gradually dissipated. In its place, tears welled up like a rising tide. She remembered a time from a long, long time ago. Back then, she hadn't touched the plasma spark yet. Back then, she was still called Ultraman Belial. Back then, she and Ken, father of Ultra, fought monsters back to back, and Marie, mother of Ultra, would gently heal their wounds. Wah-ah! Belial's hard shell finally shattered. She slumped on the ground, her hands clutching the dirt, letting out whimpers like a wounded beast. But I can't go back anymore. Tears slid down her cheeks, dripping onto the barren earth. I've become this shape, and I've killed so many people, the land of light will never forgive me. She looked up, her tear-stained face a mix of despair and hope, looking at Loie as if he were her final lifeline. Can someone like me, someone as sinful as me, still become an Ultra Warrior? At this moment, she was no longer the overbearing Belial. She was just a child who had been lost for 20,000 years. Looking at the tearful Belial, the sternness in Loie's eyes faded, replaced by a gentle smile. He reached out his hand toward Belial. It was a gesture of invitation. As long as you want to, it's never too late. Loie's voice was firm and powerful. The past cannot be changed, but the future is still in your hands. If you truly want to atone, then start now. Become my strength and protect those who need protecting. Use your claws to tear through the darkness, not to create it. That is what an Ultra Warrior should do, isn't it? Looking at the hand extended toward her, Belial was stunned. In those long years of darkness, no one had ever reached out to her. Aside from Rhea Blood's malicious ghostly hand, only this man before her was willing to give her a pull. Loie. Belial sniffled and wiped away her tears. Though her movements were still a bit awkward and a trace of lingering tsundere remained on her face, her gaze had changed. It was the light known as hope. She reached out and tightly grasped Loie's palm. If you dare lie to me, this Great One will never forgive you. Despite her words, her body honestly used his strength to stand up, then slumped naturally into Loie's embrace. I want to. Belial buried her head in Loie's chest, her voice muffled but exceptionally firm. Coach, no, Loie, I want to become an Ultra Warrior. At that moment, the dark energy in the entire mental space began to undergo a qualitative change. The originally violent and malicious dark red Rhyonyx energy became docile in an instant, even faintly emitting a pure light. This was the union of light and dark, the completion of the fall to goodness. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight spilled onto his face through the gap in the curtains, Loie snapped his eyes open. There was no hangover-like headache, instead, he felt his entire body filled with endless power. It was an unprecedented sense of fullness. The Rhyonyx factors within his body seemed to be cheering with joy. With every breath, he could feel the energy in the surrounding space converging toward him. If his previous power was a rushing river, then now, it was a vast ocean. It seems that fellow Belial has really figured things out. Loie clenched his fist, feeling that qualitative leap, and couldn't help but let his lips curl up. Solving the biggest internal threat and gaining a powerful, obedient enforcer, this was a massive profit. Open status panel. Loie muttered in his mind, wanting to see exactly how much his data had inflated. The translucent blue light screen that popped up before him was completely blank. Where the specific values for strength, agility, and stamina should have been displayed, they were now all replaced by? In their place was a constantly flashing pink mail icon. What the hell? Loie frowned and clicked on the mail. The sender was still that impertinent girl god. To the stupid small fry Loie. Hoof, good morning, you useless small fry. Are you panicking because you can't see your own data? Do you want to cry and beg this god to tell you? Blay, I'm not telling. Actually, it's because you're growing way too fast. This god has to recalculate your data every single day and convert it into those boring numerical values. It's such a huge pain. I'm not your nanny calculator. This god is very busy, okay? For example, I have new anime to watch, games to play, and potato chips to eat. So, starting today, this god has decided to go on strike. I'm not calculating for you anymore. From now on, just feel however strong you are. As long as you kill the enemy, it counts as a win. Why do you need data? You're such a thick-headed small fry. Alright, just to let you know. I also found that specific gacha pool thing too troublesome, with all the categories and stuff. So I threw all the rewards, skills, equipment, bloodlines, and items into one big pool. From now on, pulling cards depends entirely on your luck. Maybe you'll pull a divine artifact in one go, or maybe you'll just pull a pack of tissues. How about it? Isn't it exciting? This is what you call a sense of surprise, get it? That's all. You may withdraw, small fry. From your most adorable God-sama. After reading the mail, Loe's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This god. Loe took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to flip the bird at the sky. Is way too lazy. What do you mean growing too fast to calculate? You clearly just want to slack off and play games. And what the hell is this gotcha pool hodgepodge? If I pull a pack of tissues at a critical moment later, who the hell am I supposed to complain to? Forget it. Loe helplessly closed the panel. Since he was stuck with such an unreliable god, what else could he do but accept it? Anyway, the power was real and within him. Data was indeed just a reference. A new day begins. Loe pulled back the covers. Hearing the clattering sounds of Artoria looking for food in the kitchen, his mood inexplicably brightened again. P.S. Mainly because the subsequent numerical values simply can't be calculated anymore, so I won't bother. The power inflation is real. Chapter 81, Gojo Satoru Comes Calling. Still 10 chapters today, please give a 5-star review, support me, I'm begging you all. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, lazily spilling onto the dining table. The air was filled with the aroma of fried eggs, bacon, and freshly toasted bread. Master, today's fried eggs are cooked just right. The crispiness around the edges is perfect. Artoria sat upright at the table. Although her movements were impeccably elegant, the speed at which she ate was startlingly fast. The golden ahogue on her head swayed slightly with her chewing, and she seemed to be in quite a good mood. Loe held a cup of coffee, looking at the food-loving Artoria with a helpless smile. Eat slower, no one's going to snatch it from you. Just as the two were enjoying this rare peaceful morning, preparing to start a new day of teacher-student life. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell sounded as if it were controlled by some urgent electrical wave, emitting an irritating, continuous bombardment. Loe's hand holding the coffee paused slightly, and his eyebrows twitched. In this world, the number of people who knew his address could be counted on one hand. A polite child like Yatsuya Miko would never dare to ring the doorbell like that. If Takamatsu Akari came, she would most likely ring it once and then wait at the door. So, there was only one person left who would dare to be so unscrupulous and devoid of social etiquette. Loe set down his cup, walked over, and pulled open the front door. Sure enough. A handsome face wearing a black blindfold and smiling like a sunflower thrust itself directly in front of Loe. Good morning, Loe, my student. Gojo Satoru held a bag of some unknown dessert in one hand and waved naturally with the other, as if this were his own backyard. Why are you here? Loe leaned against the doorframe, looking annoyed at this man who was clearly the strongest in modern jujitsu but acted like a vagrant. Even if you don't welcome me, you should welcome the limited edition Kikufuku I brought, right? Gojo Satoru shook the bag in his hand, then pulled down his blindfold slightly, revealing those azure 6 eyes. Their gazes met in the air for a split second. No words were needed, with just a single look, Loe understood the deeper meaning in Gojo Satoru's eyes. Something's up, care to chat? And Loe returned a look. Understood, let's go. This mysterious understanding between men was sometimes faster than telepathy. Thus, Loe turned around and shouted to Artoria, who was still struggling at the dining table. Leah, go to school by yourself after you finish eating. Eh? Artoria stopped eating, a few breadcrumbs still sticking to the corner of her mouth as she looked up blankly. Is Master not going? It seems you have a class this morning. Cough, cough. Loe cleared his throat and spoke nonsense with a straight face. As a teacher, I have an important inspection mission concerning world peace today that I need to carry out with Teacher Gojo. This is an adult's responsibility, so just go to school with peace of mind. Remember to tell the class monitor for me that I, feel a bit unwell, so I'm taking the day off. Artoria stared at Loe for several seconds with a look that clearly said, you just want to skip class. But as a servant who strictly followed the way of the night, she eventually sighed and swallowed the last bite of bread. I understand, Master. Please be sure to stay safe. Even though she was the student and Loe was the teacher. At this moment, Artoria, walking out the door alone with her school bag, looked like a mature adult, while the two men staying at the door in collusion looked like delinquent boys planning to skip class for an internet cafe. Half an hour later. A large game center in a bustling commercial street in Tokyo. Deafening electronic sound effects, flashing neon lights, and an atmosphere thick with excitement and anxiety. A bit more to the left. Not there. The claw will slip. Shut up. I don't need you to teach me. I'm 100% certain about this grab. In front of a giant claw machine, two men over 185 centimeters tall with extremely striking looks were leaning against the glass cabinet without any shred of dignity, staring intently at a gray penguin plushie inside. Gojo Satoru held a cola, pointing and critiquing. Loie gripped the joystick, a hint of sweat even appearing on his forehead. The tension made it seem as if he weren't facing a claw machine, but a special grade cursed spirit. Click. The button was pressed. The mechanical claw slowly descended, precisely grabbed the penguin's head, lifted it, and moved. Then, 5 centimeters away from the exit, the claw loosened without warning. Thud. The penguin fell back to its original spot. The air seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. I told you. That machine's claw has been tampered with. Definitely tampered with. Gojo Satoru burst into gloating laughter on the side. Classmate Loie, it seems you used up all your luck last night? Pipe down. Loie straightened up. He didn't get frustrated by the failure, instead, he took a lollipop out of his pocket and popped it into his mouth. He looked at the penguin in the glass cabinet that was always just out of reach, and his gaze gradually deepened. Teacher Gojo. I'm planning to do something big. The smile on Gojo Satoru's face didn't disappear, but his surrounding aura underwent a subtle change in that instant. The sense of cynical flippancy faded, replaced by the composure and sharpness belonging to the strongest. He didn't ask what big thing or why. As the man standing at the peak of the jiu-jitsu world, possessing the 6 eyes made him clearer than anyone about the rot of this world, and clearer than anyone about the character of someone like Loie. Need help? Gojo Satoru bit his straw, his tone as casual as if he were asking, do you need me to help you buy a bottle of water? But the weight of this promise was enough to shake the entire jiu-jitsu world. If Loie nodded, then today, at this very moment, the entire landscape of the Tokyo jiu-jitsu world would be completely rewritten. However, Loie shook his head. Not at all. He looked at the mountain of dolls in the claw machine as if he were looking at the rotten oranges entrenched in the jiu-jitsu world's higher UPS. The jiu-jitsu world needs stability. You are the strongest, the symbol of that world, and the anchor for all jiu-jitsu sorcerers. If you act, the nature of it changes. It becomes civil strife, a coup d'état, and it would cause unnecessary panic and turmoil. At this point, Loie crunched down on the lollipop in his mouth. But I am different. I am just a passing student with a bit of a bad temper, or rather, a lawless curse user. Gojo Satoru was stunned for a moment, then helplessly scratched his hair and let out a long sigh. Darn it, to think I need a student to help me deal with those rotten oranges. I'm quite a failure as a teacher. P.S. Don't worry about the author's stockpiled chapters. The author has reached chapter 120, and the 4th war plot was decided long ago to be written in the 2nd volume, as was the 5th war. Chapter 82, Mojito in the Cinema. Although he complained, a glimmer of relief and anticipation flickered in Satoru Gojo's eyes. Did he want to kill those old geezers? He dreamt of it. But he couldn't. Because he was Satoru Gojo, he bore the responsibility of nurturing the next generation. What he wanted was to change this rotten system from its roots, not just engage in simple slaughter. P.S. In the original work, he would kill to prepare for the final battle, and of course, there was a sense of revenge. But Loie's appearance broke this endless cycle. Don't say that. Loie smiled and dropped in another coin, the joystick turning nimbly in his hand. It's just a different division of labor. I'm responsible for clearing out the trash, and you're responsible for rebuilding a new order on the ruins. When the time comes, maybe I'll be wanted and become the so-called most evil curse user in history. Gojo-sensei, you won't blame me for stealing your spotlight, will you? Hearing this, Satoru Gojo was stunned for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. So interesting. He patted Loi's shoulder, laughing so hard tears almost came out. Of course, there's no problem. If you can really reach that level, then feel free to take it. However, Satoru Gojo restrained his smile a bit, his azure eyes staring intently at Loi through his sunglasses. If you want to become the strongest, you have to defeat me first, okay? Young man. Don't worry, Gojo-sensei, I'll be taking that title of the strongest from you. Loi replied confidently. Just then, with a crisp clacking sound, the gray penguin plushie was finally successfully grabbed by Loi and fell into the exit. Got it. Loi leaned over, picked up the prize, and shook it in his hand. This wasn't just a plushie, it was more like a signal. A consensus had been reached. Loi would act as the villain wielding the butcher's knife, physically eliminating those rotten higher UPS. While Satoru Gojo would act as the side of justice, taking over the power vacuum after the purge. This was a grand purge targeting the higher UPS of the Jujutsu world, casually finalized by two seemingly unreliable men in this noisy game center. After leaving the game center, the two didn't part ways immediately. Since we've skipped class, let's see it through to the end. Gojo suggested. A really bad B-movie horror flick just came out. I heard the ratings are outrageously low. Want to go challenge it? Let's go. Loi agreed. The two arrived at an old cinema located on a secluded street. As soon as they approached, Loi and Satoru Gojo stopped in their tracks at the same time. Although ordinary people couldn't see it, in their vision, the cinema looked as if it were soaked in ink, emitting dense and twisted cursed energy residue. It seems, this is more than just a bad movie. Satoru Gojo whistled, his tone relaxed. Let's buy tickets. Loi didn't waste words and walked straight to the ticket booth. The two bought tickets and walked into the dim screening room. There weren't many people inside, only a few scattered audience members. In a corner of the back row, a nauseating cursed spirit aura was being released without any concealment. Loi and Satoru Gojo exchanged a look and, in silent understanding, made no sound, walking over quietly. There, in a back row seat, sat a young man with strange stitched long hair, wearing patched clothes. He was leaning over, incessantly preaching something to a gloomy-looking high school boy in the seat next to him. Junpei, do you see? Humans, as a species, are like the characters in these movies, they exist because of inner contradictions and distortions. There is no heart, only the soul. That is the truth. So, there's no need to feel guilty about hurting others. The boy named Junpei listened intently, his eyes filled with confusion and trust for this friend. That was the special grade cursed spirit, Mahito. And his targeted prey, Yoshino Junpei. Seeing Mahito's life mentor act, Loi couldn't help but sneer. Truly worthy of being one of the most disgusting villains in Jujutsu Kaisen. That self-righteous face, treating the human heart like a plaything, really makes one want to stomp on it. So, he and Satoru Gojo walked over. Without any warning. While Mahito was still enthusiastically brainwashing Junpei, two hands, one from the left and one from the right, clamped onto his shoulders like iron pincers. Hey, Stitch Face over there. Satoru Gojo leaned down and whispered in his left ear, his voice bone-chillingly cold. Making a loud noise in a cinema is a violation of public etiquette, you know? And Loi stood on his right. Although the gigabit combat instrument in his hand hadn't materialized, the heavy pressure had already locked onto Mahito's soul. Did you get parental consent before filling a minor's head with such twisted values? Mahito's body stiffened instantly. As a cursed spirit born from human hatred of other humans, his perception of danger was extremely keen. In that instant, he felt two terrifying auras, capable of crushing him countless times, completely surrounding him. To the left was the abyss of Limitless, to the right was the overbearing dominance of the monster ruler. You guys? Mahito turned his head with difficulty. On that face, which usually wore a playful smirk, an expression called terror appeared for the first time. He wanted to activate his curse technique to escape, but found his body felt like it was filled with lead, completely unable to move. Loi's palm pressed on his shoulder, the power of the gigabit combat instrument directly suppressing his soul's ability to transform. Mahito-san? Yoshino Junpei, who had been listening, was stunned. He didn't realize how terrifying these two suddenly appearing men were. He simply thought they were Mahito's friends or some trouble looking for him. Seeing Mahito's expression, Junpei instinctively wanted to stand up and defend the only friend who could understand him. Please let him go. Mahito-san, he. Shoo. Loi turned his head and put a finger to his lips toward Junpei. His gaze was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable magic. Children shouldn't interfere in adult conversations. Go to sleep. When you wake up, the world will be a little better. As Loi's words fell, he flicked the boy's forehead, lulling him to sleep. Having dealt with the bystander, Loi and Satoru Gojo refocused their attention on Mahito, who was sandwiched between them. The scene now was extremely eerie. In the dim cinema, a horror movie was playing screaming scenes on the big screen. In the back row of the audience, two men standing 190 centimeters tall, with kindly smiles on their faces, sandwiched a guy who looked like a non-mainstream youth between them. Hey, Gojo-sensei. Loi spoke slowly, his fingers lightly tapping Mahito's collarbone, making a tooth-aching sound of bone cracking. This thing was born from human hatred of others? And it seems he's a soul entity, only soul attacks can kill him. P.S. No image, just the protagonist and Satoru Gojo standing behind Mahito, smiling. Chapter 83 Mahito, watch me control them. Theoretically, that's right. Gojo Satoru rubbed his chin and replied with a grin. But, I don't seem to have a special attack ability against souls, so fighting like this is a bit of a hassle. But it's okay, we can play with him all day. Hearing the conversation between these two, Mahito's pupils shook violently. These two are definitely madmen. Compared to himself, a cursed spirit, these two guys were more like demons, weren't they? I think that suggestion is good. Loi nodded, looking at the trembling Mahito, and revealed a smile more villainous than any villain. But I have a better idea. My battle instrument is still missing a toilet cleaner. Ah no, a very good experimental subject. Tell me, if I fuse him with a monster's corpse, the remaining meat of Twin Tail, what do you think he'll become? Under Mahito's despairing gaze, Loi slowly raised the short rod in his hand that emitted an ominous light. Come on, smile, jeez. Inside the cinema, the background music of the horror movie continued. On the screen, the female lead was letting out a piercing scream, but at this moment in the back row of the screening room, Mahito, as a special grade cursed spirit, felt even more helpless than the movie's heroine. That feeling was like a little sparrow that had just learned to fly, suddenly caught between two great mountains. On the left was the absolutely inviolable domain known as the strongest of the modern era. On the right was that monster who clearly had no cursed energy fluctuations, yet suppressed his very soul into trembling with just a single rod. Arg! Mahito let out a painful roar. But this wasn't just a simple scream, it was an explosion at a critical point. As a curse born from humanity's hatred and fear of humanity, Mahito's potential was immense. In the original story, he was the type who got stronger the more he was beaten, frantically jumping back and forth on the edge of death to evolve. At this moment, facing these two despairing pressures enough to crush him, the cursed energy core inside his body began to rotate frantically. His soul was burning, and his body was restructuring. That fear of being on the brink of death instead became the catalyst for his evolution. I can still see the essence of the soul. Mahito's eyeballs bulged, and his originally suppressed body suddenly erupted with a burst of blinding black light. His soul form underwent a qualitative change. The structure that was originally unstable like plasticine became incredibly tough at this moment. Evolution. In a desperate situation, Mahito actually managed to force his cursed spirit grade higher, touching a higher dimension of the soul. Interesting. Gojo Satoru pulled down a corner of his sunglasses, a hint of surprise flashing in those pale blue eyes, but it was more like a naughty child seeing a new toy. Classmate Luo Wei, it seems your pressure therapy is quite effective. This patchwork monster has become more durable. Durable is good. Lowy was expressionless, his gigabit combat instrument slightly raised an inch, and then boom! It fell again without mercy. This time, it wasn't just a physical heavy blow, but also carried the spiritual pressure of Aryonics controlling monsters. Mahito, who had just intended to use the momentum of evolution to launch a counterattack, didn't even have time to straighten his knees before being slammed back into the ground by that rod. The floor tiles shattered instantly, and half of Mahito's body was smashed into the dirt. "Since you've evolved, let's do it again." Lowy's voice was calmly terrifying. Thus, a tragic evolution experiment began. Mahito tried to resist, turning his arm into a giant scythe to slash at Lowy. It was smashed to pieces by a single blow. Mahito tried to transform, turning into a liquid to escape. He was bounced back like a rubber ball by Gojo Satoru's limitless curse technique. Fear, evolution. Resistance, suppression. More fear, more evolution. More resistance, more suppression. It was simply a vicious cycle. Mahito's mind was repeatedly jumping on the edge of collapse. His proud ability to play with souls was nothing more than child's play in front of these two cheaters. "I don't understand, why are humans so strong?" Mahito went mad. His worldview collapsed. That sense of humiliation originating from the depths of his soul made him completely lose his reason. Domain expansion. Finally, after being smashed into the ground one last time, a look of resolute madness appeared on Mahito's distorted face. He was going to release that move. It was the ultimate secret technique he had just comprehended on the edge of life and death, touching the pinnacle of jujitsu. Self-embodiment of perfection. As long as he expanded his domain, even against Gojo Satoru, he would have a chance to. Crack! The crisp sound of a bone fracture interrupted Mahito's fantasy. At the moment he was preparing to form hand seals inside his mouth, two hands reached out simultaneously. Gojo Satoru grinningly grabbed his two wrists and twisted gently, crushing them like snapping dry branches. And Lowy was even more ruthless. The gigabit combat instrument was poked directly into Mahito's mouth, and that domineering power instantly shattered the small hands on his tongue that were originally preparing to form seals. "Want to use your ultimate move? Did you ask for our opinion?" Lowy looked coldly at Mahito, whose mouth was full of blood and whose eyes were dull. In a hot-blooded manga, a villain might have a charging time for their ultimate move. But here, this was a no-holds-barred mixed doubles beatdown. MMMPH. Mahito wanted to speak, wanted to beg for mercy, even wanted to curse. But Lowy didn't give him the chance. "Goodbye, patchwork face." Boom! The tip of the gigabit combat instrument erupted with a dazzling dark red light. At the same time, Gojo Satoru's finger flicked gently, and a small red exploded at point-blank range. Two world-destroying powers converged at this instant. No last words, no life flashing before his eyes. Mahito, the special-grade curse spirit who had disgusted countless readers in the original story, was left with nothing, completely dissipating in this unknown, dilapidated cinema. The battle ended quickly and quietly. Except for the back row seats turning into a pile of ruins, it didn't even disturb the few audience members in the front row who were sleeping soundly. That was a refreshing exercise. Gojo Satoru stretched and cracked his neck. He turned his head and looked at Yoshino Junpei, who was still in a deep sleep in the next seat. The boy's brow was furrowed, as if he were experiencing some kind of struggle even in his dreams. "Well then, I'll take this child." Gojo Satoru walked over and carried Junpei on his shoulder like a sack of rice, his tone carrying a rare hint of seriousness. "He has the potential of a jujitsu sorcerer, yet he almost went astray. As a teacher, I have an obligation to bring him back to the right path. Tokyo Jujutsu High is the place for this child, not being used as a tool by a cursed spirit in this dark corner." "Alright, I'll leave him to you then." Lowy nodded and put away his gigabit combat instrument. "I should head back too. After all, I am still a psychology teacher. After parting ways with Gojo Satoru, Lowy didn't go straight home but turned to head to the school where he worked. Although he was a psychology teacher in name only, he had to show his face occasionally. Chapter 84, Loser, Simp, Yanamiana. pushed open the door to the psychological counseling room. The originally quiet office was now filled with a strange, anxious atmosphere. Artoria was sitting in a corner of the sofa, holding a bag of potato chips, eating with a crunch sound, while curiously looking forward to her master's next choice. Yanaomi Anna was currently nervously pinching the corner of her clothes, her hand still tightly clutching a somewhat wilted red rose. Seeing Loie push the door and enter, Yanaomi Anna jumped suddenly like a startled rabbit. "You're back!" Her face instantly turned bright red, her eyes darted around, and she completely didn't dare to look Loie in the eye. "What's wrong? You look like you've done something guilty." Loie took off his coat and hung it on the rack, casually swiping a chip from Artoria's bag before sitting in his office chair. "That?" Yanaomi Anna took a deep breath, as if using up all the courage of her entire life. She suddenly took a step forward, holding the rose up to Loie with both hands, and shouted loudly. "Loie-sensei! Please go out with me." Silence. The office fell into a deathly silence. Only the crunching sound of Artoria chewing potato chips sounded particularly piercing. Loie looked at the rose that almost poked his nose, then looked at Yanaomi Anna, who had her eyes closed, her face flushed red, and her body still slightly trembling. 1 second. 2 seconds. "No." Loie answered cleanly and decisively, without the slightest hesitation, his tone as flat as if he were rejecting a salesperson. "Eh?" Yanaomi Anna slowly opened her eyes, and her whole person froze in place. Although she had long expected she might fail, but this rejection was too fast, wasn't it? Even hesitating for 1 second would have been nice. "Why?" The damselet's voice carried a hint of a sob, and her originally hopeful eyes instantly dimmed, her whole person seemed to lose color, gradually petrifying. "Because I have a girlfriend." Loie righteously spoke the truth that was enough to make Yanaomi Anna collapse. Tomoshima was his girlfriend now, and he wasn't lying, he had even met her parents. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, striking Yanaomi Anna right on the head. She was completely petrified. A grayish-white statue stood in the center of the office, looking as if it would shatter at a touch. Once again. Have I become a loser once again? Even though I've already worked so hard. Is my fate destined to be a loser? Looking at this stone statue emitting a thick aura of resentment, a mischievous smile curled at the corner of Loie's mouth. Teasing this girl was truly too interesting. However, Loie changed the subject, leaning back in his chair and adopting the posture of a scumbag. "As you know, I, your teacher, am a very charming person. Although I have a girlfriend, I am still a man who aspires to build a harem. So, it's not entirely impossible to take you in." Crack! The stone statue cracked open. Yanaomi Anna regained her color, but the expression on her face was even more shocked. Harem? She widened her eyes and looked at this handsome man as if she were meeting him for the first time. Can such things be said so openly and honestly? This is absolutely scumbag talk. Not willing? Loie raised an eyebrow. If you're not willing, then forget it. The door is over there. And no. Yanaomi Anna shouted subconsciously, then fell into deep self-doubt. Has she really become so pitiful to this extent? Even hesitating about becoming a member of a harem? No, that's not right. The point is, why should I agree to such an unequal treaty? Seeing the girl's conflicted expression, as if she were undergoing an internal struggle, Loie decided to add more fuel to the fire. Anna-san, do you still remember the identity setting I gave you before? Identity? Yanaomi Anna froze for a moment, her mind a mess. What identity? TSK, it seems you've forgotten. Loie stood up, walked in front of her, and lightly tapped her forehead with a finger. I said it before, didn't I? When I was helping you deal with your childhood friend and his girlfriend, the identity I gave you was my pursuer. A so-called pursuer is supposed to be someone thick-skinned who moves forward despite difficulties, no matter how many times they are rejected, right? Loie's voice was low and magnetic, much like a demon tempting mortals to fall. Look, you've only been rejected once, and you're already giving up? The true winner is the one who makes a comeback in adversity. Since you can't be the main wife, then be the most hardworking, simp. Loi's manipulative hand began to work, simp? Yanaomi Anna repeated this slightly insulting term. If it were a normal person, they would have slapped him by now. But who was she? She was Yanaomi Anna. A loser heroine with a bizarre train of thought who could give up her dignity for food and was always in a lower position emotionally. Under Loi's seductive logic, her eyes actually gradually became clear, and a strange fighting spirit even ignited within her. That's right. I wasn't able to win from the start anyway. Since Sensei is a harem man, that means the competition is fierce. Since the competition is fierce, I can't give up even more. As long as I simp fast enough and well enough, one day I'll be able to take the top spot. This is the survival way of a loser. I understand. Yanaomi Anna suddenly looked up, the confusion in her eyes swept away and replaced by a raging fire. She tightly grasped the rose in her hand, bowed deeply to Loi, and shouted loudly. Loi! I will work hard. I will be a good simp for you, Loi-sensei. Please let me pursue you. This shout was full of energy and echoed throughout the office. Cough, cough, cough. Artoria, who was watching the show from the side, finally couldn't hold it back and choked on a chip. She looked at the girl who was fired up about being a simp with an expression of disbelief, and then at her master, who had a teachable child expression. Is this world broken somewhere? Very good, you've got spirit. Loi patted Yanaomi Anna's shoulder with satisfaction and sat back in his chair. In that case, go buy me a cup of milk tea first, half sugar, no ice. Yes. I'll go right now. Yanaomi Anna was like a soldier who had received a sacred mission, turning around and running out, completely forgetting that she was a pitiful person whose confession was just rejected. Watching the girl's energetic back disappear through the doorway, Loi stretched comfortably. Ah, this is youth. Even if it's a bit twisted. P.S. Not a single moment was spent mourning for old 8, next to appear is. PS2, if old 8 wants to succeed, she needs to slap the protagonist. After all, the protagonist has been pressuring this girl from the beginning, only if old 8 truly shows the sensitivity in her heart can it work. PS3, regarding the character design that collapsed before, after old 8 slaps the protagonist will take old 8 to apologize. Of course, there's also the issue of the author using the two as disposable tools, which will be smoothed over. Chapter 85, Reality is actually a raising game. As Yanaomi Anna's motivated silhouette disappeared at the end of the hallway, the psychological counseling room finally regained its long-lost tranquility. Sunlight spilled onto the floor through the blinds, and the echoes of that loser girl's final oath still lingered in the air. What an energetic fellow! Loi chuckled, turned around, and looked at Artoria, who was sitting on the sofa still clutching half a bag of potato chips. At this moment, the King of Knights had bulging cheeks like a little hamster hoarding food, her emerald eyes looking at her master with a hint of inquiry. Catch! Loi reached into the akasha, pulled something out, and tossed it over. It was an exquisitely made, fluffy little lion plushie. It was one of the spoils from the previous claw machine skill competition with that guy Gojo Satoru at the arcade. Artoria subconsciously raised her hand to catch it. Looking at the adorable little lion in her hands with its golden mane, her eyes instantly lit up. For some reason, even though she was the King of Knights, she always felt an inexplicable affinity for lions. Even the normally calm hog on her head swayed slightly with joy, as if saying hello. Is this for me? Master. Artoria held the little lion in her arms, a soft, heartfelt smile appearing on her delicate face. Of course. Besides you, no one else in this house is worthy of a lion. Loi walked over and sat on the armrest next to her. However, this joy did not last long. Artoria looked down at the plushie in her arms, her fingers gently combing the golden mane, but the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. The ahog that had been swaying happily also drooped listlessly, like a plant that had lost its water. Master. Her voice became somewhat low, carrying a hint of loneliness that was usually hard to detect. Am I very useless? Loi raised an eyebrow but didn't interrupt her. Artoria looked up, her emerald eyes filled with seriousness and guilt. Whether it was facing the giant monster before, or that Rayblood who wanted to occupy your body. I could only watch from the side. Your power is growing too fast. So fast that it makes me, a saber-class servant, feel like a burden. She was the proud King Arthur, the Red Dragon of Britain. But now, facing Loi's endless methods, the Rhyonyx power, the monster army, and even the strength to chat and laugh with Belial, who had once destroyed the universe, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Although the sword of promised victory in her hand was sharp, it seemed it could no longer keep up with her master's pace of conquering the stars and seas. Seeing his saber in such a state of overthinking, Loi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Master? Artoria was a bit annoyed, this was a very serious topic. Sorry. I just think you look absolutely adorable like this. Loi stopped laughing, reached out, and very naturally put his arm around Artoria's slender shoulders, pulling her closer to him. Feeling the warmth of her master's palm, Artoria's body stiffened slightly, but she didn't resist, her ears only turning slightly red. Leah, you don't have to worry at all. Loi's voice sounded in her ear, carrying a reassuring certainty. Just leave it to me. As a master, if I can't even make my own servant stronger, then what kind of Rhyonyx am I? Stronger? Artoria blinked in confusion. That's right, it's a raising plan. Loi snapped his fingers, his eyes flashing with a light called ambition. He intended to build this team into the strongest legion that could sweep through the multiverse. Listen closely, I have a clear plan for our current combat power. Loi held up his fingers and began to list them off for Artoria like counting his treasures. First is Miko. Her position is support, I don't need to worry about her at all, just let her do her own thing. At this point, Loi paused, his tone becoming fanatical. Then there are the big guys in my hands. Zeton, that's the cosmic dinosaur that once defeated Ultraman. But I won't stop there. My goal is to make Zeton a warrior of miracles. Loi's idea was the opposite of alien bats. Since becoming the Hyper Zeton that represented despair would attract Saga, who represented miracles, what if he raised Zeton to be a warrior of miracles? Next is Red King. That guy isn't very bright, but his muscle density is top tier. My plan is simple, pure physical strengthening. No need for any fancy beams, I want to train him into a One-Punch Man version of a monster. In the future, he must possess the monstrous strength to tear through cosmic space with pure arm strength. And my first monster, Gamora. I want her to receive the support of all monsters and become Glitter Gamora. Listening to Loi's grand and even somewhat ridiculous plans, Artoria's mouth hung open slightly, completely shocked. Was this really a blueprint a human could conceive? What about me? Artoria asked subconsciously, her voice carrying a hint of expectation. Since even those monsters had such a brilliant future, as the King of Knights, she. You? Loi looked down at the girl in his arms, his gaze becoming incredibly gentle and deep. He reached out and gently stroked Artoria's golden hair, as if touching the most precious treasure. Leah, what you hold in your hand is the sword of promised victory, but that is a divine construct forged by the planet, a weapon to deal with enemies from outside the planet. Loi's voice was low and powerful, like heavy hammer blows striking Artoria's heart. Right now, you are still trapped in the shackles of the identity of King Arthur. But I hope you can hear a more distant voice. Hear the voice of the stars. The voice of the stars? Artoria murmured to herself. I want to raise you into voice of the stars, Artoria. Not just the King of Britain, but the guardian of this planet, and even this starry sky. When your holy sword is no longer for protecting a country, but for protecting the civilizations under this starry sky, that radiance will be enough to cut through any darkness. This is my expectation for you, Leah. After hearing these words, Artoria felt that organ called the heart beating violently. The original confusion and unease vanished in an instant. In its place was an unprecedented sense of mission and the emotion of being trusted. So, in Master's heart, do I have such a high ceiling? Listening to the voice of the stars. P.S. Warrior of Miracles, legendary Hyper Zeton, Glitter Gamora, voice of the stars, Artoria. Chapter 86, An Alien, Shinomiya Kagaya? I understand, Master. Artoria held the little lion cub tightly in her arms, her gaze turning firm and sharp once more, the look befitting a king of knights. I will never fail your expectations. For that day, I will redouble my efforts. Looking at the reinvigorated saber, Loie nodded with satisfaction. As expected, painting a big picture, no, setting a grand ideal is the best way to motivate employees. However, that's a matter for the future. Loie let go and gently rubbed her head, messing up her smooth blonde hair into a disheveled state. For now, you only need to do one thing. Go and play, Leah. Enjoy this peaceful world, eat the delicacies you want to eat, and make the friends you want to make. First, learn to enjoy life and learn to be an ordinary damselette. That is the first step to becoming stronger. Artoria was stunned for a moment, and then a smile brighter than sunlight bloomed on her face. Master. Watching Artoria leave the office in high spirits with the little lion in her arms, the smile on Loie's face gradually faded. He sat back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk. Having appeased his ace fighter, it was time to handle some serious business. Just then, a cold, evil, yet strangely familiar mental fluctuation suddenly echoed deep within Loie's mind. Hey, Loie. It was Belial's voice. Since being pummeled by the personality correction punch and achieving a fall into goodness, this former Dark Emperor had been honestly staying inside the gigabit combat instrument as a shut-in, only occasionally popping up. What is it, Auntie Belial? Loie responded in his mind, if you want snacks, I'll go buy some for you after school. Who's your auntie? Call me Queen. Belial habitually flared up, but her tone soon became serious. Don't get sidetracked, there's a situation. Right here in this school, I smell a nauseating aura. That is the stench of an alien. An alien? Loie's finger tapping the desk abruptly stopped. If it were a cursed spirit, it would be understandable. But an alien? Can you pinpoint the location? Loie asked. Nonsense, this great one. This queen once ruled the universe. I can smell the aura of such a low-level alien from 3 blocks away. Belial sneered, and then a mental guidance was directly projected into Loie's mind. It's in that direction, and the aura is very stable. It seems they've been lurking for a long time. Loie stood up and looked in the direction Belial pointed. That was the top floor area of the teaching building. Shuchian Academy. In this elite school where countless prestigious and powerful families gathered, there was actually an alien hiding? Interesting. Let's go and see which blind fool dares to run wild on my turf. Loie straightened his collar, pushed open the office door, and stepped out. Passing through the bustling corridors. It was currently lunch break, and students were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chatting. Loie ignored the curious glances from the surrounding demoiselles and went straight to the top floor of the teaching building. Compared to the noise downstairs, it was exceptionally quiet here. The heavy mahogany doors, golden handles, and the portraits of past outstanding graduates hanging on the walls all highlighted the special status of this place. At the end of the corridor, a pair of double doors was tightly closed. An exquisite metal nameplate hung on the door, with several gold embossed characters engraved on it. Student Council Room. Loie stopped in his tracks. Belial's guidance finally stopped here. Right inside. In his mind, Belial's voice carried a hint of mockery. The aura of that alien is hiding in this room. Shuchian Student Council? How did an alien sneak in here? Although he didn't know exactly what was going on, since he was here, there was no reason to back down. He reached out and grasped the cold doorknob. With a soft sound, the door leading to the truth was slowly pushed open. Inside the Shuchian Academy Student Council Room. In this room that symbolized the highest authority in the school, there was no busy scene as one might imagine. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows onto the expensive carpet, and the air was filled with the unique aroma of black tea mixed with old book paper. There was only one person in the room. Shinomiya Kagaya. This demoiselle of the Shinomiya conglomerate was currently sitting behind her desk, her fountain pen signing names on a document with fluid grace. Lowy stood at the door, not speaking immediately, but narrowing his eyes slightly. Deep in his mind, the voice of the former Dark Emperor who once ruled the universe now rang out with a bit of playfulness and surprise. Interesting. Belial's voice sounded as if she were tasting a rare red wine, although mixed with a large amount of human genes. This scent, there's no mistake. Are you saying she is that alien? Lowy asked in his mind, his gaze inconspicuously sizing up Shinomiya Kagaya before him. No matter how he looked at it, this was a pure human girl, right? Aside from that anti-physics flat chest and her personality that made one want to complain. Not just an alien, but the descendant of an old acquaintance. Belial sneered, a Mephalasian. Those guys who love to play with intellect, call themselves gentlemen, but are actually sinister and cunning. Mephilas? Lowy raised an eyebrow. In Ultraman's Monster Encyclopedia, the Mephalasians were known as vicious aliens for their high intelligence. They didn't like direct violent conquest, but rather preferred to seize planets through temptation, contracts, and psychological warfare. If the Shinomiya family had Mephalasian blood flowing in their veins. However, the bloodline is too thin. Belial added, this little girl only has a few remnants on her. The real big fish should be her direct elders. After receiving confirmation from Belial, the doubt in Lowy's eyes dissipated, replaced by the joy of a hunter discovering prey. And at this moment, Shinomiya Kagaya finally put down her fountain pen. She looked at this uninvited guest who had barged in without knocking, her brows furrowed slightly, but her good upbringing prevented her from lashing out on the spot. It's Teacher Lowy. Shinomiya Kagaya's voice was crisp and cold, like ice cubes hitting a glass. Even though you are the psychology teacher, the student council room is not a public place you can enter and leave at will. May I ask, do you have any official business with me, the student council president? The implication was clear, I have a lot of work right now and no time to mess around with you and Chika. From Shinomiya Kagaya's perspective, this teacher Lowy was truly incompetent. Despite the school already having a psychology teacher, he had become a new one. As a psychology teacher, he would snatch a class to teach whenever he felt like it, and then lead students to skip class. Although he brought back the students who had asked for leave, it was indeed too outrageous. P.S. Next up is Shinomiya Kagaya. Chapter 87, Makima holding the Death Note. Faced with Shinomiya Kagaya's coldness, Lowy merely smiled. He stepped forward, walked straight to the desk, and leaned over with his hands on the surface, looking down at her from above. Of course I have official business. Lowy held up a finger, his tone as relaxed as if he were discussing today's weather. A home visit. I'm planning to conduct a surprise home visit. Huh? Shinomiya Kagaya's perennial iceberg face finally showed a crack. She looked at Lowy in disbelief. A home visit? That's right. As a psychology teacher, it is my unshakable duty to pay attention to the impact of a student's family environment on their mental health. Lowy talked nonsense with a perfectly serious expression. Since Belial said the real Mephalasian was one of her elders, then as long as he went to the Shinomiya family residence, he would eventually be able to drag out that alien hiding behind the scenes. Please allow me to refuse. Shinomiya Kagaya stood up almost instinctively, slamming her hands on the desk, her tone becoming urgent. The Shinomiya family's house rules are strict. We do not accept any form of private visits. Moreover, my mental health is perfectly fine. There is no need for you to do something so unnecessary, teacher. Was he kidding? Letting this dangerous-looking man go to her home? Her father would absolutely be furious. Besides, if that oppressive atmosphere at home were seen by an outsider. Student Kagaya, you seem to have misunderstood one thing. Lowy straightened his body. Although there was a smile on his face, there was no room for negotiation in those deep eyes. I, your teacher, am not asking for your opinion. I am informing you. As for the strict house rules? Don't worry, I'll make sure your parents receive me warmly. After saying that, Lowy didn't give Shinomiya Kagaya any chance to argue further. He simply turned around and waved his hand. Then it's settled. I'll head over myself after school. You'd better give that old fossil at home a heads up in advance. Wait. Teacher Loie. You can't. Shinomiya Kagaya was so anxious she wanted to chase after him, but Loie's figure had already disappeared behind the heavy doors. Looking at the empty doorway, this student council president, who usually had everything under control, felt a deep sense of powerlessness for the first time. This man is completely unreasonable. After leaving the student council room, Loie was in a fairly good mood. He had found a clue about the alien and bullied that tsundere demoiselle along the way. His luck today seemed pretty good. What should I do next? There's still some time before school ends. Loie strolled back to his psychology consultation room with his hands in his pockets. However, when he pushed open the familiar door to his office, his footsteps paused slightly. In the office that should have been empty, there was now a guest. It was a woman. She wasn't wearing a school uniform, but a well-tailored black suit. Her white shirt was buttoned all the way to the top, looking ascetic and rigorous. Her long, light red hair was braided into a thick plait behind her head, draped over her chest. The most striking feature was her eyes. Within the golden pupils were ring-like patterns, much like the rings of a tree. They were eyes filled with a non-human quality, distinct from those of a human. The moment this name surfaced in Loie's mind, the accompanying label was Bad Woman. Currently, this bad woman was sitting in Loie's office chair, her long legs crossed. She held a black notebook in her hand and seemed to be reading its contents. Hearing the door open, she slowly looked up, wearing that signature gentle smile that made it impossible to see through her depth. You are Teacher Loie, right? Makima's voice was very soft, like a breeze brushing past the ear, yet it carried an inexplicable chill. Loie's gaze fell on the notebook in her hand. A black cover with a line of English written in white font: Death Note. The Death Note. Now this was very interesting. Loie raised an eyebrow, closed the door, and walked in casually as if seeing an old friend. That's me. Beautiful lady, it's not a good habit to look through other people's things without permission, though I don't really have any secrets here. My apologies. Makima gently closed the notebook. Those golden ringed eyes stared intently at Loie, as if trying to see through him. Because I picked up this interesting thing at school, and I heard that Teacher Loie is the most special existence in this school, so I wanted to come and confirm it. She held up the death note in her hand, her tone still gentle. I heard that as long as a name is written in this notebook, that person will die. Teacher Loie, do you believe in such urban legends? Who knows? Maybe it's true, maybe it's fake. Loie shrugged and sat down on the sofa with an indifferent expression, even crossing his legs. Seeing Loie's completely unguarded appearance, the smile at the corners of Makima's mouth deepened. She pulled a fountain pen from her pocket and removed the cap. In that case, I'd like to perform an experiment. The tip of her pen hovered over the black paper. She looked up, a light named Domination flashing in her eyes. Could you tell me your full name? Although I already know it, I would still like to hear you confirm it personally. I never hide my name, nor do I change my surname. Loie rested his chin on one hand and looked at her with a smile. Loie. Lo as in luophone, way as in dimensions. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Without the slightest hesitation. Makima's wrist moved, and on that terrifying death note, she clearly wrote the two characters for Loie. As the final stroke fell, the air seemed to freeze. 40 seconds. Makima said softly, according to the rules written inside, the time to die from a heart attack is 40 seconds. Tick. The wall clock was ticking, and the sound of the second hand was infinitely amplified in the silent office. 10 seconds. Loie yawned, fished a candy out of his pocket, and tossed it into his mouth. 20 seconds. Loie felt a bit bored and even took out his phone to scroll through Twitter. 30 seconds. The smile on Makima's face didn't change, but the fingers holding the pen tightened slightly. 40 seconds. When the second hand crossed that life and death mark, nothing happened. Loie still sat on the sofa, his complexion rosy. He even frowned because the candy in his mouth was too sour. In those golden eyes that were always calm, an emotion called astonishment finally appeared for the first time. She looked at the notebook in her hand, then looked at the alive and well Lowy. It failed? How was this possible? Makima had tested the power of the Death Note before. It could even kill devils, let alone humans. But why was it ineffective against the man before her? Makima, I've been played. Who knew Lowy's life level had reached a stage where he could ignore the Death Note? Is time up? Seeing Makima's expression of questioning her very existence, Lowy couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems your little notebook is a bootleg, Miss Makima. Chapter 88, Makima Under Control. The rules of the Death Note? Don't make me laugh. He was now a Rionix. His life stage had long since transcended the scope of ordinary humans. Combined with the presence of the Gigabit combat instrument and someone of Belial's level within him, did a mere rule-based item from the Shinigami realm think it could judge his death? The moment that causality-based power touched the outer wall of Lowy's soul, it was repelled by a higher dimensional barrier. Don't you understand? Lowy stood up and walked toward Makima step by step. Makima's gaze instantly turned cold. Since a rule kill was ineffective, she would use physical means. As the control devil, her power was equally terrifying. Just as she was about to raise her hand and activate her ability. Boom! A gravitational field so terrifying it made one suffocate suddenly descended. That was Belial's power. Even though it was just a tiny leak, it was still a dimensional strike to Makima. Makima's body suddenly sank, and the fingers she had prepared for a hand seal froze in mid-air. Before she could even react, Lowy's figure had already appeared in front of her. Then, he turned around and sat down. As if he were back in his own home, Lowy sat his buttocks down on Makima's thighs with extreme naturalness and smoothness. Ugh! Makima let out a muffled groan. This wasn't because of pain, but because of humiliation. That man named Lowy, actually treated her, the control devil, as a human sofa? She wanted to resist, wanted to activate her control power to crush this insolent fool. But she discovered with horror that what was pressing down on her wasn't just Lowy's weight, but an absolute suppression coming from the level of the soul. The power of the Gigabit combat instrument locked onto her soul. It was a natural restraint belonging to a monster tamer against atypical beings. You might be a bad woman, but this seat is quite nice. Sitting on Makima's lap, Lowy even adjusted his posture to make himself more comfortable. Leaning back against Makima's soft chest, he could clearly hear the other party's racing heartbeat. Of course, it was from anger. Teacher Lowy. Makima's voice was no longer gentle, but carried a hint of teeth-gritting coldness. Do you know what you are doing? Of course I know. I'm enjoying my spoils of war. Lowy turned his head slightly, looking at that exquisite face so close at hand. At this moment, Makima's golden eyes no longer held high and mighty indifference, but were filled with anger and shock. This expression was much more pleasing to the eye than that fake smile from before. In fact, Lowy could have killed her completely. With his current power combined with the Gigabit combat instrument, it wasn't impossible to thoroughly erase the control devil. That troublesome contract flashed through Lowy's mind. The contract Makima signed with the Prime Minister of Japan. Any DMG she received would be converted into illnesses or accidents for the Japanese citizens. In other words, if Lowy punched Makima's head off right now, someone might die for no reason the next second. Lowy wasn't some saint, a stranger dying was no problem for him, but what if it was one of his friends who died? Since he couldn't kill her for the time, he could only switch to another method of discipline. Don't look at me like that. Lowy reached out and gently patted Makima's cheek, which was slightly flushed with anger, his smile as bright as a demon's. Since your Death Note is useless against me, now, is it my turn? Bad women must have the resolve to be punished. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Makima, who had previously held the initiative and tried to toy with Lowy using a causality item like the Death Note, was now being suppressed on the sofa in an extremely humiliating posture. Moreover, what made her feel most desperate wasn't the physical suppression. It was a forced containment from the depths of her soul, from a higher dimension. The gigabit combat instrument in Loe's hand emitted a low hum, and the combat instrument's grid at the front flickered with an ominous dark red light. That light wasn't a warm salvation, but absolute dominance. For the Rayblood lineage, which possessed the ability to manipulate monsters, aliens, and even ultimate lifeforms, what was the controlled devil Makima? Even if she was a conceptual entity representing fear, within the judgment scope of the gigabit combat instrument, she was nothing more than a slightly special monster. Capture. Loe spoke the word nonchalantly. In the next second, Makima felt her connection to this world being severed. Her proud ringed eyes lost their original highlights, and the immortality contracts belonging to the Japanese citizens wrapped around her body were forcibly bypassed like fragile spider silk in the face of the gigabit combat instrument's overbearing rules. It didn't actually suck her in, but instead placed a deep brand upon her soul. Capture successful. It was just like in a Pokemon game, no matter how many complex mechanisms a legendary Pokemon had, all were equal before a Master Ball. Tisk. In his mind, Belial's voice, filled with disdain, rang out again. Hey, Loe. Did you get something wrong? This Queen's gigabit combat instrument is a divine artifact used to command an army of 100 monsters, conquer the land of light, and reign over the universe. It's not for you to use as some strange beautiful girl harem collector. The women from before were one thing, but now another devil? Do you think this place is a shelter? Hearing Belial's complaints, Loe didn't reflect at all, instead, he laughed righteously. He responded in his heart. How can you call this a harem collector? Queen Belial, your vision is too narrow. Think about it, this is the control devil. Although her combat power might not match Zetan or Gamora, her utility is strong. Besides, we should cherish and nurture good women, like Leah. But as for bad women... Loe looked down at Makima, who had stopped resisting and whose eyes had become hollow and submissive, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually turning wicked. Bad women, of course, must be put to full use. Belial snorted coldly and stopped speaking, clearly acquiescing to this bandit logic. After all, as a Dark Emperor, he also felt that thoroughly utilizing an enemy was the correct path. Meanwhile, in the real world, Loe was in no hurry to get up. He remained sitting on Makima's thighs, even comfortably shifting his center of gravity. The fabric of Makima's expensive suit trousers was very smooth, and the tactile sensation was quite good. As the final boss of Chainsaw Man, the complexity of Makima's character was beyond doubt. On the surface, she wanted to create a perfect world without death, war, or hunger, attempting to use Chainsaw Man's devouring ability to erase these concepts. It made her sound like a martyr sacrificing small things for the greater good. But in reality? Loe knew very well that deep in this woman's heart lived only a little girl longing to be hugged. She yearned to establish an equal relationship. But as the incarnation of control, she could only suppress others through power or be suppressed by a stronger power. She was lonely, and thus she was twisted. However, none of that has anything to do with me. Chapter 89, Magical Girl Figure. Loe reached a conclusion in his heart. He wasn't some kind-hearted big brother who specialized in healing psychological trauma, even if he did hold the title of psychology teacher. In his eyes, Makima was first and foremost a bad woman who had tried to kill him, possessed a nasty personality, and used cruel methods. Since she was a bad woman, there was no need to talk about human rights. Hey, Makima. Loe reached out and unceremoniously pinched Makima's chin, forcing her to lift her head and look him in the eye. That face, which usually wore a hypocritical smile, was now filled with complex emotions, shock, unwillingness, and a hint of relief that even she hadn't noticed. It was a morbid sense of belonging that arose when one finally encountered a powerhouse they could not control. You should be able to understand human speech now, right? Loe asked indifferently. That so-called Chainsaw Man, have you found him yet? Makima's pupils contracted slightly. The moment she was branded by the gigabit combat instrument, she understood that she could not lie to the man before her. The absolute command from the depths of her soul forced her to be honest. No. Makima's voice was somewhat dry, completely lacking her usual composure. I am still searching for his whereabouts. I see. Loie nodded thoughtfully. It seemed the plotline hadn't started yet, or perhaps the Chainsaw Man, Pachita, was still in a disguised state. But none of that mattered. Since she hadn't found him, she didn't need to look anymore. He was going to pack her up and take her away later anyway. Since you haven't found him, then change jobs. Loie let go of her chin and took the opportunity to pat her cheek twice. The force wasn't heavy, but it was extremely insulting. Miss Makima, from today onwards, you don't need to think about grand wishes like saving the world. Be my subordinate. This was a phrase Makima had said to Denji countless times in the original story. And now, the boomerang had accurately struck back at her. Makima's body gave a violent shudder. As the Control Devil and the leader of the Public Safety Devil Control Division, she was actually being asked to be someone's dog? If it were before, anyone who said this would have been crushed into mincemeat by her long ago. But now, looking into Loie's bottomless black eyes, Makima felt her very soul trembling. That feeling of being completely seen through, of being thoroughly controlled. It actually gave her an unprecedented sense of shivering. Was that the feeling of being controlled? Yes. Makima lowered her proud head, her light red long hair falling on both sides of her cheeks, hiding her twisted yet submissive expression at this moment. Understood. Master. Humiliation. Extreme humiliation. But it was also this humiliation that made her clearly realize the gap in status between the two parties. Good attitude. Loie nodded with satisfaction. He stood up from the sofa and casually pulled out a sealing tool he had prepared long ago from the Akasha. Even though you agreed so readily, I am a cautious person. As Loie spoke, he skillfully prepared the sealing item and walked behind Makima. After all, you're a bad woman. It would be troublesome if you tried some little tricks while I'm not paying attention. So, I'll have to trouble you for a bit. Makima did not resist. Or rather, under the suppression of the gigabit combat instrument, she couldn't even raise the thought of resisting. Soon, this control devil, who struck terror into the hearts of both devils and humans, was sealed away. This looks much better. Loie clapped his hands and admired his masterpiece. This scene, full of Japanese manga villain style, would probably cause someone to call the police if they saw it. But this was his domain. Go in and reflect for a while. Loie raised the gigabit combat instrument and tapped lightly toward Makima. A flash of dark red light occurred, and Makima's figure instantly disappeared from the office, stored into a subspace slot inside the battle instrument. While there was no luxurious decoration there, it was absolutely safe, enough for her to properly contemplate the meaning of a dog's self-cultivation inside. Having finished all this, Loie glanced at the wall clock. It's about time. Since he had decided to go to the Shinomiya family for a home visit, that is, to find trouble with that methylation, going empty-handed would clearly be impolite. Even though he was there to pick a fight, he still had to keep up appearances. Let's buy some souvenirs. Loie rubbed his chin, a playful smile curving his lips. Since I'm going to that kind of old-fashioned, serious, and oppressive great family, I have to bring some surprises. 20 minutes later. A large comprehensive shopping mall near Akihabara, Tokyo. Loie strolled leisurely among the dazzling array of shelves with his hands in his pockets. The air here was full of the scent of 2D culture. Anime posters, figures, and brainwashing anime songs playing everywhere. What should I give? Loie's gaze swept across rows of exquisite figures. Too cliché. Give fruit? Too ordinary. Give a bomb? Too violent. Since he wanted to discuss that methylation and raise the blood pressure of that old man Shinomiya, he had to choose something unconventional. Just as Loie was standing in front of a counter filled with magical girl merchandise, lost in thought, a weak voice suddenly came from beside him. That. Loie turned his head. What came into view was a middle school-aged girl with short purple hair who looked somewhat introverted and gloomy. She was wearing inconspicuous casual clothes, clutching a paper bag tightly in her arms. Her eyes darted away, not daring to look directly at Loie, but her gaze occasionally drifted toward the figure counter Loie was looking at. Hiragi Tina. Loi's eyebrows twitched slightly. Wasn't this the female lead from Gushing Over Magical Girls, the natural enemy of magical girls, Magia Bazer? Right now, she seemed to be just a simple magical girl fanatic. Is something the matter? Loi asked knowingly, showing a kind smile. And no. Hiragi Tina was startled by Loi's words and shrank back. But seeing that Loi didn't seem to have any ill intent, she mustered a bit of courage. She pointed to the figure in the counter in front of Loi. Though her voice was trembling, her tone was filled with an undisguisable passion. That. Does Big Brother also like magical girls? Looking at this girl who hadn't yet been scammed into becoming an evil female executive, Loi's thoughts shifted and he nodded. Yeah, I think magical girls are quite interesting. They were indeed interesting, especially when caught by tentacle monsters or evil female executives. PS2, QB, hello, do you want to become a magical girl? Chapter 90, A Late Night Visit. Hearing Loi's affirmation, Hiragi Tina's eyes instantly lit up. It was as if she had found a long-lost soulmate. Her social anxiety seemed to be cured in an instant. Right. I think so too. She excitedly leaned in closer, pointing at a classic magical girl figure and saying, especially Sakura. She's just super cute. Full of love and courage. Every time I see her fighting, I feel like my soul is being purified. And this figure is a limited edition. The craftsmanship is so fine, even the folds of her skirt are perfectly recreated. Hiragi Tina began to gush enthusiastically, her face overflowing with a near-fanatical sense of happiness. This kid is beyond saving. Is this what they call loving magical girls so much that you end up becoming a pervert who wants to break them? Talk about a closed logic loop. Loi listened patiently for a full 5 minutes before finally interrupting her with a smile. I see. Hearing you describe it, this one really is great. Since it's a gift for a friend, let's go with this one. Loi pointed to the most classic image of Sakura Kinomoto. If it's for someone important, this is definitely the one. Hiragi Tina nodded vigorously, like a missionary who had successfully spread her faith. They will definitely feel the beauty of magical girls. Yeah, I think so too. Loi added inwardly, the head of the Shinomiya family will probably think I'm insulting his intelligence when he receives this. But that was exactly the effect Loi wanted. Boss, wrap it up. Loi paid readily. Seeing Loi carrying the exquisite figure gift box, Hiragi Tina seemed even happier than if she had bought it herself. The charm of magical girls has been spread once again. She stood at the shop entrance, waving goodbye to Loi with a pure smile on her face. Big brother, I hope this figure makes you like magical girls even more. Looking at this innocent damselette, Loi stopped and looked back at her with a meaningful gaze. Don't worry, Tina-san. In the future, I will get to know magical girls much more deeply. Hiragi Tina froze for a moment. How do you know my name? Before she could even ask, Loi's figure had already disappeared into the crowd. Leaving Hiragi Tina standing there alone, scratching her head, before sinking back into the joy of a successful conversion. Little did she know that her enthusiastic sales pitch today had successfully landed her on a certain Rionix Monster Magical Girl training plan list. Carrying the magical girl figure gift box, Loi walked out of the mall. It was getting late, and the setting sun dyed the streets of Tokyo a shade of orange-red. Next, Loi looked up into the distance, toward the direction of the Shinomiya family residence. His gaze gradually sharpened, and his previous gentleness vanished instantly. It's time to meet that Mephalasian. I hope you like this grand gift. The night in Tokyo was like a giant piece of black silk, enveloping the bustling city. An ocean of neon lights flickered below, but it couldn't illuminate the vast estate in Minato Ward that resembled an independent kingdom. Shinomiya main residence. As one of the 4 major zaibatsu that controlled Japan's economic lifeline, the Shinomiya family's residence was less a mansion and more a heavily guarded fortress. Infrared sensors, pressure-sensitive floors, and even trained private security guards made the place impenetrable. However, to Loey, these were as good as non-existent. The camera on the left has a blind spot every 3 seconds, and the patrol on the right will pass in 5 seconds. Belial's voice rang out lazily in his mind, like he was directing a boring video game. Hey, Loey, is it really necessary to play this low-level stealth game? Wouldn't it be more our style to just blow the door open and walk in? That would scare the little ones. After all, this is a home visit, one must be polite. Loey carried the exquisite magical girl figure gift box, his figure moving through the shadows like a ghost. Although he spoke of politeness, his current actions had absolutely nothing to do with the word. Relying on his superhuman physical fitness and Belial's all-encompassing spiritual perception, Loey moved through the layers of security as if he were strolling in his own backyard. He didn't trigger any alarms. Even the Dobermans guarding the house didn't have time to bark before they were left shivering on the ground, terrified by a sliver of monster pressure radiating from Loey. Shinomiya Kagaya's room is right there. Belial provided the final navigation. Loey looked up at the window on the second floor, which was emitting a faint glow. Inside the bedroom, the air was filled with the faint scent of high-end body wash, a fragrance of roses mixed with citrus. Having just finished a heavy day of academics and student council work, Shinomiya Kagaya was currently enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. She had just finished bathing. The Ice Kagayaheim, who usually kept her hair meticulously tied up and had eyes as cold as blades at school, now showed a completely different side. Her damp black hair was draped loosely over her shoulders, with water still dripping from the ends. She was wrapped only in a loose silk bathrobe, the neckline slightly open to reveal her delicate collarbones and a glimpse of snowy white skin. Flushed from the steam, her fair face bore 2 cute rosy patches. She sat before the vanity with dazed eyes, gently drying her hair with a towel. That annoying guy said he was coming for a home visit, he must have just been trying to scare me. Kagaya murmured to herself in the mirror. Recalling how the man had imperiously announced the home visit in the student council office earlier that day, Kagaya felt a wave of inexplicable panic. The rules of the Shinomiya family, her father's authority. That man had no idea what kind of dragon's den this place was. Scaring you? I'm a man of my word. A familiar voice suddenly rang out in the room. Eh? Kagaya's movements as she dried her hair froze instantly. She didn't scream immediately, her brain seemed to have stalled as she slowly and mechanically turned her head. By the floor-to-ceiling window behind her, the man she had just been thinking about, Loey, was sitting unceremoniously on her velvet armchair. He held a pink gift box, a frustratingly smug smile on his face, and his gaze. His gaze seemed to be resting with great interest on her neckline. Loey-sensei? Kagaya blinked. For a moment, she even thought she was dreaming or hallucinating. How did you? When did you get in? Please request updates, follow the story, and leave a 5-star review. Thank you for your support. Chapter 91, Hayasaka AI's Misunderstanding. P.S. 10 chapters today. This is the last 10 chapter burst for a while. I'll revert to 3 chapters a day to build up a backlog before the next mass release. About 2 minutes ago. Loey shrugged and pointed toward the balcony door, which wasn't fully closed. I have to say, Student Kagaya, while your family's security system is quite exaggerated on the outside, the defenses for your room are a bit lacking. And? Loey paused, his gaze sweeping over Kagaya's loose bathrobe again, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. As a teacher, I think it's better if I head out now. After all, one should see no evil. Despite saying see no evil, the guy showed absolutely no intention of looking away. It was only at this moment that Kagaya's brain finally reconnected with the nerve called shame. She looked down at her current attire. Wide open collar. And because of her sitting position, the hem was at a dangerous height. It was as if a volcano had erupted atop Kagaya's head. Her face instantly turned red down to her ears, and her whole body began to steam like a boiled shrimp. Eha! A high-decibel scream, loud enough to pierce eardrums, instantly echoed through the entire second floor. Get out of here! You pervert! Kagaya frantically clutched the collar of her bathrobe and curled into a ball, grabbing combs, bottles, and jars from the table and hurling them at Loie. However, the very next second after Kagaya's scream rang out, the bedroom door was slammed open. Demoiselle. What happened? Is there an enemy attack? A golden figure rushed in like a whirlwind. Hayasaka AI. As a maid of the Shinomiya family and Kagaya's personal bodyguard, she was currently holding a miniature stun gun hidden in her sleeve, her eyes as sharp as blades. However, when she saw the situation in the room, she froze instantly. The scene was as follows. Her young lady was disheveled, flushed, and huddled in a corner with messy hair and tears in her eyes. On the other side of the room stood a handsome man. Various tokens of affection, actually the miscellaneous items Kagaya had thrown, were scattered at his feet, and he was holding a pink gift box, which looked like some sort of adult product. Most importantly, she recognized this man. The mysterious psychology teacher whom the demoiselle had asked her to investigate for a long time, yet whose depth she could never determine. Countless possibilities flashed through Hayasaka AI's mind in an instant. Late-night infiltration, disheveled clothes, flushed faces, a mysterious gift. As a veteran gyro and maid, Hayasaka AI's train of thought immediately derailed into the Pacific Ocean. Her tense combat stance relaxed instantly. She retracted the stun gun, an ambiguous I totally get it smile appearing on her face. She even considerately took a step back, preparing to close the door. Sorry, my apologies for the interruption. Hayasaka AI winked at Kagaya, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. Demoiselle, while it's true that one has impulses at this age, this is the Shinomiya main residence after all. Please continue, I'll keep watch outside. With that, she moved to close the door. It's not like that. Kagaya was on the verge of a breakdown. Ignoring her shame, she stood up abruptly and shouted. Hayasaka. You've got it all wrong. This guy is an intruder. He's a pervert. Hurry up and catch him. Although Kagaya didn't know exactly what Hayasaka AI had misunderstood, she couldn't let the misunderstanding continue. Hearing the word intruder, Hayasaka AI's professional instincts made her stop. She re-evaluated Loie. Though it looked like a lover's quarrel, the fact that this man could silently infiltrate the Shinomiya main residence meant he indeed had some skill. Hayasaka AI's gaze scanned Loie. His stance was casual, his center of gravity was unstable, and his whole body was full of openings. He didn't even possess the slightest aura of a martial artist. I see, did he use some kind of special equipment to get in? Hayasaka AI reached a conclusion. Since the demoiselle had given the order, whether it was roleplay or not, it was best to apprehend him first. Since the demoiselle says so. Hayasaka AI gave a slight smile. Her lazy gyro aura vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, murderous intent. Then excuse me, Teacher Loie. Before her voice had even faded, Hayasaka AI's figure disappeared from where she stood. A normal person would likely be struck down before they could even see her afterimage. As an ace mate who had undergone professional training, Hayasaka AI was confident that this strike would be enough to incapacitate Loie without causing serious injury. However, at the very moment her palm strike was about to hit Loie's neck, a crisp sound rang out. Hayasaka AI's pupils constricted violently. Her wrist had been caught. It was caught effortlessly by the hand that had been tucked in his pocket just a moment ago. Loie didn't even turn his head. He was still looking at Kagaya, merely raising his hand casually to block that sharp strike as if swatting away a fly. Wah! Hayasaka AI was terrified. She tried to pull away, only to find that his fingers were like hydraulic clamps, completely unmoving. Next, an irresistible surge of immense force followed. The world spun. Before she could react to what was happening, she had already been pinned against the nearby wall. It wasn't a romantic cabin filled with pink bubbles. Instead, he had one hand at her throat and the other pinning both her wrists, pressing her against the wall in a spread eagle position. Absolute physical suppression. How is this possible? Hayasaka AI looked at Loie in shock from inches away. The combat techniques she took pride in were as powerless as an infant's before this man? Student Hayasaka, getting physical with your teacher is a violation of school rules. Loie looked at the suppressed blonde maid, a playful arc curling at the corner of his mouth. While I don't mind such a passionate welcome, we're currently in the middle of a home visit. With that, he released his grip. Hayasaka AI stumbled, leaning against the wall. She looked at Loie with a complex expression, no longer daring to make a move. This man was a monster. Let go of Hayasaka. Kagaya had also come to her senses by now. Although her face was still red, she protectively stood in front of Hayasaka AI, glaring at Loie. What exactly do you want? This is the Shinomiya household, not a place where you can just run wild. Didn't I already say? Loie lifted the pink gift box and shook it, his expression looking incredibly innocent. I'm here for a home visit. And I brought a little souvenir. What kind of home visit is this? What kind of teacher sneaks in at midnight? Kagaya roared, her usual upbringing completely thrown to the wind. And who is that souvenir for? A magical girl? Do you take me for an elementary schooler? Good eye, it really is for a magical girl. Loie gave her a thumbs up. Just as Kagaya was about to continue her rant. Trot, 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 trot. A series of rapid, steady footsteps came from the hallway outside. It wasn't just bodyguards. Several distinct, oppressive auras were also approaching. P.S. I'm planning to start a new book in a few days. Either a Naruto fanfic or an original magical girl novel. Please give me your support. PS2, do you guys want to see magical girls or Naruto? Type 1 for magical girls and 2 for Naruto. Chapter 92, The Loyal Shinomiya Family. Kagaya's face instantly turned deathly pale. It was over. With such a huge commotion, it had surely alerted her father and older brothers. Although she had little affection for this home, she knew full well the terror of the Shinomiya family. Loie was dead meat now. Trespassing, attacking servants, flirting with the demoiselle, in the Shinomiya family, these were crimes worthy of being sunk into Tokyo Bay. You have to go. Kagaya bit her lip, gave Loie a push, and spoke urgently in a low voice. Jump from the balcony while you still can. I'll hold them off. Hurry. Looking at this damselette who was actually thinking about letting him escape at such a critical moment, the smile in Loie's eyes deepened. This girl might have a twisted personality, but her heart wasn't bad. Why should I go? Loie didn't budge an inch, instead, he turned around to face the bedroom door. The protagonist has already taken the stage, how can the audience leave their seats? Clang! The bedroom door was pushed open once again. This time, it wasn't a maid who entered. 4 men in black formal suits with powerful auras walked in. The 3 elder brothers of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya Huangguang, Shinomiya Yunyo, and Shinomiya Qinglong. And walking at the very back was the man who held the supreme power of the Shinomiya group, Shinomiya Ganon. As they entered, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop several degrees. The surrounding bodyguards lowered their heads one after another, not even daring to breathe loudly. Kagaya's body trembled slightly, instinctively feeling terror. But in Loie's eyes, this scene became exceptionally interesting. Are these your family members? Loie's gaze swept across the 4 men. In his vision, or rather, in Belial's perception, these 4 people didn't have much human aura about them. Especially the leader, Shinomiya Ganon. Beneath that aged human skin was a soul as deep and cunning as a black hole. A Mephalasian. And a high-purity individual at that. As for the 3 brothers, they were all products of relatively successful hybridization, much stronger than someone like Kagaya who had completely regressed into a human. Interesting, it's a whole nest of aliens. Belial sneered in his mind. Is this what they call a prestigious family? Just parasites stealing Earth's resources. Facing this lineup of the Shinomiya family that would be enough to scare an ordinary person out of their wits, Loie not only wasn't afraid but took a step forward. Since the heads of the family are all here, that's perfect. Saves me the trouble of looking for you one by one. Loie toyed with the magical girl figurine in his hand, his gaze disdainful. Kagaya closed her eyes in despair. It was over. This guy was definitely going to be killed. The expected thunderous rage did not happen. No bodyguards rushed up to pin Lowy to the ground. Even those brothers who were usually arrogant and domineering were now as quiet as quails. The usually high and mighty Shinomiya Ganon was seen. At this moment, he actually stepped forward quickly, pushing aside his sons who were in the way. He looked at Lowy, and in those cloudy old eyes, a light called fanaticism actually erupted. It was the look of an inferior seeing a superior, a subject seeing a king. Under the gazes of Kagaya and Hayasaka AI, whose eyes were wide enough to fall out from shock, Shinomiya Ganon straightened his collar, and then knelt down. Not just him, but the three brothers behind him also knelt in unison, their posture humble to the extreme. Shinomiya Ganon's voice trembled, carrying endless awe and reverence as it rang out in the deathly silent room. Noble Emperor, we have finally waited for you. Inside Kagaya's bedroom at the Shinomiya main residence, the air was filled with a bizarre silence, like the low pressure before a storm, making it hard to breathe. Just now, the head of the Shinomiya family, who controlled one of Japan's 4 major zaibatsu and stood at the top of the power pyramid, had performed the most standard kneeling salute along with his 3 sons to a young man holding a pink magical girl figurine. If this scene were to get out, the entire Japanese stock market would probably crash the moment it opened tomorrow. Lowy didn't immediately tell them to get up. He kept one hand in his pocket and quietly put away the magical girl figurine that looked extremely out of place. After all, in front of subordinates, one still had to maintain a bit of the prestige of a ruler. At the same time, he knocked on the silent soul in his mind. Hey, Belial. Lowy asked in his heart, his tone carrying a bit of teasing, are these guys your old subordinates too? They seem very loyal to you, kneeling the moment they see you. Don't know them. Belial's magnetic and arrogant voice rang out lazily, carrying a clear hint of disdain. When this great one was conquering the universe, there were thousands upon thousands of monsters and aliens under my command. Who would remember small fry like these who don't even have a name? After a pause, Belial seemed to sense Shinomiya Ganon's aura for a moment before adding. But looking at the purity of the bloodline and that cowardly look, they're probably the subordinates, of a subordinate of some squad leader who used to serve the Dark Army. Just how many layers of outsourcing is that? Lowy couldn't help but complain in his heart. But it didn't matter. Since the other party recognized the aura of Belial on him and chose to submit, that was the best outcome. It saved a fight and gained a zaibatsu power for free, so why not? Lowy cleared his throat, and the cynical expression on his face softened slightly. He first turned around and glanced at Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka AI, who were completely petrified as if their souls had left their bodies, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, he turned back around and looked down at the 4 people kneeling on the ground. Mephilations, right? Lowy's voice was flat, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. This wasn't posturing, as the wielder of the gigabit combat instrument and the power of Belial, he had a natural bloodline suppression over these aliens. Since you've recognized my identity, there's no need to hide anymore. Lowy asked calmly, tell me, what is your plan after lurking on Earth for so many years and building such a large conglomerate? World conquest? Or turning Earth into a colony? Hearing this, Hayasaka AI and Shinomiya Kagaya finally recovered a bit from their state of shock. They blinked blankly. Mephilations? What was that? Monsters from a tokusatsu show? Although Kagaya had heard that her father and brothers were cold-blooded and ruthless, called monsters without human hearts by the business world, that was surely just a metaphor, right? Lowy's Chunibyu flared up? The scene that happened in the next second completely shattered the worldviews of these 2 young girls. Chapter 93, Shinomiya Kagaya's Brain Crash. Since the Great One asks, we naturally do not dare to hide our true forms. Shinomiya Ganon, kneeling at the very front, spoke in a deep voice. As his voice fell, a strange black mist suddenly surged out of his body. The originally old, withered human body began to twist and elongate within the black mist. It wasn't just him. Behind him, the 3 men Huangguang, Yuning, and Qinglong simultaneously underwent a transformation. The sound of an electric current coursing through rang out. The black mist dissipated. Appearing in the room were no longer human elites dressed in expensive suits. Instead, they were 4 pitch-black aliens with slender, eerie bodies and glowing organs on their heads. Mephilations. That unique, smooth skin, seemingly composed of pure dark matter, reflected a heart-palpitating cold light under the lamps. This. Shinomiya Kagaya's pupils instantly constricted to the size of pinheads. Her mouth hung wide open, and a raspy hee-hee sound came from her throat, yet she couldn't utter a single complete sentence. Her father. Her brothers. Had turned into monsters? How was this possible? This must be a nightmare, right? Yes, she must be dreaming. Although Hayasaka AI had undergone rigorous agent training and possessed extreme psychological resilience, she was so shocked by this scene that she took half a step back, her hand instinctively reaching for the backup dagger hidden on her inner thigh. But she soon realized in despair that against creatures of this level, her combat skills were like an infant flailing its fists. In response to the Great One, Shinomiya Ganon, now in his Mephilasian form, or rather, old Mephilas, remained in a kneeling position, his voice becoming somewhat distorted and electronic. We have no plans to conquer Earth. Ha? Loie raised an eyebrow. None. As nefarious aliens known for their high intelligence and conspiracies, they actually didn't want to conquer Earth? Was this still the Mephilas who enjoyed toying with human hearts? Yes. Old Mephilas' glowing eyes flickered, and his tone surprisingly carried a sense of world weariness and exhaustion. The universe is too chaotic, and those Ultramen from the Land of Light are too nosy, chasing us everywhere. After the Dark Legion disbanded, our branch wandered to this remote planet to escape the Purge. We discovered that although Earth's technology is backward, the living environment is actually quite good, and there are many entertainment options. So, our plan is to settle on Earth, use our superior intelligence to make some money, live a good life, and incidentally leave behind descendants for the family. After speaking, old Mephilas let out a very human-like sigh. That feeling was like a retired official who only wanted to farm in the countryside and live out his days, completely devoid of the "I want a toy with everything" ambition of his youth. Loie. Belial. What kind of Buddhist-style aliens are these? You Mephilasians have lost all your dignity, haven't you? Inside Loie's mind, Belial only felt embarrassed. Although Belial no longer had the intention to continue committing evil, it didn't mean she accepted her former villains turning into peaceful, Buddhist-style aliens. Loie, on the other hand, found it quite interesting. He stroked his chin, looked at the alien before him who only wanted to make money and retire, and nodded with satisfaction. Knowing how to enjoy life isn't bad. Since you are so sensible, I won't make things difficult for you. Loie waved his hand as if shooing away a few flies. Alright, change back. You look quite frightening, don't scare my student. Yes. The 4 had no objections. Their bodies were once again enveloped in black mist, instantly returning to their human forms. Since your Majesty has descended, all the resources of the Shinomiya family will be at your Majesty's disposal from now on. Shinomiya Ganon stood up and bowed deeply to Loie, his attitude impeccably respectful. If there are no further instructions, we shall take our leave. We won't disturb your Majesty's home visit. Although the term home visit felt a bit out of place, as an old fox, he naturally saw that Loie didn't seem to want them staying here as third wheels. Go ahead. Loie waved them off. Shinomiya Ganon led his 3 sons out of Kagaya's room like well-trained servants, respectfully exiting and thoughtfully closing the door behind them. The sound of the door locking was exceptionally clear in the silent room. Once again, only 3 people remained in the room. Loie, Kagaya, and Hayasaka AI. I can't believe I'm being used by a guy like you. In his mind, Belial was still indignant. That is this queen's prestige. It's not a tool for you to pick up girls and recruit underlings. Don't be so stingy, Lady Belial. Loie retorted in his mind without a shred of guilt, we are of one mind and body now. Your prestige is my prestige, and your power is my power. Why make such a clear distinction? Besides, by taking over the Shinomiya family, we have funding. It'll make things much easier in the future. Belial snorted and stopped talking. Clearly, she was convinced by the reason of funding. After soothing the Tsundere Emperor within him, Loie turned around and looked at the two girls behind him. At this moment, Shinomiya Kagaya was slumped on the carpet, hugging her knees, staring blankly ahead with her mouth slightly open. A trace of clear liquid even trickled from the corner of her mouth. Brain overload. CPU burned out. If there were visual effects right now, black smoke would definitely be rising from her head. Aliens. Papa is an alien. I'm an alien too. Mephilas. Land of light. She mumbled these terms incoherently, her entire being radiating an aura of wisdom. It was no wonder. Anyone who had lived for over a decade only to suddenly discover their entire family wasn't human and that alien blood even flowed within themselves would question their life. In comparison, Hayasaka AI's situation was slightly better. Though equally shocked, her professional instincts forced her to remain calm. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and looked at Loie with a complex expression, her voice trembling slightly. Loie-sensei. Just what is going on? Did you know all along about the situation with the Shinomiya family? You could say that. Loie shrugged, walked over to the nearby sofa, sat down, and casually picked up the teacup on the table to take a sip. No need to be so tense, Hayasaka-san. Loie looked at the wary Hayasaka AI and explained with a smile. Actually, it's just a very simple biological issue. Shinomiya Ganon, Kagaya's father, is a Mephilasion. Those three brothers are also pure-blooded or high-concentration hybrid aliens. As for Kagaya. Loie glanced at the still-drooling Kagaya, a trace of pity in his eyes. Her mother was a pure human, and her genes were likely quite dominant, so the Methylasian bloodline in Kagaya is extremely thin. Aside from being slightly smarter and having a slightly more twisted personality than the average person, she is no different from an ordinary human. Chapter 94, Two Who Want to Rebel. Hearing the phrase twisted personality, Hayasaka AI's lips twitched. Why did they kneel to you? Hayasaka AI asked the most crucial question, and what's the deal with that His Majesty the Emperor thing? That? Loie pointed to his head, smiling mysteriously. Probably because I'm more advanced than them. Just think of me as a member of a prestigious family in the universe, while they're just country bumpkins. It's only natural to kneel when meeting a noble, right? Natural my foot. Hayasaka AI roared in her heart, but seeing Loie's don't want to say more look, she tactfully didn't press further. It was enough to know that this man was ridiculously strong and even aliens were afraid of him. Meanwhile, inside a secret room in the Shinomiya main residence, Shinomiya Huangguang and Shinomiya Qinglong, who had just been subservient in Kagaya's room, now had expressions of ferocity and greed on their faces. Big brother, what do you think? The second son, Shinomiya Qinglong, lit a cigar and took a deep breath. Ambition gleamed in his Methylasian vertical pupils. Father is old. Shinomiya Huangguang said coldly, his voice low. His fighting spirit has been corroded by the easy life on Earth. He actually knelt to some kid who came out of nowhere. What, His Majesty the Emperor? That's ancient history from tens of thousands of years ago. The universe today is an era of survival of the fittest. As the younger generation of Methylasians, they hadn't experienced the terrifying period when Belial was at odds with the Land of Light. In their eyes, although Loie had the aura of a superior, he looked like an ordinary human. Exactly. Shinomiya Qinglong crushed his cigar into the ashtray. We are noble Methylasians. We possess technology and wisdom thousands of years ahead of Earth. How can we be subordinate to anyone? Father just wants to retire, but we're different. We will become the new emperors of the universe. We will rule this sector of the galaxy. The flames of ambition burned in their eyes. This ambition stemmed from ignorance and a blind confidence in alien power. They had no idea what kind of monster resided within the person they wanted to rebel against. That Loie must die. Shinomiya Huangguang made a throat-slitting gesture. And that senile father of ours should step down as well. 3 days. The internal family meeting in 3 days will be the best time to strike. For the next 3 days, Lowy lived the life of a true emperor. He didn't return to school but moved directly into the Shinomiya household. To please His Majesty, Shinomiya Ganon treated Lowy like an ancestor. Every day, breakfast consisted of top-tier ingredients flown in, bathwater was a perfectly tempered hot spring, and there was even someone to lay down carpets wherever he walked. Kaguya and Hayasaka AI also took time off to specifically attend to him at home. Although Kaguya spent most of her time in a daze, wondering who am I? Where am I? Is my father an alien? She still couldn't help but grit her teeth as she watched Lowy lording it over everyone in her home. Degenerate. Simply degenerate. Kaguya stomped her feet in anger as she watched Lowy lying on a garden lounge chair, eating grapes peeled by Hayasaka AI while soaking up the sun. How does this guy look anything like a teacher? He's just a useless person waiting to die while eating his fill. However, Lowy didn't care at all. He patted his belly, which had grown slightly rounder over the past few days, and let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, is this the corruption of capitalism? It really is quite degenerating. Even Belial complained in his mind, "You brat, has your only exercise these past few days been rolling over and opening your mouth? If this continues, you'll turn into a pig before you can even realize your plans. This is called conserving energy." Lowy stretched. Besides, since someone wants to give me some after-dinner exercise, I have to give them some time to prepare. Belial sneered, "You mean those two little brats who don't know the meaning of death?" As a dark emperor whose mental power covered the entire area, the two foolish boys' plot was as clear to Belial as if they were broadcasting it with a megaphone in a public square. "Since you know, why not just crush them to death? That would be too boring." Lowy sat up from the lounge chair. The laziness in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a glint of playful light. Life needs a sense of ritual. And I want to see what kind of trashy performance these two filial sons can cook up for me. On the evening of the third day, inside an extremely luxurious Japanese-style study in the Shinomiya residence, Lowy was sitting cross-legged on the tatami, with Shinomiya Ganon sitting opposite him. "Your Majesty, are you satisfied with the hospitality these past few days?" Shinomiya Ganon asked cautiously, skillfully brewing tea for Lowy. "It's fine." Lowy picked up the teacup and gently blew on the steam. "Everything is quite good, except for Kaguya looking at me like I'm trash every day." Shinomiya Ganon smiled awkwardly. "My daughter is immature. I hope your Majesty can be magnanimous." Just then, creak. The door to the study was suddenly pushed open. There was no knocking, no announcement. Shinomiya Huangguang and Shinomiya Qinglong strode in. No bodyguards followed them, but their aura was exceptionally sharp, and their eyes held blatant murderous intent. "Father, and the so-called His Majesty." Shinomiya Huangguang stood in the center of the room. Instead of kneeling, he held his head high, a ferocious sneer on his face. "Have you been having fun playing house these past few days?" Shinomiya Ganon frowned and set down the teapot, his tone stern. "Huangguang, Qinglong, who let you in? Don't you see I'm hosting a distinguished guest? Kneel." "Kneel?" Shinomiya Qinglong burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Old man, have you knelt for so long that your knees have taken root? We are noble Mephilations, not slaves to this earthling." With that, a wave of black energy suddenly erupted from the two of them. They no longer hid anything, the light in their eyes turned into crimson murderous intent. "You're Lowy, right?" Shinomiya Huangguang pointed a blade at Lowy, who was still calmly drinking tea, his tone arrogant to the extreme. "I don't know what trick you used to fool this senile old man, but in the face of absolute power, everything is futile. For our great cause of conquering the universe, please die." Before he finished speaking, the two had already activated their long-prepared killing move. The space in the entire study was instantly sealed by a special force field. The oxygen in the air was sucked out, and gravity increased more than tenfold. This was the crystallization of their technology, the gravity cage. Seeing this, Lowy didn't panic at all. Instead, he slowly set down his teacup, a fatherly smile appearing on his face. What energetic aliens! Belial, it looks like today's after-dinner dessert has been delivered. Chapter 95, Heroic Epic Chronicles of Lowy, Volume 1 begins. Die. This is the crystallization of methylation technology. The roars of Shinomiya Huangguang and Shinomiya Qing long echoed within the enclosed study, accompanied by the ear-piercing hum of the gravity cage. The air seemed to solidify into cement, every inch of space squeezing the living beings within. If it were an ordinary person, their internal organs would likely have ruptured by now, turning them into a puddle of mush. However, Lowy remained seated there, not even setting down the teacup in his hand. Only a faint dark golden glimmer flickered within his originally calm black eyes. Are these your last words? Lowy sighed, his tone filled with disappointment. Too meager, both your vocabulary and your power. The next moment, Akasha trembled. The gigabit combat instrument instantly appeared in Lowy's hand. The moment this divine artifact, capable of controlling 100 monsters and once shattering the barrier of the Land of Light, appeared, the so-called gravity cage melted and collapsed instantly, like snow meeting a red-hot iron. What is that? Looking at the weapon radiating an ominous aura, the previously arrogant brothers suddenly felt a surge of fear from the depths of their souls, their bodies stiffening until they could not move. It's a little lesson for the bad children. Lowy stood up, his movements as casual as if he were swinging a baseball bat. There were no flashy techniques, no Chinibu-style shouting of move names. Just a simple, violent swing. The gigabit combat instrument sliced through the air, trailing a dark golden afterimage. It was the dull thud of a heavy object striking flesh, yet because the force was so great, it produced a roar akin to an explosion. Ah! Shinomiya Huangguang didn't even have time to take a defensive stance. He was sent flying like a struck golf ball, crashing violently into the specially reinforced wall of the study. Immediately following, Lowy flicked his wrist and delivered another backhanded strike with the rod. Shinomiya Qinglong, who was about to flee, followed in his brother's footsteps, getting smashed into the wall on the other side. Two loud crashes rang out almost simultaneously. Then came the most classic scene from a tokusatsu film. The energy cores within the aliens, having taken fatal heavy blows, instantly spiraled out of control. In the dusty hollows of the walls, two bursts of flame erupted violently. There was no bloody scene of flying flesh, only the purest energy explosion, completely decomposing their bodies into cosmic dust. Nothing remained. Just two swings. These two ambitious Methylasians, who had clamored to become the new emperors of the universe, thus ended their hasty lives. Within the study, a deathly silence returned once more. Only the lingering smell of ozone in the air proved that a battle had just taken place here. Phew! Lowy lightly swung the gigabit combat instrument, as if shaking off non-existent dust, before returning it to his player space. He turned around and looked at Shinomiya Ganon, who was still kneeling on the tatami and hadn't moved an inch from start to finish. This elderly father showed no sign of grief, even his gaze didn't flicker. All right. Lowy walked forward with that harmless smile on his face, reached out, and gently patted Shinomiya Ganon's aged shoulder. Old man, I've already taken care of those two noisy sons of yours for you. Feeling the weight of that hand on his shoulder, Shinomiya Ganon's body trembled slightly, and he bowed his head even lower. However, Lowy leaned into his ear, his voice dropping low with a chilling edge that made one shudder. Next time, don't use me as a blade again. While the scheme of killing with a borrowed knife is useful, if the knife is too sharp, it might just cut your own palm. Shinomiya Ganon stiffened all over, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. Since you want to retire on this earth, then be a proper head of a financial clique, put away those little schemes. Having said that, Lowy straightened up, not giving the old fox another look as he strode out of the study. I respectfully see your majesty off. Only when the sound of Lowy's footsteps had completely vanished at the end of the corridor did Shinomiya Ganon slump onto the tatami as if all his strength had been drained. But on his wrinkled face, there was no fear, but rather a smile of relief. One could even say it was the smile of a successful plan. He. Shinomi again looked at the two scorched walls, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He naturally knew that Loi had seen through his plan. But he had gambled correctly. Loi didn't care about his petty calculations, as long as he could provide value and as long as Loi himself found enjoyment in the process. Huang Guang, Shenglong, don't blame your father for being cold-hearted. The old Mephilacian murmured softly to himself, you were too young, too arrogant. You never experienced that era dominated by Lord Belial. If I hadn't used that man's hand to eliminate you, with your foolish ambitions, you would have dragged the entire Shinomiya family. And even me, into hell sooner or later. In the values of a Mephilacian, survival and interest always come first. Family affection? Such things are worthless in the face of the survival of the species. Shinomiya Ganon stood up, straightened his slightly messy collar, and regained his dignified appearance as the head of a financial clique. Now that the purge is complete, next. I shall wholeheartedly be that most loyal dog. The night sky over Tokyo was sparse with starlight. The red and white Tokyo Tower stood like a giant steel spine in the center of this city that never sleeps. Upon the special observatory at the top of the tower, the wind howled. The wind here was very strong, strong enough to mess up anyone's hair, but this did not include Loi, nor did it include Artorias standing beside him. Master, is there something you need me for this late at night? I still have school tomorrow. Artoria's emerald green eyes looked down at the bustling traffic below, which resembled flowing lava, her gaze carrying a hint of curiosity. Leah, you really have accepted your identity as a student, but that is also what I hoped for. Loi rested both hands on the railing, feeling the touch of the cold high-altitude wind against his face. He didn't speak. He just quietly watched this prosperous night scene. Before crossing over, he was an orphan with no attachments, daily immersing himself in the worlds of games and anime, finding the real world utterly boring. After crossing over, he met Leah, met Akari, he had immense luck, obtained the gigabit combat instrument, gained the power of Belial, and had his own wonderful adventures. In the beginning, when he first crossed over, he only had the mindset of playing a game. It was like playing a high-freedom VR game, acting with the purpose of completing tasks and obtaining rewards. Having spent time with everyone, he could feel their emotions and perceive that everyone was a vivid living being. Regardless of whether it was a game world before, from the moment he crossed over, this became the real world. Chapter 96, Shinomiya Kagaya's Worries. Since I'm here, I might as well do something. Loi muttered to himself in his heart. So, what is the goal? Rule the world? Too exhausting, and he had no interest in managing those trivial political affairs. Destroy the world? That's what lunatics do, and he hasn't lived long enough yet. Loi turned his head and glanced at Artoria beside him. The profile of the damselette Night King looked exceptionally holy and resolute under the moonlight. He thought of Tamori and Miko at home, the friends he had made, even the awkward Kagaya and Belial, who shared one body and soul with him. I want to protect this daily life. Loi's eyes gradually became clear, and a slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth. But this world is not peaceful. Cursed spirits, demons, aliens, and all sorts of various supernatural existences. If I don't do something, this peaceful daily life will eventually be broken. In that case, then I'll become the one who makes the rules. I'm going to be a hero. Loi suddenly spoke up. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the wind. A hero? Artoria was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Loi. Master, do you want to act like the heroes of the past, upholding justice? No, not that kind of traditional hero. Loi shook his head, the smile in his eyes deepening, even carrying a hint of madness. The kind of hero who sacrifices themselves for justice and is bound by rules and regulations doesn't suit me. What I want to be is a hero with absolute power, who can change the world according to my own will and make it look the way I like. In his mind, he spoke to the soul that had been silent. Belial, what do you think? Humph, a foolish idea. Belial's voice echoed in his mind, carrying her usual arrogance, but then she shifted her tone. However, isn't a so-called galactic emperor someone who makes the entire universe function according to their will? Even though you're using a weak word like hero, in essence, you want to change this world, don't you? This is quite to my taste as the queen. Do as you please, Loey. As long as you can show enough spirit, whether you're a hero or an emperor, this queen will play along with you until the end. Loey laughed. He looked at Artoria again. Leah, will you support me? Artoria looked into Loey's eyes, which were shining brightly in the dark night. There was no confusion there, only a familiar resolve that belonged to a king. Although this resolve was mixed with a bit of dominance and selfishness, it didn't hinder its brilliance. Since it is Master's decision. Artoria bowed slightly, performing a standard knight's salute, her gaze firm. Then the sword of promised victory in my hand will clear all obstacles for you. Even if that path is not smooth. Very well. Loey took a deep breath and opened his arms as if to embrace the night sky. Change the world, become a hero. A goal that could not only satisfy his Chinibyu's soul but also conveniently reshape the world into his liking was simply wonderful. I suppose, this is the result of Belial and me influencing each other. Now that he had a goal, it was time to act. Loey's gaze retracted from the distant scenery and became sharp. To change the world, the first step was to clean up the trash that occupied positions without merit and hindered the progress of the era. For example, those higher UPS of the jujitsu world who were long since decayed, full of outdated customs, and more disgusting than aliens. You rotten oranges, your good days are over. Loey took out his phone and dialed a number. It was Shinomiya Ganon's private number. Your Majesty, what are your orders? The respectful voice of old Mephilas came from the other end. The background was extremely quiet, he was clearly waiting for Loey's instructions. Old man, get ready to work. Loey's voice was as cold as a blade. Tokyo will be a bit noisy tonight. I don't want to see any news that shouldn't appear tomorrow morning. Also, get ready to take over some industries. There might be a lot, so don't choke on them. Although he didn't know what His Majesty was up to, Shinomiya Ganon agreed without hesitation. Yes, understood. The Shinomiya family is at your service at any time. He hung up the phone. Loey tucked his phone back into his pocket and beckoned Artoria. Let's go, Leah. Tonight is the first chapter of this so-called hero's legend. Titled The Great Cleanup. Kyoto, a hidden Japanese-style courtyard. This was one of the many strongholds of the jiu-jitsu world's highest authority, the higher UPS, and a favorite meeting place for those rotten oranges who controlled the fate of jiu-jitsu sorcerers. At this time, the night was deep and quiet. Several withered old men in kimonos were sitting behind a screen, discussing the conspiracy of how to deal with Itadori Yuji and how to weaken Gojo Satoru's power. That vessel of Sukuna must die. Gojo Satoru has been too arrogant lately, we need to find an opportunity. Bang! A loud explosion shattered the decayed silence. The thick wooden door was directly blown to pieces by a massive force, and wood chips flew, splashing into those exquisite teacups. Who is it? How dare you? This is the Jujutsu higher UPS. The old men looked up in shock and anger. At the shattered door, moonlight poured in. A young man in casual clothes was carrying a thick, long black gold club on his shoulder, walking in as if he were on an outing. Behind him followed a blonde damselette holding an invisible sword. The young man looked at the panicked old men, a kind smile appearing on his face. Good evening, fellow rotten oranges. I'm a new volunteer. I'm here today to deliver your final rites. Minato Ward, Tokyo, Shinomiya main residence. Although the outside world was turbulent due to the sudden loss of contact with the jiu-jitsu world's higher UPS, this bedroom, filled with a damselette's atmosphere, was filled with an air called pink anxiety. I can't. I absolutely can't do it. Even if I were an alien, I couldn't do such a thing. Shinomiya Kagaya buried her entire self in the soft, large bed, clutching a plush pillow with an unknown mascot, her two slender legs kicking aimlessly in the air. At this moment, where was the cold and aloof Ice Kagayaheim in Kagaya? Right now, she was like an ordinary girl who had just learned that the world was ending tomorrow, and the only way to save it was to confess to her crush. Even worse than that. Because that person was Loi, a great galactic emperor who could come and go as he pleased in her home, clear out her terrifying brothers like he was playing golf, and even make her father bow down. P.S. Although it's about changing the world, the hero's path ahead is also about solving various enemies that pose a threat to humanity. The complete change of the world will be written when the novel concludes. Can you guess how the world will be changed? Chapter 97, Loi vs. Gojo Satoru, the Acting Edition. Standing by the bed, Hayasaka AI watched her demoiselle with a blank expression as she cosplayed a maggot baby on the bed. Demoiselle, please calm down. Hayasaka AI sighed, placing the black tea on the nightstand, her eyes reflecting a deep exhaustion. It was just a request for you to try and get in touch with Teacher Loi, not for you to go and reproduce with him right now. Hayasaka. At the mention of the word reproduce, Kaguya bounced up from the bed, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Even her iconic red hairband seemed to be emitting steam. How can you say such shameless things? And father said pursue. He said take him down. Is there any difference between that and that kind of thing? Kaguya clutched her hair, her eyes filled with chaos. Do you know what that old? I mean father said to me after Teacher Loi left? He said, Kaguya, for the future of the Methylasians on Earth, for the glory of the family, you must become the Emperor's bedfellow. Wah! What does he think his daughter is? A tool for political marriage? Although large families do have this tradition, this is way too direct. Watching the frantic demoiselle, Hayasaka AI was actually crying silently in her heart. In the past, her workload was heavy, but at least the goals were clear: protect the demoiselle, monitor the demoiselle, and occasionally serve as her punching bag and emotional consultant. What about now? In addition to the aforementioned tasks, she now had an absurd mission to assist the demoiselle in conquering the overlord of the universe. And the most fatal part was that she herself seemed to have been targeted by that emperor. Thinking back to the look in Loi's eyes when he pinned her against the wall that day, as if he were watching a comedy, Hayasaka AI felt a stomachache. Demoiselle, look on the bright side. Hayasaka AI forced herself to perk up, fulfilling her duty as an all-purpose maid by offering some nonsense comfort. Although Teacher Loi's identity is, well, quite special, he is handsome. Too special, I feel like I'm going to end up marrying into that family too. And judging by the way he dealt with your elder brother, he has a protective desire for you. Though unlikely, I hope saying this makes the demoiselle feel better. Isn't this exactly like the overbearing CEO trope from those shoujo manga you used to read? Only I can bully you in this world and all that? I'm sorry, demoiselle. No. No way. Kaguya hugged her pillow, her eyes darting around, her voice significantly quieter. And a person like that must have no shortage of girls around him, right? That transfer student named Artoria, isn't she Loi's woman? That's why you need to compete, demoiselle. Hayasaka AI walked over and patted Kaguya's back like she was coaxing a child. This is for the Shinomiya family, no, for your own happiness. Anyway, let's start with normal teacher-student interactions, and stop thinking about those terrible images. Kaguya buried her face in the pillow, letting out a few ambiguous whimpers. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at a Japanese-style courtyard that had long since turned into ruins. A dark night with a high wind, the perfect night for murder. The air was thick with the smell of dust. The once elegant Karasansui garden now looked as if it had been plowed over by a meteorite, with broken walls and debris everywhere. As for those rotten oranges who held the power of the jujitsu world and were utterly corrupt, they had completely disappeared now, without even a speck of dust remaining. Loi sat on a relatively intact broken stone, playing with the gigabit combat instrument in his hand, looking at the sky with a bored expression. It's about time he showed up, right? If he doesn't come soon, I'm going back to sleep. Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air above the ruins. Black blindfold, spiked white hair. Even in these devastated ruins, he still maintained that flashy "I am number one in the world" posture. The strongest jujitsu sorcerer, Gojo Satoru. He looked at the surrounding devastation leveled to the ground, froze for a moment, then cupped his face with both hands and let out an extremely melodramatic cry that reeked of bad acting. Ah! How could this happen? Gojo Satoru acted as if he were in a stage play, pointing at Loi with exaggerated movements and a tone of utter grief. My dear student. How could you do such a thing? Even though these old oranges are indeed rotten, so rotten I want to bury them in the dirt as fertilizer, you can't actually do it. This is a violation of the Jujutsu World regulations. Seeing Gojo Satoru's third-rate acting, Loi's mouth twitched slightly. However, he still stood up with professional integrity to cooperate with this drama queen teacher, his face sporting an evil and arrogant, villainous smile. Ah, my dear teacher Gojo. Loi shouldered the gigabit combat instrument, his tone equally hyperbolic and full of Chunibyo flair. As you can see, I've had enough of the shackles of this world. I've turned bad too. From today on, I will let this world feel pain. Wrong script. Anyway, these rotten oranges were in my way, so I juiced them. Unforgivable. Gojo Satoru shouted while secretly giving Loi a good job thumbs up, yet his words remained righteous. As your teacher, I must stop you here. Even if I have to break your legs, no, take you back to write a self-reflection. Then come and try, strongest. Loi roared, swinging the gigabit combat instrument in his hand violently. A dark purple energy wave whistled out with grand momentum and maxed out light effects, heading straight for Gojo Satoru. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice that the energy wave was actually slightly off target, aiming at the half-fallen pine tree behind Gojo Satoru. Reversal, red. Gojo Satoru was not to be outdone, a red light flashing at his fingertip. The two forces collided in mid-air, kicking up a sky full of dust and rubble. Aura, aura, aura. Muda, muda, muda. The two were like two elementary schoolers with god-level accounts fighting in a starter village, jumping around the ruins with various ultimate skill light effects flying everywhere, completely blasting the already dilapidated courtyard into a deep pit. But in reality... Hey, Loi, there's nothing in that direction, blast over there. Teacher Gojo, you too. That blue just now almost messed up my hair. By the way, do you have any food at home? I'm a bit hungry after this fight. Kikufuku recently released a new edamame fresh cream flavor. Scram, I don't host male guests, especially sweet tooths. The two continued this battle of the master-disciple fallout that would go down in the annals of the Jujutsu world, all while complaining in voices only the other could hear. P.S. Loi, Gojo Satoru, do you all think the two of us can win an Oscar? Chapter 98, Dang Dang at the door. 10 minutes later. He actually got away. Gojo Satoru stood at the edge of a massive crater, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes as he shouted loudly in the direction Loi had left. Loi! You have fallen and become a special grade cursed user. Jujutsu High will issue a warrant for your arrest. Don't let me catch you again. After shouting this line, Gojo Satoru instantly wiped the heartbroken expression from his face and pulled out his phone to check the time. Not a bad performance. Those remaining old fogies should be wetting their pants now, right? After all, they wouldn't dare send anyone to their deaths against a madman that even the strongest couldn't stop. Gojo hummed a cheerful tune, showing no sadness whatsoever for his recently deceased superior. Special grade cursed user Loi, that title sounds pretty cool. Meanwhile, at the Shinomiya main residence. Shinomiya Ganon was in his study, listening to a report from his subordinates. Upon hearing the series of news, the higher UPS of the Jujutsu world have been wiped out, Gojo Satoru was defeated, and Loi has been classified as an extremely dangerous special grade cursed user. This old man, who had just been bowing and scraping before Loi, now held his teacup and let out a heartfelt sigh. As expected of Lord Belial. A fanatical light flickered in Shinomiya Ganon's eyes. In his eyes, how was this a falling out between master and disciple? This was clearly His Majesty announcing his hegemony to the world. That ruthlessness in clearing away all stumbling blocks without hesitation, that method of playing even the strongest jujutsu sorcerer like a fiddle. Cruel, so cruel. Shinomiya Ganon praised, his tone filled with worship for violence, but this is exactly the posture a ruler should have. It seems our Shinomiya family made the right bet. Of course, all the clamor from the outside world was shut out for Loi. In a quiet detached house somewhere in Tokyo. Loey pushed open the door, instantly switching from world-destroying Demon King mode back to good househusband mode. I'm home. There was no light in the entryway, but a warm yellow floor lamp was lit in the living room. A familiar figure sat on the sofa. Hearing the door open, the figure moved and immediately stood up, running over like a little penguin waiting for its owner to return. Takamatsu Akari stepped forward and said with a smile, "Wei, welcome back." Akari's voice was very soft, with the slight grogginess of someone who had just woken up, but her eyes, as she looked at Loey, held a heavy emotion like a stone. Seeing this scene, the fatigue Loey felt from a night of clearing out rotten oranges and acting with Gojo Satoru instantly vanished. "Sorry, Akari, I kept you waiting." Loey reached out and pulled the damselette into his arms. Akari's body was soft, carrying the scent of shower gel, and she felt wonderful to hold. She didn't speak, just buried her face in Loey's chest, her hands tightly wrapping around his waist as if she wanted to merge her entire being into his. "Wei, today." Akari looked up, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes darting away, but filled with a heart-pounding directness. "Today? I don't want to just collect stones." Loey was stunned for a moment, then smiled. This child, though she usually seemed a bit dazed, was always unexpectedly bold in these matters. "Shall we do something else?" Loey lowered his head and kissed the small mouth that was always saying she wanted to be together for a lifetime. Akari's body trembled, but she didn't shrink back, instead, she responded clumsily. 3,000 words describing the bond link are omitted here. After all, this is a respectable novel, and we don't want to get an elbow strike from Shinhadut. The bedroom lights had long been extinguished, leaving only the moonlight from outside spilling onto the bed. A sweet and ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Akari was wrapped around Loey like an octopus. Her usually expressionless face now carried a lingering flush of joy, and her eyes were satisfied. Bond link and such were the best. Although the process was a bit embarrassing and some of the knowledge was beyond her understanding, the feeling of two hearts beating together gave Akari an unprecedented sense of peace. "Hey, Wei." Akari pressed her face against Loey's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and whispered. "What is it?" Loey gently stroked the damselette's smooth hair, enjoying the tranquility of the sage time. "I like you." No build-up, no embellishment. Just like when she handed him a stone, direct, pure, and heavy. "I want to be with Wei for the rest of my life." Loey's hand paused for a moment, then he held the damselette in his arms even more tenderly. "Yeah, I like you too, Akari." Loey kissed her forehead and responded softly. "We will be together, for the rest of our lives." Hearing this answer, the corners of the damselette's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint but incredibly happy smile. He. Contented, the damselette slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. While some are happy, others are troubled. Right in the bedroom next door. Even though it was a detached house, the soundproofing of Japanese homes, if you know, you know. Moreover, the person living next door was no ordinary person, but a heroic spirit with maxed out sensory sensitivity. Artoria Pendragon sat bolt upright on her bed, her hands gripping the sheets tightly, the originally neat sheets already crumpled into several folds by her grip. As the King of Knights, she shouldn't be eavesdropping on her master's private life. The sound was just too clear. From the faint noises at the beginning to the, and finally to the mutual confessions of love. Artoria felt the temperature of her face was enough to fry an egg. Impure, so impure. Saber bit her lip. The ahog on her head, which was usually full of energy, was now drooping limply and trembling slightly. Master is really, clearly knowing that I am right next door. And, this kind of thing. Artoria covered her burning ears, trying to shrink into her blanket, but images of what might be happening next door involuntarily surfaced in her mind. As a servant, although she possessed power beyond ordinary people, the King of Knights was clearly a pure-hearted beginner in matters between men and women. This night. For Loey, who had just cleaned up the jujitsu world, handled the zaibatsu, and enjoyed a beautiful damselette throwing herself into his arms, it was a wonderful night. But for the King of Knights next door. This was probably a long and difficult sleepless night. P.S. Although my king is lagging in progress and is even the last one in this volume to get a taste, she will have a dedicated half volume. Who else gets this treatment in a harem crossover anime novel? Also, I'm still thinking about my king's power-up strategy. I've already got it. The protagonist's next stat inflation will be mastering spiral power. Children, voice of the star's spiral power Artoria, ha. Chapter 99, Writing Miss Makima. The morning sun spilled onto the streets of Tokyo, draping a deceptive golden veil of peace over the city that had just endured a nighttime purge. The news was broadcasting reports of last night's terrorist gas explosion and the sudden disappearance of several key political and financial figures who were, in reality, the high-ranking officials of the Jujutsu Higher UPS. The entire Japanese underworld had fallen into chaos. Curse users, jujutsu sorcerers, and various factions were all frantically digging for information on the special-grade cursed user known as Loey. However, Loey himself, the instigator of it all, was currently yawning. Carrying a briefcase and looking as if nothing had happened, he leisurely swiped his card and walked through the gates of Shuchian Academy. "Good morning, Mr. Loey. Mr. Loey's hair looks very handsome today too." Passing schoolgirls greeted him with blushing faces, completely unaware that the psychology teacher before them, always wearing a lazy smile, had just sent a group of old men who controlled the Japanese jiu-jitsu world to hell last night. "Morning, morning." Loey waved with a smile, his spring breeze-like demeanor making him the very model of a respectable teacher. A wanted poster? A special grade cursed user? That was just for the outside world to see via Gojo Satoru. What did it have to do with a counseling teacher at Shuchian? As long as I don't admit it, I'm just an ordinary worker. He pushed open the door to the psychological counseling room. Although Loey was late by an entire class period, his private office remained as clean as new. Clearly, someone had already tidied up before his arrival. Loey tossed his briefcase onto the sofa, his gaze landing on the desk. 2 bento boxes were placed side by side there. The one on the left was packed in an expensive lacquerware box. Just looking at the exquisite Shinomiya family crest on the packaging was enough to know that the contents were definitely no ordinary lunch. Without a second thought, it had to have been sent by Kagaya, that awkward demoiselle. It likely contained top-tier A5 Wagyu beef, foie gras flown in from France, or something similar. While luxurious, it felt more like a display of wealth than a bento. And the one on the right? In comparison, it looked somewhat plain, one might even say it had a homely vibe. It was an ordinary double-layered plastic lunchbox with a yellow sticky note attached. On it was a drawing of a cute chibi character eating, with a line of crooked yet earnest handwriting next to it. "Love bento, it's just a prototype, but I'll be very troubled if teacher doesn't finish it. Yanni. This girl, she's really acting like a little simp." Loey raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He glanced at the lacquerware box on the left radiating a noble aura, then at the plastic lunchbox on the right showing the effort of a loser. Without any hesitation, Loey reached out and took Yanaomi Anna's bento. Kagaya's heavy girl feelings are nice and all, but for today's appetite, this flavor full of a young girl's innocence and hunger is more suitable. He opened the lunch box. Surprisingly, the dishes inside weren't bad. Though the presentation was a bit haphazard, the octopus sausages were cut into different sizes and the tamagoyaki was even slightly burnt. The portions were incredibly generous. There were even several pieces of fried chicken buried under the rice. Truly Anna's style, a total explosion of carbs and calories. Loey picked up his chopsticks and popped a piece of slightly burnt tamagoyaki into his mouth. And very sweet at that. Though the appearance is average, the taste isn't bad at all. Loey hummed a little tune happily as he ate. If Kagaya knew where carefully prepared top-tier cuisine had lost to a commoner's bento like this, the demoiselle would probably be hiding in her room biting her handkerchief again, wouldn't she? Thinking of that image, the fried chicken in his mouth seemed to taste even better. As Loey ate, he chatted with Belial in his mind. "Hey, Loey, do you really intend to retire in this school?" Belial's voice was full of confusion. "You just wiped out the higher UPS of the jiu-jitsu world last night, and today you're here eating a bento made by a high school girl? Where's your heroic heart? Where's your dominance?" Dominance is something to be used at critical moments. Lowy swallowed the last bite of rice and patted his stomach with satisfaction. Right now, I'm just an ordinary teacher enjoying life. Having eaten his fill, he felt that post-meal drowsiness. Now, Lowy desperately needed a little post-meal entertainment to help with digestion. Fortunately, the hallway outside was quiet. It was class time, so no one would come to disturb him. Come out for some fresh air, Miss Makima. Lowy pulled out the Twilight Gigabit combat instrument from his pocket and gave it a casual wave. Buzz. A dark red light flashed. The red-haired woman wearing a public safety uniform and possessing those demonic ringed eyes appeared out of thin air on the office floor. The once fearsome control devil was now slumped on the ground in an extremely humiliating posture, the duck sit. Around her wrists was still tied that rope Lowy had put on earlier for self-defense. As soon as she emerged, Makima's ringed eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. An ordinary office, ordinary sunlight, and a man who looked harmless but was actually a devil. Master. Makima lowered her head, her voice calm, but under the absolute dominance of the Gigabit combat instrument, she was forced to utter the title. Do you have any orders? Though her expression remained that of a cold, emotionless beauty, Lowy could feel the killing intent deep within her. The urge to slice him into pieces was practically overflowing. Don't look at me like that, Miss Makima. Lowy walked forward, crouched down, and reached out to pat her exquisite cheek. It felt slightly cool and delicate as porcelain. As a proper pet, your gaze should be a bit more docile. Makima remained silent, merely turning her head slightly as if she didn't want to acknowledge Lowy's teasing. She was the control devil. A sublime existence meant to create a better world and to dominate Chainsaw Man. To think she had fallen to being kept as a pet. It seems Miss Makima is still defiant. The smile on Lowy's face deepened. Good women should be cherished, but bad women, especially the kind who are always thinking of dominating others, need to be made to deeply experience the feeling of being dominated. Since I've eaten my fill, let's get some exercise. Lowy stood up and pointed toward the office door. Let's go, Miss Makima. Take me for a patrol around the campus. Patrol? Makima blanked for a moment. Just as she was about to stand up, she heard Lowy add another sentence. Oh right, since you're a pet, you have to act like one. Lowy had no intention of letting her stand up. Instead, he took a step and, quite naturally, sat on her back. P.S. Makima will not be revived, and she will not come back to life after death. Chapter 100, Fujiwara Chika's Intrusion. Makima's body suddenly stiffened. Humiliation. Unparalleled humiliation. Even being eaten by Chainsaw Man would be better than being used as a mount. You. Just as Makima was about to resist, the brand deep within her soul suddenly burned hot. It was the absolute suppression stemming from the Rayblood genes. Her body betrayed her will. Instead of bucking Lowy off, she steadily supported his weight. Good girl. Lowy stroked her beautiful red hair as if soothing a wild mare. Let's go, let's take a stroll down the hallway. Makima gritted her teeth, a flash of unprecedented shame and anger crossing her eyes. But in the end, she compromised. With her hands on the ground and her knees slightly bent, she slowly crawled toward the door with Lowy on her back. The hallways of Shuchian Academy were spacious and bright. Since it was currently class time, the corridor was empty, with only the faint sound of lectures drifting from the classrooms. Lowy sat on Makima's back, his posture as relaxed as if he were riding a horse through his own backyard garden. He wasn't some kind of exhibitionist, of course. Before coming out, he had already had Belial use mental power to interfere with the surveillance equipment on this floor, and he was constantly sensing the surrounding presence. As long as no one appeared on this floor, this was an absolutely safe private game. Tap, tap, tap. Makima's palms and knees moved across the wooden floor, making subtle sounds. This perspective was completely foreign to her, who was usually high and mighty. She could only see the grain of the floorboards and the hallway stretching out ahead. And the weight of the man on her back served as a constant reminder of her current status. Miss Makima. Lowy's voice came from above, tinged with a bit of wicked teasing. How is the scenery now? Doesn't it have a different flavor compared to standing up? Makima didn't want to speak. Speaking of which, you wouldn't want others to see you like this, would you? Loie continued to spout lines that sounded straight out of a smutty manga. The dignified chief of public safety Devil Control Division 4, the Control Devil, actually acting as a horse for someone in a school. TSK, if word got out, your concept of control might just collapse, wouldn't it? Makima took a deep breath and finally couldn't help but strike back. I don't care. Her voice remained cold, attempting to maintain the last of her dignity. To a devil, human concepts of shame are meaningless. As long as the goal can be achieved, this level of endurance is nothing. At this point, she paused slightly, her tone carrying a hint of irony. However, Master, you are supposed to be a teacher here, aren't you? If your students or colleagues saw you in this state, writing a woman in school? Is that really okay? Your career would probably end on the spot, wouldn't it? This was likely Makima's final bit of stubbornness. Attempting to use the rules of human society to bind Loie. Ha! Loie laughed out loud as if he had heard a joke. He even went so far as to adjust his seating position slightly, forcing Makima to expend more effort to maintain her balance. What's that? Is it edible? Loie waved his hand and said with a look of indifference. Miss Makima, you seem to have misunderstood one thing. I came here to be a teacher purely because I wanted to. Besides, I'm a special grade connected person. Forget about riding a horse in the hallway. Even if I held a barbecue party in the principal's office today, that balding principal would only smile and ask if I wanted extra cumin. As for reputation. Loie leaned down, bringing his face close to Makima's ear, his warm breath fanning across her sensitive earlobe. It's perfectly fine to be called a perverted teacher. After all, as long as I'm strong enough, things like rules are meant to be broken. Makima. She lost. Faced with such a shameless and powerful rogue, even the Control Devil could only respond with silence. Just as the two, one human and one devil, maintained this bizarre and shameful posture while rounding a corner of the hallway. The placement of that vase over there seems a bit asymmetrical, I need to adjust it. A voice full of energy, even carrying a strange sense of airheadness, abruptly rang out ahead. Loie and Makima both froze simultaneously. Belial, holy crap, I was careless. Someone with no bloodlust or malice suddenly popped up. At the end of the corridor. A girl with long pink hair, wearing a black bow on her head and possessing a bountiful chest, was humming a strange tune while holding a bouquet of flowers, seemingly working on the student council's beautification efforts. Fujiwara Chika, Secretary of the Shuchian Academy Student Council. Known as the Cancer of the Earth, the Incarnation of Chaos, and the woman who can make Kagaya's IQ drop to zero. At this moment, she happened to turn around, her gaze colliding directly with Loie, who had just rounded the corner. The air froze in that instant. The scene was like this. In the sunlit hallway. The handsome psychology teacher Loie was sitting on the back of a hot red-haired beauty dressed in professional attire. The beauty was on all fours on the floor. The two were in a posture that was extremely, full of adult world philosophy. A deathly silence. The smile on Loie's face stiffened for a second, but it quickly returned to normal. Although he said he didn't care about being seen by a big mouth like Fujiwara Chika was a completely different concept. This girl was a walking broadcasting station. And with her bizarre thought process, who knew what kind of earth-shattering plot she would dream up? Ah! Student Chika blinked her large, watery eyes. Her CPU began to run at high speed. Teacher. Horse riding. Hallway. Loie-sensei? Student Chika's voice trembled slightly. She instinctively hugged the vase in her arms tighter and shrank back. Student Chika. Loie was the first to break the silence. He very calmly got off Makima's back and straightened his clothes as if nothing had happened. Then, he waved his hand at Makima on the floor, instantly recalling her into the gigabit combat instrument. A literal disappearing act. But in Student Chika's eyes, this was undoubtedly an even more bizarre sight. That big sister just now, she's gone? Student Chica's worldview was shaken, but what shook her even more was the scene from just now. This is too impure. As if finally reacting, Student Chica's face instantly flushed red as she pointed at Loie and screamed. "Loie-sensei! What are you doing?" Even though I know psychology teachers are under a lot of pressure, but playing this kind of play in the hallway is not okay. And that big sister looked like she was being forced. This is a crime. It's a crime. P.S. Wait for the author to save up some chapters. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.